Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Apex Racing TV, and welcome to a brand new adventure, a brand new season, and a brand new series as well. This is round number 1 of the European Sports Car Championship, coming today from Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya in Spain. My name is Ron Mons. Joining me in the commentary booth is Jamie Fluke, and in the virtual production hall, however, old buddy Samuli Kumo. Today, we kick this season off at a venerated track in the world of iRacing, but one that doesn't get a whole lot of use in the world of iRacing. Circuit de Barça Catalunya has existed in some form or another for only 32 years, but since then it's undergone many tweaks, many configuration changes, and has hosted hundreds of races. And today, here in iRacing, it plays host to the opening race of this brand new season. And now, Jamie, you and I were talking before this broadcast started about your experience with this track and how much time you've been driving around here. So I want to ask you this here at the top of the show. Would you like to talk to viewers about your own experience driving around this circuit and how that converts into your expectations heading into today's race?
Sure, yeah, I can do. Thanks for having me here today for the opener of this series. Yeah, so I've done a whole host of races in many different cars around this track, even in a variety of different games as well. And I will say, though, I've not done any multi-class racing around here, and that promises to be really interesting and exciting here. The reason being, it's not the widest track in the world. It's quite a narrow, sort of almost an old-school style circuit. It's not super wide and expansive like most of the modern circuits that we see in motorsport and on iRacing as well. So my experience normally comes in a single class environment, so it'll be really interesting to see, especially how the quicker cars deal with the traffic that they'll have to come up against, and especially as well then how the slower class cars, particularly the GT3s, can manage and work their way through the onslaught from the quicker prototypes.
The lap traffic is going to be a huge factor in this race, and you brought up a very good point about how this track track is narrow. It's kind of a mix of old school flair in terms of the way the track is, but with a little bit of a modern kick. It is, of course, up to grade 1 certifications, as F1 is racing there this weekend right now, and hopefully for any drivers running in McLaren, which I don't think there are any, hopefully they don't have any fires to deal with here this afternoon. But this track, it's a mix of many things. It's kind of a, well, it is a track that was constructed back in the 1990s. That is a 90s circuit just in terms of the way it is. It has that new school kick and that old school flair as well. It's a track that I can sort of compare to a track like Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, which hopefully would be an iRacing at some point further down the line. I remember driving that track religiously back in the day in the old F1 games on my Xbox One, and I'll tell you what, I love that track. This track, meanwhile, I think the layout that we're running, which is the historic version with that slightly wider turn number 10, not dealing with the hairpin that was on this circuit the last time iRacing scanned this track, and we also aren't dealing with that absolutely horrendous chicane towards the end of the lap. It's a lot more flowing. It's the way the track was from 1995 up until, I'm trying to think now, it was about 2007, I believe, was when they added in that final chicane towards the end of the lap, which has now been removed. But this track, it's going to host some pretty good racing. This is going to be an exciting couple of hours that we have in front of our face. And speaking of, it is a 4-hour-long race that we have for you here this afternoon. And we have 3 classes to deal with: the LMP2s, the LMP3s, and the LMGT3s. And the GT3s, I think we'll probably keep our eyes on just because we have the Corvette and the Ford Mustangs that were just introduced a few weeks ago here in the world of iRacing. And as you see right now, Warwick Sim Racing in that Ford Mustang is currently 4th in that LMGT3 category. I think we'll briefly touch on how things look at the moment with about a minute and a half left to go here in this qualifying session. ResTech Reparto Corse is at the front in the LMP2 category. The number 22 car sets a 129.471. That is a very good lap time. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3 category, it is Trackside Racing Team on the pole, and in the LMGT3s is ResTech Reparto Corse in the Mercedes in the number 73 car at a 141.680. So now with a minute left to go in this qualifying session, we were going to do a track guide. However, I don't think there are any cars currently on the circuit. So Jamie, would you like to give a mock track guide with no cars out on track? Just summarize the driving experience around this circuit.
Yeah, I'll do my best without a point of reference out on track at the moment, but I guess the key areas, especially for overtaking within class, will be into turn 1. It's sort of determined by how well you can get through the final 2 corners with the dirty air that's going to come off of all of these cars. Even though the GT3s are obviously not as aero dependent as the prototypes, they still churn out quite a bit of downforce, so it's quite difficult to stay tight to the car ahead through the final 2 corners. But if you can do that, turn 1's a great overtaking opportunity and can often promote side-by-side racing through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5. It then filters out a little bit through the middle of the lap, and then coming down towards the sort of final sector of the lap with the historic hairpin. It's not as much of an overtaking opportunity as the more modern version of the hairpin, and I wish we could almost have a little bit of both, where we have the new hairpin and the old final 2 corners. That would be really, really nice. But yeah, the final 2 corners especially, they're so much fun in this configuration to drive. It just makes it a little bit harder to stay tight to the car ahead. What will also be super interesting is how the prototypes overtake the GT3 cars. I don't think it'll be too different in terms of cornering speed between the LMP2 and LMP3. Straight line speed will sort of determine how those classes interact, but with the LMGT3s, will you dart inside, will you dart outside, do you have enough grip on the outside line? Because it's quite a slick and slippery surface here in iRacing. It's very flat, there's not an awful lot of abrasion off of the asphalt here. So it is quite slippery offline. So will the LMP2s and LMP3s have enough downforce and grip to, say, overtake around the outside in turn 3? We'll wait and see.
We will definitely wait and see, and we're waiting for this qualifying session to wrap up. The checkered flag has been out for a few moments time, so we're just waiting for iRacing to officially declare the session as over, but it was a split session, so we didn't have to deal with lap traffic or anything like that. During the qualifying session, they were all split into their own different categories to set their own lap times during the 40-minute qualifying session that we just had, that you saw the final 5 or 6 minutes of here on Apex Racing TV, and also on the ERSEC YouTube channel as well. It's being simulcasted on both of those channels here this afternoon, so we're just waiting for a teeny tiny bit, a small little hold. This is a calm before the storm, possibly before the 4 hours of heart-pumping racing action happens for us here this afternoon, and we're just going to wait a little bit more to see when this qualifying session comes to an end. Then we'll be able to get the starting grid for this 4-hour classic, the first race of this season. Nerves are going to be a little bit high. We'll just have to wait and see if these drivers try and risk it for the biscuit to win the first race of this season. So the checkered flag is down this qualifying session. It is officially over, and now we can get you the starting grid for this race that we have coming up for you. We'll get that starting grid graphic load up for you right about now, and in at the north end of the field in the LMP2 category, it is going to be the Italian man Alessandro Citti starting this race from the pole position at that 129.471. Earhart in P number 2, and then in P number 3 we have Ethan Jenkins, a driver from the UK and Ireland. Michael Simpson, another driver from the UK and Ireland for Tri-State Racing, is going to be in 4th. In P number 5 we have Madej, the French driver, will be starting this race in 5th in the number 95 car. Then we have the Italian Valero in P number 6. In 7th, we have Ryan Ware. In 8th, we have Jeremy Carter. In P number 13, you can see Sorrenzano, Marcelino, Piera, Santos. In P number 17, in the number 88 car, we have Le Guin, Bracero in P number 18, followed by the driver Bayens in the number 85 car, and Subio running at the top 20. Look through the rest of the grid now. We kind of skipped over a few names there. In P number 21, we have Grandlers. I'm probably butchering a lot of these pronunciations. Tom Roberts will be starting this race in 22nd. In P number 23, we have Dorian Lievre, a name that I recognize from the Radical SR10 side here on the World of iRacing. Patel will be starting this race in 24th. Alexander Drabe will be starting this race in 25th, and then that will be towards the end of the LMP2s, I should say. Leonard in 27th, Dahu in 27th. My apologies, that was Leonard in 26th, and then you can see the rest of the starters here. Eisenberg, Miato, Adami, Gabriel, Lenway, Oliveira, all these drivers. It's a whole lot of names that we have to go through at the very start of this race, and not a whole lot of time left to go through them. I think we'll buzz through the rest of the starters here, and you can see them on the screen right now. Those are some of the LMP3s, and you can see the pace lap is already beginning right now. A Shorn pace lap, and 43 starters with us here this afternoon. It is going to be a nuts race that we have for you this afternoon. 4 hours of racing action in front of us, 43 starters, and a grand total of 13 corners in all. Lucky number 13. Hopefully none of the drivers get struck by lightning throughout this race. We'll just have to wait and see. Thankfully, these drivers won't have to deal with rain. However, they're going to have to deal with all the challenge and flair that Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya has, especially with multi-class racing. We welcome you all to a brand new adventure here on Apex Racing TV. It's a very disorganized start. You can see some drivers incredibly slow, slowing down already. This is a disaster start at the north end of the field. Some drivers may be picking up some start violation penalties, but now the green flag is down. The drivers are on their way, and it's a mad scramble heading into turn number 1, one of the longest runs into turn number 1 that we see throughout this entire season. It's Ethan Jenkins, the Brit in the number 24 car, getting a flyer of a start. He's going to be side by side with the HWT Motorsports entry, the number 24 car, side by side, heading through the first chicane. It's going to be the Evolve Racing number 57, leading them heading through turn number 3. Meanwhile, in the LMP3s, a much smaller class to deal with. However, they are getting through clean and didn't have as much of a chaotic start as the LMP2s had. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3 category, it's also very smooth, a little bit farther towards the back. Outside of that start drama, which we may see some major repercussions for if these drivers pick up some penalties from race control, surprisingly clean start as they ran their way through turn number 4.
I'm astonished that everyone's got through that in one piece. CD there in the Ripardo Coursing number 22 bolted immediately coming out of the final corner and realized, that's not what I was supposed to do, and then had to check up. And it was 3 wide, almost 4 wide heading into T1, but amazingly, everyone has got through so far in one
Oh.
piece. I spoke too soon.
It's a classic commentator's jinx, and this is a multi-car Shamazel. That's coming out of the very tricky and challenging section of turns 7 and 8 towards the middle section of the track. You can see the Dynaco Racing Team car back rolling after that incident. However, they're now behind the LMGT3 category that we see right now. It's currently the ResTech Reparto, and oh my God, we already have some contact. That's heading through the hairpin of turn number 10. You can see the Delta Racing entry spun around, and that was contact with an LMP3 car already in this race. And that's another car going off. That's Deckers, a driver from Belgium, stopped. That was on the outside of turn number 10 as well. So I guess we did speak too early, Jamie, saying that the start was surprisingly clean. And right after I say that, we have about 3 incidents in the span of about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I definitely spoke too soon there. My surprise was, though, with how chaotic the LMP2s were to begin with, that they managed to get through the opening few corners quite clean. You can still have plenty of incidents through the rest of the lap, I'm sure, of course. Yeah, the LMP3's getting into a little bit of a tiff there, probably coming out of turn 5, and then through the remainder of the lap, the LMGT3s had caught up to the back end of the LMP3 pack, and I think it was the Dami there up on the inside of Barbier in the number 35 Unity Racing by Venom car. An ambitious move, even if the car ahead was slow, and yeah, it all sort of came to blows there.
I think we may be able to find a replay to see what in the world happened there. I think we have a whole lot of replays to try and look at, but right now you can see the hornet's nest of LMP2 competitors rounding their way into turn number 10. That's the ResTech Reparto Corse team in the number 43 car, running a teeny tiny bit wide hang through turn number 10 there. They're currently running in 8th position in that LMP2 category, an absolutely packed LMP2 category, it must be said. We're following the Vision 1 Motorsports driver of Jeremy Carter in that number 11 car, running now in P number 10, loses out on that spot on the NOP car. That got a move done on them, hang through the final corner. And we're seeing these drivers, I think it could have been down to the start being as disorganized as it was. They're racing incredibly hard. I think these drivers need to realize we're not even 4 minutes into a 4-hour-long race, and these drivers already nearly going 3 wide down the start-finish straightaway. We're following Sundstrom in the NOP car, now running in P number 9. So that was a pretty nice move that he pulled off, heading through the final corner of turn number 13 to move up into that position right behind Ted Edwards in the Racing Ventura car. He is running in the 12th position, trying to get a move done to sneak his way down the inside of the Dynaco Racing Team number 19 car. Not close enough heading into turn number 3. But these drivers feeling so racy. I feel like something's got to break here. What do you think, Jamie?
I'm inclined to agree. And I'm really surprised because the LMP2 in its sort of current state in iRacing is very difficult to sort of race with. It churns out quite a lot of dirty air and not a lot of slipstream. And these guys are just laying into each other. Like, the racing's fantastic, don't get me wrong, but yes, as you say, we're 4 minutes into a 4-hour race. A little bit of common sense probably needs to kick in at some point, but I'm not complaining. The action's good, so fire away, boys.
And I think one thing these drivers may need to keep in mind, there's not going to be a faster pair allotted to any of these drivers. So if they end up in a major accident, that is going to be a race destroyer. So maybe these drivers are going to see the light of day and see common sense here in the not too distant future. But I can kind of see the other side of the argument as well, with these drivers trying to make up as many positions as they can at the very beginning of this race. Meanwhile, we're switching our attention to the LMP3 fight. This is a trackside racing team. Dorian Lievre, who I mentioned a few moments ago, was a fixture in the Radical SR10s, the Radical Esports Cup that's broadcasted on Apex Racing TV every single Friday, the official series with the Radical SR10s, and he was very fast in that series, took no prisoners, and right now he's gone off to a flying start, currently leading over the LS Racing entry that's currently in second place in the LMP3 category with about 4.5 seconds separating those two. But right now, LS Racing starting to feel a little bit of pressure from Delta V Racing right behind those two, separated by about 0.8 of a second, heading through the turn 1 and 2 chicane right now. Maybe we could see some battling, and if they start to battle, that trackside racing team is going to start to feel even more comfortable than they are right now.
Yeah, a 4.8 second gap after 3 and a bit laps is a huge margin around a track like this as well. It's not the longest track in the world by any means, and yeah, super start there from Dorian Lefevre in the trackside racing team car, pulling away, magnificent gap so far, and I'm sure at this point he can, well,
Oh,
might,
no.
not again.
Oh no,
I
it's
was
the
just about to
worst
say,
commentator's jinx. I will say I'll try and comfort you here, Jamie. I've pulled off far worse.
that's incredible. So I was just about to say, looking comfortable, looking composed up front, and immediately as we cut to him, he runs wide. So let's see what happens here coming into turn 7, I believe it is. Oh, he's just got a little loose on the way in. It's actually really well held. That guard completely escaped him. And you can see how frantically he's working away at the Wiggler to try and correct it. He's lost a lot of ground, but still has a 1.6-second lead. So the important thing for Dorian here is just to compose himself. It's a mistake. It happens to anyone and can happen at any time. He was able to build that lead up early doors. I'm sure he can do it again.
At this point, he just needs to dust himself off, get all the gravel and grass off of his tires, and really put his nose to the grindstone. He still has a whole lot of time left to go in this race. A mistake less than 7 minutes in is not going to damage your chances of winning it in this 4-hour-long classic. And meanwhile, we've been talking about the LMP3s. This is a fight in the LMGT3s. This is a ResTech Reporta Corse team in the number 60 car. That's Salvador Ferdinando, currently in that Mercedes, running 6th in the class. However, that may not be the case for much longer. You've got the Work Sim Racing Ford Mustang getting a bump drive from the Delta Racing number 31 car of Adami. He's going to go, maybe try and go for the move. Heading into turn number 1, they're going to be side by side. The Mercedes giving him a wide berth there. And you've also got the LMP3 car involved in that as well, side by side. Heading their way through turn number 3. That LMP3 car with a big sideways snap heading through turn number 3. And that sent that Delta Racing car off. Otherwise, there would have been a major accident. That was terrifying if you're Marcus Adami behind the wheel of that number 31 car to see an LMP3 car, which is basically a little go-kart compared to these LMGT3 competitors. Seeing that tiny little go-kart go mega sideways, hang through one of the fastest and most challenging corners on the lap is truly terrifying if you're behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. Eisenberg there, I think, was maybe just underestimating how quick his car is through the corners versus the LMGT3s. Ended up just running into the back of the car ahead and then forcing Adami there to check up and run wide there. The LMGT3s aren't quite as nimble and as agile as the LMP3s or the LMP2s for that matter. So yeah, Adami here, or sorry, Eisenberg, apologies, is trying to sort of work his way through. But what we're seeing early doors here, the LMP3 isn't that quick in a straight line, certainly versus the GT3. Especially down the longer straight. He wasn't able to just breeze by all 3 cars there in one go. He's able to make his way through now, and this battle could rage on a little further. But it will make things interesting once we get through the meat of the traffic here, and especially the first and second pass through of the class as a whole.
I think another thing as well, which is going to make the LMP3s negotiating all that lap traffic make it incredibly difficult, is just the visibility out of these LMP3 cars. From my experience, you really can't see anything on the right-hand side. There's a whole lot, the pillar on the right-hand side of you when you're driving these cars blocks a whole lot of view, so unless these drivers are running with a wide monitor, which, hey, they probably are, that's the Duff Sim Racing rig that I have, maybe they have a bit more visibility, but that's may still play a teeny tiny bit of a role with these drivers, especially when it comes time for the end of the race when they're going to take some more chances. They may cut it just a bit too close when it comes to dealing with that LMGT3 traffic, and that may be a deciding factor as well. And as we have a spin for the twin turn sim racing GT3, that is the Ferrari of Alexander Gabriel, the number 32 car, goes for a spin hang through turn number 7, and that's the second incident we've seen in probably the past 5 minutes of a driver spinning hang through turn number 7. That's a really tricky corner, ain't it, Jamie?
Yeah, it's not straightforward. The car sort of gets light on the way in, you drop down the crest, and then as you turn in, there's a ton of camber on the inside, so if you've kind of got it slightly wrong on the way in, the back end does want to let go. So that's the second incident that we've seen there where cars just dropped it all by themselves. I'd hazard a guess and say it's not the last, as... Oh, watch the rejoin.
Oh my god, that was a very close call. Multiple close calls for Luke Hyden, who went for a spin. That was, what was that, hang through turn number 11? I just heard the tires squealing, so just a simple little spin hang through 11.
Yeah, it's easy to get it wrong. And I think it's alluded to the point I made earlier. It's quite a slippery surface here at Barcelona. There's not a lot of grip off the track surface. There's not a lot of bite between tire and asphalt. So if you're getting it wrong, it takes a little bit to sort of feel that it's gone wrong for you, and then at which point it's too late and you're facing the wrong direction.
We're looking at some of the mad battling in the LMP2 category. This is heading through turn number 2 right now. You can see the Tri-State Racing number 12 car currently running 11th in the LMP2 class. And I think we may be able to try and find the front two runners in the LMP2 fight, because last time I saw it, there wasn't a whole lot of time separating the Evolve Racing number 57 car and the ResTech Reparto Corsa team right behind. And yeah, you can see about a tenth of a second hang their way through turn number 9 right now, and they've got the lap traffic as well. And look, you can see very close quarter stuff, and oh my god, they're nearly making contact.
It's 4 wide.
City dropping 2 wheels 4 wide going down the back straightaway, and we're just 12 minutes into this 4-hour race. Do these drivers not fear death? That's absolutely ridiculous stuff, and it's still not over yet. City trying to get the move done. You can see him sawing at the wheel. We've got the GT3 traffic a little bit farther up the road, but City trying to do everything in his power to take the lead in the LMP2 category. Even if it costs him a little bit of damage and have to do some rally action to try and make it 4 wide going down the back straightaway, it's still not going to be over yet. We'll see the draft that City is going to try and use going down the start-finish straightaway to take the lead from the Evolve Racing number 57 car. Maybe we'll see a move hang into turn number 1. He pulls out, trying to get the move done around the outside, hang into turn number 1. I don't think he's going to be able to get it done, nearly making contact as well before they go into turn number 2. This is some gutsy stuff between all of these drivers, but with them battling as hard as they are, the HWT Motorsports team running in 3rd right behind, they're going to be involved in this too, because currently they're only 1.1 seconds behind the Evolve Racing number 57 car that's in the lead, with some more LMGT3 traffic involved, and it's going to allow City to take the lead of the race. That was a huge stack up from the number 73 Mercedes. That was actually the leader in the LMGT3 category that just stuck up the leader overall so badly that he ended up losing the lead of the race for the first time so far. That was insane.
Yeah, I think Earhart there in the 57 Evolve Racing car just timed the whole thing incorrectly there, coming through turn 4. The GT3 can only move out of the way so much, so once it's committed to a line, especially around here, that's where it's going to be, and you've got to sort of work around it. And he was expecting to cut back under a car that was firmly glued to the inside line. So City there, despite the absolute lunacy of the previous lap or so, he was ripping the wheels so hard, just trying to find a way to make a move happen. It ended up falling onto his lap there. He was able to make the move nice and clean into turn 5. No fuss, no drama with that, but everything up to that point was pretty hectic.
Tell you what, though, that is definitely making the Apex Racing TV highlight reel for the month of June. That was some of the hardest fought sports car racing that I've seen in quite some time. That was a lap and a half, you could really say 2 laps of absolute chaos with these drivers being and banging and roughing each other up. I've seen like lesser chaotic racing in a NASCAR race. That was absolutely insane, with these drivers being and banging and roughing each other up in LMP2s. That was absolutely ridiculous, and we still have that fight continuing on. It's about 0.8 of a second separating the ResTech Reparto Corsa team in the number 22 car, with the Evolve Racing number 57 right behind, 0.8 of a second, as I said. But this team, the HWT Motorsports car driven by Ethan Jenkins, he's going to be catching up to them as well. And now we've got, that's the Dynaco Racing car running 6th in the LMP3 category that they just tried to dispatch. And now Ethan Jenkins is going to go forward, heading into turn number 10. It's going to be a battle last late breakers. Who's going to prevail in this fight? Still side by side, heading their way around the corner. One of them is going to have to back out of it, but I have a sneaking suspicion that neither of them will. Actually, right as I say that, the HWT Motorsports car justifiably backs out of it. But man, these drivers proving that, hey, even though it's a 4-hour-long race, they're true racers. They're going to be giving it everything they absolutely can, from the drop of the green all the way to the checkered flag. And hey, from a broadcaster's perspective, I can't really complain about that one bit.
I'm not complaining either. This is way more action than I was expecting from the first 15 minutes of a 4-hour race. It looks like Earhart is sort of struggling to manage the slower class traffic in terms of positioning his car and timing the corners in such a way that means that he loses as little time as possible. And I think traffic management is going to be such a key component of this race, because there seems to be a reasonable speed difference between the LMP2s and the other 2 classes as a whole. So it's it's going to be a case of who's going to keep their head screwed on the best, who's going to keep their composure the best, who's going to not get too flustered about losing a second to 2 seconds over the course of a sector just because they've got caught out in the wrong place. So a long way to go, but yeah, the action, at least within the class, has been remarkable so far.
Well, I've done a lot of officiating when it comes to multi-class races and stuff like this with the Arithmetic World Challenge that airs on Mondays here on Apex Racing TV. And something that the main race director always says is you're better off losing a few seconds dealing with that lap traffic and trying to pull off the move safely and successfully than just go for a gutsy balls-to-the-wall move, lose a second with a crash, and then end up serving a drive-through penalty. Speaking of losing a second, that's the Eagle Speed Academy car that just went for some rally action. That was coming out of turn at number 7 through the kink of turn number 8, and they lost a decent amount of time, currently running 18th in the LMP2 category, currently 28.5 seconds back of our leader, that being the ResTech Reporter Corse team, who are still leading and actually extending their gap a teeny tiny bit overall, with it being separated by about 1.8 seconds as things stand currently. Meanwhile, in the LMP3s, it is still the trackside racing team, Dorian Lievre in that number 68 car. He made a mistake hanging through this corner not very long ago. However, ever since then, he has dusted himself off, and he has expanded that lead by quite a significant margin. It was, what, about 4.5 seconds when he went off the track, probably about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 laps ago, and now you can see it's about 11.5 seconds. So really, Lievre kicking on the hyperjets early on in this race.
Certainly is. He's consistently pulling out about a second a lap over Droby here in the LS Racing car in 2nd position. The rest of the field cannot keep up with Lievre, so it's up to him just to keep it composed and sort of minimize risk where possible. He knows at this point, he must know at this point, that he is the quickest driver on track, and he just needs to make sure that he doesn't do anything too silly. Obviously, the last time that we mentioned Lievre, he immediately then dropped it, so I'll say nothing further. But so far, it's looking really, really strong for the trackside racing team here.
And I think this car is about to get abducted by a UFO in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope, he's still on our live timing screen. We're good to go. Meanwhile, yeah, that would not shock me at all. I have some experience with alien encounters on a other broadcast here on Apex Racing TV, where a bunch of people were getting sucked up into a UFO at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park about, I'm trying to think now, it was about a month and a half ago. Anyways, let's move on and talk about LMGT3. Another driver starting to pull away is another ResTech Reporter Corse team, that being the 73, currently driven by the Italian Andre Miato, this Mercedes driver who was actually involved in helping his team car take the lead in the LMP2 category. I just kind of put that together, that they were both part of the ResTech Reporter Corse team. Regardless, he's currently leading in that LMGT3 category over that Ford Mustang, driven by the Work Sim Racing team, currently 4.2 seconds separating them. And I'll tell you what, that Ford seems very, very plucky, because when it first came into iRacing, I was hearing that it's very fast in a straight line, but when it comes to the corners, it's not very good. But right now, Corbin Lenaway is really making that Ford Mustang shine. This is quite impressive.
Yeah, it is quite impressive. From what I've seen as well, sort of an eagle-eyed observation of how the GT3 stack at the moment. The Ford, as you said, yeah, quick in a straight line, and maybe has a little bit of a harder time through the corners, especially a long sweeping corner like we're currently in turn 3. Just the dynamic here. Yeah, the LMP2s can just sort of breeze around the outside of the GT3s, so that's pretty good. That's a nice safe spot for them to try and overtake, and the LMGT3s can maybe just bleed out of the throttle ever so slightly as they come through. So hopefully that'll, as we get through the race, that everyone gets a little bit more comfortable sort of overtaking and being overtaken by a different class. But yeah, to your point, the Mustang is great to see an updated Ford on the service here on iRacing, as Lenaway just a little wide there through 7. Such a tricky corner to get right. But for such a long time, we had the Ford GT, the GT2 that was converted into the GT3 spec, and I love that car, and it's fantastic to see the Mustang here on iRacing and here in ESC Silver.
think there's only been, you can correct me on this, Jamie, but there's only been two Ford GT3 or GT-esque cars. It was the old Ford GT, the mid-2000s Ford GT. That was one of the first GT cars in iRacing, and then you had to go all the way back to the GTE days with the Ford GT when they brought it back in the mid to late 2010s. But then ever since then, we haven't really had a updated Ford GT car that could be run in a whole bunch of series. Now we have it. It's been pretty nice to see as well, and I'm sure you and Sam talked about this on the late Apex when you were on that show a few weeks ago. Actually, it was probably about a month and a half ago. I'm not sure, you probably know when it was compared to me, but there's been a beautiful resurgence of GT3 racing both in real life and in the sim as well. You've got this Ferrari, which kind of kickstarted a renaissance of new GT cars being added into the game. Ever since then, you've got the Mustang that we're following right. Actually, no, that's not a Mustang. That's the BMW. The BMW was a little bit older. It's still an updated car compared to the M8 that was added in back in the GTE days, but still, you had the Ferrari, you had the updated Audi, along with the Corvette and the Mustang that are just brought in for this new season. I'm kind of hoping that the Lexus gets brought in, just because that thing has absolutely been kicking butt in the IMSA side of things. Of course, me being the resident American here on Apex Racing TV, I would always like to see some IMSA competitors end up and IMSA cars end up in the world of iRacing. But there's been a beautiful resurgence of GT3 cars and new ones being added into the sim, and it's been very nice to see. And that's not very nice to see if you're that LMP3 right behind the twin turn sim racing car. Had a big sideways snap trying to go around the outside and nearly went into the gravel heading around turn number 9. But getting back to the point that I was mentioning, there's been a nice resurgence just in sports car racing in general, but mainly in the GT3s.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's probably came about due to the demise of the GTE class that was maybe just a little bit on the expensive side, and it's now been discontinued. So all focus is back with the GT3 racing now. It's probably the most affordable, sort of top level form of motorsport that you can probably get at this point, and all the manufacturers want a piece of it. So what's been really nice as well on the iRacing side of things is the ability to increase the number of different cars that you can have on a server. So that's why we've got so many extra GT3s on board now, including the Corvette, which we haven't actually seen much of so far. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any out there.
There's one, I believe.
There's one out there. Okay, my apologies. I was almost jumping the gun there, but there we go. On cue.
It did beautiful.
Yeah, it's a fantastic looking machine. And sadly, last car on the lead lap here for the SE competition by TSR car driven by Stephen Selby. There's a lot of S's there to contend with, and I almost struggled there. But yes, fantastic to see the new American GT3 cars on iRacing. It's a fresh pick that the series probably needed. We had seen updated Audi and Ferrari recently, but they're sort of the same as what we had before, or at least very similar to what we had before, especially in terms of drivability as well. From evolution to evolution. Oh boy, a lot of action here. But to very quickly end the point, we're loving the new GT3s on iRacing.
Yeah, those cars are absolutely awesome. And speaking of absolutely awesome, there's some awesome fighting in the LMP2 category. We're following Washington in the Delta Racing number 41 car. He's currently running 14th in the LMP2 class, right behind the P13 runner. That's Squadra Veloce by ERS. I probably butchered the team pronunciation there. The number 88 car, driven by Stéphane Le Guen, heading their way into turn number 10. And you can see a beautiful move. Actually, no, that's not a beautiful move. That's a horrid mistake for Washington in that Delta Racing car. Just had a big sideways snap heading through turn number 10, overcooked it dramatically, heading into the hairpin at the end of the back straightaway, and sadly for him, what looked like could have been a P13 position grab for him, has sadly resulted in him dropping away from that pack. And we're going to take a look at a replay to see what exactly happened there heading into turn number 10, trying to get that move done around the outside. I think he just overcooked it dramatically, and you can see a whole lot of speed, way too much speed there. Good lord, I think he may have ended up in Portugal if that gravel trap wasn't there. A huge mistake from the Delta Racing car.
It's a long way to Portugal from Barcelona, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, it looked like it was a case of, I'm going to brake wherever you brake plus a few meters, and hopefully that'll do the job. And as it turned out, he was maybe about 5 meters late on the brakes. And yeah, once you're too deep and too late on the brakes, there's only so much you can do. And at least it was reasonably well gathered up. He's not lost a ton of time, and no damage onto the car, so he can continue on here in 16th position.
Thankfully, he didn't skid the car too much, otherwise we may be talking about some wear on those tires. Meanwhile, the number 21 car driven by Michael Simpson, the Tri-State Racing car, he's pretty much, well, effectively in no man's land as things stand at the moment. He has about a 2.5-second gap between himself and the GSE Racing Esports car, the number 37, running a little bit farther up the road, and then the gap between himself and the Dynaco Racing team is about 2 seconds as well. However, that gap may be decreased. He's losing a whole lot of time getting stuck behind that number 3 BMW. I'm not sure who exactly. That was a Tri-State Racing car. Another Tri-State Racing car screwing over another Tri-State Racing car. That's not ideal for them. There may be some intense discussions inside the Tri-State Racing Team HQ. I'd love to be a fly on the wall with that discussion. That was not ideal. However, he's still running in P number 6, and he didn't lose a whole lot of time. However, you can't have a whole lot of stuff like that happen. And oh no, this is again the Delta Racing car driven by Washington, the Brazilian. That number 41 car, he had that off-hang through turn number 10 not very long ago, and I was going to mention the mental side of things when it comes to these endurance races, trying to dust yourself up and be like, okay, I'm fine, I made that mistake, but I'm back rolling. But sadly, Washington making another mistake, this time hang through the final corner.
I don't think he made a mistake there. I think because of everything checking up into the final corner, I think there's a little push there, if I'm being at least favorable here to Washington on this one. I don't think an LMP2 is going to spin on corner exit quite like that at that kind of speed, so I suspect he got a little tap from behind. We didn't get a perfect look at it, but just based off how the car spun towards the inside there, I suspect that he got a helping hand in losing control of the car there.
Yeah, I think you may be right. It was very close between himself and the car right behind, but unfortunate regardless, no matter how you slice it, for the Delta Racing number 41, was running in 14th, tried to get a move done to move into P13, but sadly for him, ever since he briefly moved into P13, lucky number 13, he's since dropped back to 19th. Not ideal, but again, we are less than a half an hour into this 4-hour-long race, so there's still plenty of time to try and readjust yourself and get your bearings straight before you try and get the win or any sort of position that you possibly can. A little bit farther up the road is this man, Jeremy Carter, the Vision 1 Motorsports entry, currently running 17th in the top class, and you can see a hornet's nest. Oh my god, 4 wide on corner exit. That's very close, and you can see that LMGT3 car nearly spinning that LMP3 going down that start-finish straightaway. That was nearly a major accident. We got a major fight. This is a World of Sim Racing team trying to get the move done around the outside, hang it to turn number 1 on the Eagle Speed Academy car, and he got it done beautifully there. That was a fantastic move for the driver of the number 51 car. Oh my god, that's a big accident a little bit farther in the back. That's a Revolution E-Racing car. The 52 has had a major accident hang through turn number 3, and I think that may have been an LMP3 car involved in that, so maybe those vision aspects that we were talking about, how the visibility isn't too great out of these cars, maybe that could have been what happened there. What do you think?
We're going to take another look. I'm not 100% sure what happened. It was a great move into T1, run the outside. That's pretty much where you want to be. And
it was an LMP2.
Oh, just slow off the corner and then trying to take advantage here was the Revolution E-Racing car. And once the two cars get hooked, it's at that speed, it's game over for somebody. And unfortunately, yeah, Anthony Preseno Escobar has met his demise on that one. We have yellows out.
Ooh, okay, so this is a big source of drama, and right now you can see the 22 car incredibly slow right now. The caution flag is out, and that was the leader. He's actually going very slowly for the very good reason. The pace car has come out, so we have our first full course yellow of the evening. It comes less than a half an hour into this race. He's still stopped on the side of the track. I gotta imagine you are furious if you're involved in that incident. Revolution E-Racing, they're running, I think, inside, well, they're inside the top 20, that's for sure. I think they're running in P16 or P17 at the time of that incident, but sadly for them, with this big off early on into this race, they are going to be done for. As I said before, fast repairs in the world of iRacing, usually a saving grace when it comes to the world of endurance racing, but sadly here, the drivers can't use it, so with that major knock against the barrier, that is probably going to be that entry done for the rest of the day. And you can see the field very slow behind that pace car. Actually, actually not behind the pace car. They're just very slow, generally waiting for this race to get back underway. We haven't actually brought the pace car out yet. I saw the pace car was down still in pit lane, unless there's some sort of graphical glitch from my end. We're just waiting to get this race back underway, and you can see very, very fast from Ted Edwards. I'm not sure. Ooh, overtaking under the double yellows. I'm not sure exactly how this is allowed. We're not briefed on how the yellows play out here with this series. I think this may be just a race control run yellow flag, in which case maybe overtaking would be allowed under safety car. I'm not too sure.
We'll see how this plays out. Alessandro Sidi in the 22 Restec Ricardo Corsa car certainly isn't going full speed. Right. We have the pace car out now, finally. So I guess it's just, yeah, it was maybe a little bit of a misstep in terms of timing the safety car coming out and then trying to pick up the leader, and yeah, not fully going to plan there. But everyone will bunch up behind the Porsche safety car here, and we'll have a breather. We'll be able to take stock of the race. I think it's an opportunity for certainly both prototype classes, I would imagine, to stop, take fuel and tires, pending the rule set of the series, whether that's actually permitted or not. Obviously, we have to wait for safety car to come out before pit lane usually opens. That's usually what happens within endurance racing on iRacing. But everything sort of gets reset. All of the big gaps that have been created in classes will not all be wiped out. So that big lead for the 35?
Are you talking about the LMP2s
sorry,
or the LMP3s?
Sorry, LMP3.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it may have been the trackside racing team number 68 that was in the lead, and they had, I'm not sure if they came in for a pit stop or something like that, because as you can see, they're in 6th right now, 38 seconds back of this man, Drabe, in the LS racing car. So there may have been some, actually, no, this is not Dorian Lieffre, so... Okay, so they must have come in for the pits, maybe for a driver swap, so this could be the reason why they dropped back. Interesting call to come in so early in. What do you think, Jamie?
It depends a little bit on how long the tank of fuel goes and the tires last, and just the situation of the race. And also it might determine, or it might be determined by how quick Marco Russo is behind the wheel, because we've seen Dorian Lieffre and the speed that he's shown. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this pans out for these guys. But the race will get reset, and he'll have an opportunity to show us what he's made of. And from here, yeah, I'm actually surprised that there's not been more cars to come down pit road and get on some form of service.
Ooh. What in the world? We have a spinner under yellow, and that is the trackside racing team number 68 going for a spin through turn number 4 under yellow. So we're going to take a look at a replay to see how exactly he managed to do that. Maybe a little bit of a stack up with a car a little bit farther up the road. Heading into turn number 4 right now. Looks pretty clean. Oh, just took too much speed and under yellow. Ends up in the gravel trap. I wonder if he's actually going to lose positions as well because of that spin.
He has,
ooh,
yeah.
That's oh yeah, that's gonna be a big one. I mean, it's still running in 7th. We still have a whole lot of time left to go. We're only 34 minutes and 20 seconds into this 4-hour-long race. So if you're Marco Russo, that isn't the end of the world. However, that is still a pretty embarrassing mistake to make under yellow.
It's a huge knock to your confidence if something like this happens. I do wonder if the LP3 has a little bit of an issue in terms of tire warm-up, and obviously we're under caution, under yellow flag conditions, and no opportunity to generate heat into the tires. I remember distinctly Lando Norris in Formula 1 around Barcelona here, on a particularly cold day, on an out lap, dropping it, doing no more than 20 miles per hour into turn 5. Just slid the slowest spin I've ever seen in my life, straight off the road in testing. So it can be done, but that's a huge knock, I think, to his confidence. So,
and thankfully for them, though, it hasn't been a knock to the time because they have been able to regain their 6th place spot, so they haven't lost out on a position. but still that confidence, that's going to be huge, especially considering I think we may be coming back to green this time by.
I just heard that yeah, that we weren't going green this time, so it might be just another delay just to make sure that everyone is stacked up accordingly, everyone is where they should be on the track. I vaguely remember, well, not vaguely, I clearly remember taking part in the IMSA Esports Championship a couple of years back, where we were under caution for a good 40-45 minutes because every time that the order had got set and like we were about to go green, someone came down to pit because they'd ran out of fuel or for whatever reason, and so everything got messed up that way constantly for an extended period of time. So hopefully we can get back green flag racing really soon, but it's not the most straightforward thing, just making sure everyone is where they should be, that there's not a mix-up in terms of classes, so that the restart procedure can go off safely. It's really important that we don't have LMP2s trying to make the jump on the LMGT3 class, and then the LMP3s as well maybe thrown into the mix. It's important that in a scenario like this that we do have some procedure in place to make sure that the restart can go off as safe as it can be. So we'll see how this goes.
Sorry to budge in there, Jamie. I think we won't be going to green for another 3 laps, so these drivers still have a decent amount of time left to go behind the pace car. You can see these drivers trying to generate some sort of heat into their tires, weaving any way they can. Haven't seen a whole lot of weaving, any aggressive weaving at least, but I guess there's a very good reason why, as we see the VR racing car running 11th in LMGT3. They must have had an incident early on because they're currently 10 laps down. I don't remember seeing the VR racing car driven by David Rowley go off the track early on, but he's currently running 11th in class. The last of the cars to actually take the start as the GSE Racing Esports by Fresh Coffee Audi, I don't believe it actually took the start at all. So of the 11 drivers, of the 11 teams that are currently in LMGT3, they're currently running at the back in that Mustang. But hey, they're still out there on the circuit, even though they're 10 laps down. That has not knocked their chances. Well, it's knocked their chances for sure, as we see the leaders in LMP2 come into pit lane. So it's being led by Alessandro City. So that could be the reason why this yellow has been extended to allow some of these drivers to come down pit lane. This is an interesting call from the Dynaco Racing team, car number 95. They're going to be taking the lead, I believe, unless the other drivers that come down pit lane are allowed to regain their position, which I certainly would hope not. That would seem a bit kind of iffy to me. But Alessandro City, you can see these drivers desperately revving their engines, waiting for them to get dropped off the jacks and book it down the pit lane to try and gain any sort of time that they possibly can. But it's a flood of drivers coming down pit lane, including some LMP3s as well. So this is really the first flood we've had of drivers coming down pit lane so far.
Yeah, it sort of lines up with the sort of expected stint length of the LMP2 class, which is certainly on the short side, somewhere between 40 and 45 minutes. It's all sort of track dependent, see how far that they can actually go. So there's no point in them going green flag racing to then hit 2 laps later if you take the opportunity of a safety car pit stop. Just to your earlier point, why you tend not to see so much weaving here. Barcelona is a very high degradation track, one where temperatures skyrocket typically because of how long and loaded the corners are. So any opportunity that you can get to probably cool off the tire, drivers will take that opportunity.
You can see a very slow trundle their way heading through turn number 3 and 4, and we're following the tri-state racing car of Michael Simpson, and I think he was the first of the LMP2s to actually exit pit lane, so maybe short filling, whatever strategy call it may have been. I believe he would be the presumptive leader of the LMP2 class of the cars that have actually come down pit lane. That's a very catchy phrase right there. He's currently running 7th in class, and he has a decent amount of traffic between he and the next cars in the LMP2 class. And I'm trying to figure out where exactly City ended up exiting pit lane, because he was stopped for quite a long time. He's exited out in P17 right now. Yeah, you can see him in the ResTech Reparto Corse team. That number 22 car spent a whole lot of time down in the pits, along with the Evolve Racing 57 as well. So I guess they are on identical strategies, so to speak. We'll just have to see how things shake out when it comes to when they come into the pits next time by. But maybe it was just a very, very short pit stop for Michael Simpson in that 21 car, or maybe these drivers actually took a bit more fuel than they were kind of hoping to. What do you think actually happened here, Jamie?
I'm gonna guess something completely different based off of how different the pit lane times are, and suspected it may be pit lane speeding. We seen CD come into the pits and then really hard onto the anchors, so I'm not sure whether he's actually got the car brought down to speed in time, and maybe Earhart behind as well fell victim of it. Everyone else is on a similar sort of stationary time in their pit stall. CD, oh my goodness.
Oh my God, we got a car on its lid. That's the Evolve Racing 57. Oh my God, what in the hell happened there coming down the back straightaway? Another commentator's jinx, man. We are racking those up quite a lot throughout this broadcast, and we're not even about an hour in. So here's a replay of what happened. Seeing the Evolve Racing, the other third to last car in this train, a big stack up, and oh my God, he ramped over the back of the LMP3 right behind. Man, that is one of the most bizarre accidents I've ever seen.
I have no words. I normally have words. Right now, I have no words. What just happened there? We have LMP3s into the pit lane. Almost all the remaining LMP2s that hadn't taken to pit lane, have pitted. Earhart's coming back in.
He's going to be there for a while, too.
I
don't know if you saw
so.
when he was rolling. I guess it would be the front right tire. Yeah, you can see it. It's sticking out quite a whole lot. I think there's some major suspension damage, and justifiably so. I gotta say, if you're Earhart, you're incredibly fortunate the fact that that car didn't stay stuck on its lid. Otherwise, you'd have to tow back to the pits, in which case any hope in hell you would have of winning it would just be shot. So we're gonna see him down pit lane for quite some time, I believe. We'll just have to see how things shake out. Did he? Actually, no, I think the concrete barrier is kind of blocking our view to see his car stopped in the box. We've been hearing from the race director all throughout this race that fast repairs are explicitly banned. You will pick up a penalty if you try and grab a slowdown, try and grab a fast repair. So this is going to be, I would go out and say it, even though we're only 42 minutes into this 4-hour race, but that's pretty much game over for the Evolve Racing team when it comes to contending for that win. That was a huge mistake.
I don't know whether it was really a mistake on the part of the 57. I think we're going to get another look at it on board with Elliot Earhart here. I don't know.
You can't really see the stack up.
No, not really. And City ahead's waving, and then it is a loss of focus for sure, because there was no attempt to like avoid that.
It looked like he gunned it too.
A little bit, but also, why was there the checkup there? Like, what had happened further ahead? I'm so confused as to why we've had this monumental shunt under safety car.
That is absolutely bizarre. I'm curious, Amelia, if we can get some more replays, maybe some wider shots, possibly from the Apex Racing TV helicopter, not sponsored. Trying to figure out what actually happened here. I'm looking. I think it was just the slow trundle of cars, a little bit of you can see a big stack up with the LMP3s and the LMP2s, and it just ends up with that LMP3 car stopped in the middle of the road. We haven't talked about that LMP3 car that hit. I'm not sure what car that LMP3 was. I'm not sure what team it was that got hit by that LMP2, but that's going to ruin their race as well, because that was some significant damage as well, and we're following them heading into, you can see big stack up.
It's just standard, rush hour traffic really that's occurred here, and Earhart in the 57 has arrived at the scene of the traffic jam without paying enough attention, I think, to what's been going on. And yeah, I thought we were going to have a bit of a boring lull period under safety car, but apparently not.
Yeah, instead we've had like the strangest accident ever. That's
utterly bizarre, but it's sadly taken out a leading contender in LMP2 from this race. Still in pit lane, by the way, and still servicing the car. I wonder what the penalty actually is for taking the fast repair, because surely with the amount of damage that's being taken on board, I would just take the fast repair. Just, all right, well, whatever the consequences are, I'll take it, rather than just sitting there in pit lane knowing that the race is definitely done. It's a tough one to take for those guys, because they've been a great source of entertainment in this race with that league battle, and they were running up there in second position, I do believe, at the time. So yeah, it's all kicked off, and sadly we've lost a contender for overall race win here.
Yeah, man, this is as you just said, we were expecting this to be calm, and we've just seen a race-altering accident for sure. I mean, with the strategy, we were expecting those two to try and cut their way through the field like a hot knife through butter, but ever since that accident, we have, as you just said, one of them taken out, the driver that took the lead of the race for the opening stint. They were leading up until the number 22 car took it, I think probably about, I'm trying to remember now, it was probably about 18 minutes in when they took the lead of the race, but they were leading for a decent amount of time, and considering they were less than an hour in, they were definitely going to be one of the main contenders to keep our eyes out for. But with that incident as well, I think we've also extended the yellow as well. Check to see if there's any messages in the actually, no, I think we may be going to green this time. We are going to green. You can see the lights are off on that Porsche pace car, but still a significantly long yellow, it must be said, not the longest in the world of endurance racing, that's for darn sure. But these drivers, with this yellow, they've definitely been taken out of their zone. They've been put out of the groove, and now we're going to see these drivers trying to light up their tires and have as flying of a start as they possibly can before we get back rolling. I will say, with the LMP2 fight, this man, Madej, in that Dynaco Racing team number 95, he's going to be leading them back to green, and he has about a 13.5-second gap to himself and the Tri-State Racing team car, who is stuck between, he's leading the next pack of LMP2s, as he's got the GSE Racing esports car right behind, along with the HWT Motorsports car, who's another car involved in that lead pack fight. But between himself and the leader in LMP2, he's got probably about like 15 cars. That's going to be a big storyline when it comes time for this restart that we're getting in a few moments' time. You can see desperately pawing at the wheel, trying to build any sort of tire temperature he possibly can. Any sort of tire temperature they build, however, it's just going to immediately go to naught when they go down that start-finish straightaway, because that is extremely long, so they're going to lose a whole lot of tire temperature. This is going to be an interesting restart, to say the very least. What do you think, JB?
I agree, although I suspect that Madej needs to come in that 95 car, because he hasn't come down pit lane yet, and we're 48 minutes into the race. So even though, yes, we spent quite a significant period of that under yellow, he's going to have to stop for fuel soon. Not sure how soon, but soon enough. So yes, he has this big advantage now, but I suspect it won't last particularly long.
Alrighty, we'll just have to wait and see how things shake out when we conclude the first hour of this 4-hour-long race in about 12 minutes time. The field is now back in the hands of the Dynaco Racing team number 95. They're going to be leading them to green. It's a far less chaotic start than we had, well, far less chaotic run to the green than we had at the very beginning of the race. The Dynaco Racing team car has gunned it, and they're back underway. We're back green after a pretty significantly long yellow, and now you can see Michael Simpson in that Tri-State Racing number 21 car. He is trying to negotiate this, and it is going to be beautiful to watch. I think we should ride on board with him through the next few corners, dealing with battling GT3s in contact with an LMP3. That was a pretty significant whack as well. Fingers crossed for his sakes that it doesn't have any sort of damage. Get checked up again by the LMP3. Is getting checked up by a GT3 and run off the track.
No.
And oh my God, there's a big crash. Just gets spun into the inside barrier. Michael Simpson trying to do everything he can to cut his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. Thankfully, doesn't get hit by any more cars, but Michael Simpson maybe cut off a bit more than he could chew, and another big disaster heading through turn number 4. That's multiple cars spun around on corner exits. You can see the MV Skin Labs DS Racing LMP2 car, the 87, spun around trying to get it turned around in the gravel trap. I'm not sure who the other car was that was involved. I believe that was a Dynaco Racing team number 19. But oh my God, right as we saw one of those strangest incidents during that full course yellow, we have a big bit of drama right at the start, right at the restart, I should say.
I don't think this is over either.
Oh my God, it isn't.
We're back on the yellow again. This all stemmed from the LMGT3s starting ahead of the LMP2s on that restart there, outside of the 95 car that's obviously been able to just drive away. So, sorry to say, but that's an expected outcome of that, where you've got the entire pack of LMP2s converging on some LMP3s, and all of the LMGT3s. I'm not surprised at that outcome, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, with how hard he was running and how hard he was trying to get through the field, it was a frantic scramble, it must be said, from Michael Simpson. You could see there's a little bit of contact a few moments before the major spin into the inside barrier with that BMW GT3 car. Made a teeny tiny bit of contact, and that just got the BMW all kinds of squirrely. And oh my God, you can see the huge drama and major moment hang through turn number 4. Just a few moments after that, I think you could just see that's was that rear wing or front clip of a car just skating its way down the track in that small little flat out blast between turns 4 and 5. Chaos, absolute chaos at the restart of this race, and we have the entire racetrack littered with ruined LMP2, LMP3, and GT4 race cars, and some more drivers coming down pit lane as well. I just saw one of the Ferraris chunder their way into the pits without a front bumper or a rear wing at all. Oh man, that was, I mean, we were expecting that restart to be dramatic. I don't think at all we were expecting it to be as dramatic as we just saw.
I'm almost speechless here.
Too.
Wow. So yeah, there's just cars strewn everywhere, and I think it all did sort of kick off from Michael Simpson there, sort of trying to force the issue. He'd lost a little bit of ground through turns 1 and 2. I believe it was Paul Krause in the 37 car that had sort of got a leg up on him a little bit, and he tried to sort of force the issue middle 3 wide in the middle of turn 3, just nicked the BMW to his inside, and from there, I think we just kept crashing all the way through till turn 9. So yeah, it's really unfortunate. A lot of cars got wrecked out there. I think there's probably a lot of LMGT3s that couldn't have done anything about it. They were sort of at the mercy of the prototype steaming up towards them on a restart scenario. And yeah, there's a lot of cars down into pit lane, and probably a lot of cars with damage on top of that as well, that are just going to trundle around and hope for the best. This will sort of shake out the field from here for sure. I am waiting though to see when is Matthias Merahi going to come down pit lane and service his car. He's been trundling along now, and I'm pretty sure that what information we have is correct, and he hasn't come down pit lane yet, but right now he still leads the race.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely have to come in before the break of the first hour of this race being officially over in less than 7 minutes time. In fact, it's been a very dramatic first hour. We've had 2 yellows, some major drama, most of it coming on that last restart. These starts have been chaotic so far. The one restart we've had thus far, absolute pandemonium going on for pretty much the entirety of that first half of the lap before the yellow came out. And even at the initial start, we had that incredibly disorganized chaos going on at the north end of the field with the LMP2 pole sitter and overall pole sitter jumping the gun a little bit and then checking up. It was a whole lot of drama that we've had thus far. I'll tell you what though, the Apex Racing TV highlight reels are absolutely going to be packed with this one, because we've had a whole lot of stuff to talk about and a whole lot of stuff to look at in terms of the other drama we've had thus far, and there's still so much left to go. We're not even a quarter of the way into this race, Jamie, and I think, man, we haven't really had a chance to rest at all. It's been fantastic.
It's been beautiful chaos, I think is how I would describe it. This is not a track that's traditionally all guns blazing, flat out maximum attack. It's sort of a thinking man's track, to put it politely. It tends to be very meticulous, and a track where you get occasional overtakes through well thought out moves or the occasional big mistake. We've seen battles in pretty much every position in each of the classes throughout the race so far, so long may it continue. I'll have to say that much.
Yeah, there's still so much left to go from this race. We haven't seen the leader of the race so far come into pit lane. These yellows are probably helping him out, and I'm curious how these long yellow flags are going to help these drivers when it comes to fuel saving. And you can see right now we're riding on board with the Tri-State racing car, the number 12. He's running in 6th gear pretty much all the way around the racetrack, running in the 4th position in that LMP2 category. During these yellows, especially in these endurance races where a little bit of fuel towards the end could make a huge amount of difference, how aggressive is the fuel saving? That's a sentence that's ever been said before. How aggressively do you have to pursue those fuel numbers? How have you dealt with that with your experience doing some of these races, Jamie?
I have lived and died by the way of lift and coast during endurance races. It's as we can see here, like Barcelona is running in 6th gear, which is nuts, but it's what you kind of have to do to use as little fuel as possible. I do wonder though if he's maybe running the car a little too conservatively and ends up like nearly bogging down and stalling out there in top gear. But fuel saving is the name of the game usually in endurance racing. That and tire saving as well where possible. And at a track like this, there's plenty of opportunities to save fuel. A lot of heavy braking zones. And also plenty of opportunity to try and save the tires. So it may not be so apparent now that it's worth something, but towards the back end of the race, that's when it becomes so clear and apparent whether someone's got their strategy right, has managed the race correctly, and that's why we're seeing guys, running a really aggressive fuel-saving strategy of top gear under safety car here. As we see, I think Leonard, oh, he's not heading into the pits, but we do finally have Matthias Medehi coming in to service the car. This is really interesting though, it has to be said, because he's went now 7 laps longer than anyone else in class, which gives them guys a huge advantage, I think, moving forward in this race in terms of what they can do with fuel strategy.
Now, whether it be trying to go for something completely off-brand and have that same margin of pit windows maintained throughout the entirety of this race, or maybe just giving them a small little window of opportunity to just gun it and go for it. And speaking of gunning it and going for it, City has come down pit lane again as well. So we saw him come into the pit lane during that first yellow. Probably at this point it was about 20 minutes ago when he came in last time by, but coming in yet again, that's an interesting call to do back-to-back pit stops, maybe just trying to be on sync with the former leader of this race. That could be the reason why they came in yet again. What do you think?
It's a good shot as Medehi does exit pit lane, and will stay ahead of Alessandro City, so keeps things quite interesting. Maybe these guys sort of know their exact field numbers and realize, oh, if we pit now and top up, then this cuts out an entire pit stop, which, I mean, if you can cut out a pit stop, that's the holy grail of endurance racing, really. We're always looking to find a way to minimize time spent in pit lane. What's our fastest way to get to the end of the race, and usually that means spending less time on pit lane. So, it'd be really interesting to see, especially if we get like an extended green flag run here, which hopefully we do. It's always super interesting if we get these full course cautions and the race sort of gets neutralized. But I like to see a little bit of strategy play out as well here and see what guys are planning, what they're up to, if they're scheming. Maybe they're just sitting waiting in the wings to wait for the race to come to them, and then all of a sudden last hour of the race they kick into life and we see them fighting towards the front. So it'll be really interesting to see how this all pans out. We've got a couple of guys now obviously on a different pit strategy to those around them. City's actually still on pit lane. Been there for nearly 2 minutes, so
Be a penalty?
Possibly, or I don't think he's got that. Oh well, the front end of that car doesn't look super clean.
I'm not sure what the heck is going on here, so we'll touch back on that storyline once he exits the pits, but that is incredibly long, so maybe there was a little bit of damage, maybe he's getting that fixed, or maybe there's some sort of penalty, possibly speeding in the pits. You alluded to that during that first round of pit stops. He looked like he was very aggressive on pit entry, so maybe picked up some sort of pit lane speeding penalty. Either way, the City, who was leading this race, and it wasn't a comfortable lead, but he was leading it when that first yellow came out about a half an hour ago. he's massively on the back foot. The entire complexion of this race has been changed dramatically. I think with the issues that City had, along with the 57 car that we saw flipping, I think they're back out on track, but multiple laps down. I believe this team, the HWT Motorsports car driven by Ethan Jenkins at 24, would be the presumptive leader in the LMP2. You've got the GSE Racing Esports car a little bit farther up the road. Are they on similar pit strategies?
They are indeed, yeah.
Okay, so they are on similar strategies, but still, two drivers I think were contending for, I think they were battling for P4 and P5 before all this chaos have broken out. They're now the presumptive battlers for the lead in LMP2. This entire race, it's just been completely turned upside down.
Certainly has. Alexander City goes one lap down in the number 22 machine there, so that knocks them definitely out of contention, I think, for the race win here. He's not been able to get back going again for whatever reason. Surely if you had some small amount of damage, you would at least get back onto the lead lap and just keep going and hope for a further caution period to try and repair a little bit more of that damage. But he is still stuck. That's 4 minutes now, over 4 minutes, sat in his pit box. So that removes that team out of contention for the race win here. But to your point, Paul Kraus in the GSE Racing Esports car only qualified 12 for the race today, and currently leading the race on pit strategy. Or sorry, not off pit strategy, if that makes sense. Very much a merited lead now at this point. So it should make things quite interesting. In the 47 car, Maxime Leonard, head of Marco Russo, who has jumped into that trackside racing team number 68 car. So it'll be interesting to see once we get back to green flag racing what the dynamic is between those two drivers, who is the faster out of the two, because the 68 car was rapid in the opening sort of 30 minutes or so of this race, and it remains to be seen now with different personnel behind the wheel how things will shake out from there. And then down in the LMGT3 class, Andrea Miato for the Restec Ricardo Corsa car in the wonderful Mercedes AMG GT3. I will say that as a member of Mercedes AMG Apex Racing team. Yes, a beautiful car there, leading the way, and it has done for a little bit now over Corbin Lenaway in the Work Sim Racing Ford Mustang. So I think everything's going to settle down. Well, I mean, we say that now. The base car has picked up a GT3 car again for the restart, or at least the LMGT3 cars will be towards the front. So we might get the same instance as we had previously. Hopefully everyone has learned their lessons from what happened last time around, and hopefully we can have a clean restart, and hopefully we can get some sustained green flag running.
We'll just have to wait and see. This may be the first restart. This may be the last restart that we have for quite some time. This may be the first of many restarts coming up in the next few hours' time. That Porsche pace car has come down pit lane, and the field is now in the hands of our LMGT3 leader, that being the Restec Reporter Corse team. The Italian in the number 73 car is going to be leading them back to green in just a few moments' time. Meanwhile, the LMP2 fight, that's going to be insane as well, with the front three covered by less than a second. Coming to the green very, very soon. A very bunched up start, it must be said. Waiting a whole lot of time before we grab the green. Are we actually grabbing the green? Has it been delayed yet again? Yeah, we're coming to the end of pit lane and we have not taken the restart. So maybe that that Porsche pace car coming down pit lane was a red herring, possibly. This is The strangeness of this race continues, Jamie. I think, as the city has now rejoined the race in that number 22 car, was leading in LMP2. And to touch on that, it was actually a meatball flag that they had. So they did have some significant damage that forced them to be down pit lane for quite some time. And I guess now that we have maybe another lap until we get back racing, unless all these drivers are just deciding to putter around at safety car speed for shots and goggles, I'll tell you, there's two other cars that currently have meatball flags, that being the World of Sim Racing team number 51, as well as the Tri-State Racing number 21. So those are the two other cars that currently have a meatball flag in this race. And yeah, we do get confirmation that we have one more lap. So this time by, we are going to be taking the restart. The strangeness continues here, Jamie. I think that's all I could say about this faux restart we have here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out who's going to be in what position to restart things. In an ideal world, the LMP2 class will lead things off so that they can shrink things out a little bit. Then it's the LMP3s. Ah, right, okay. So
that would do it.
That makes sense. So with Alessandro City coming out of pit lane, as that's disturbed the entire thing. Okay, interesting. So I assume he's going to bolt it round to the back of the pack, and no, he's in the pits. Never mind. So
how did he get back so soon? Did he tow again? Did he have some sort of incident? Because I guess probably he was going at race speed. So yeah, he was at full speed. So that's the reason why he got back to pit lane so soon. But again, the strangeness continues from this race. I mean, it's understandable as to why they extended the yellow for another lap because of that. But watch, we have it happen again. City exits the pits right before we grab the green, and we're going to have it extended by another lap. That would be adding on to the absurdness that we've seen so far.
City's going to find a way to get himself back onto the lead lap at this rate. If that's what he's going to keep doing, he's going to jump out and then come back round, serves the car, jump out, come back round. So,
good call. That could be an interesting strategy. I'm not sure if the race control would be very happy with him if he decided to do something like that.
I suspect not.
Is there anything in the rule book that says he can't do that? I mean, you gotta find some sort of loopholes in the world of racing. Of course, loopholes are very, very important in deciding who's going to be the winner and who's not going to be the winner. So maybe we'll see some drivers exploiting some loopholes between now and the end of this. It's been a very dramatic first hour and 7 minutes of this 4-hour-long race. We're just barely over the quarter-way mark, and we've already seen 2 full-course yellows, a decent amount of beating and banging and roughing each other up, some hard racing as well, along with some good strategy content as well. And I think the drama and the good times are definitely going to continue. We've got the LMGT3 drivers running in P1 and P2. They're going to be P1 and P2 when it comes time for this restart. And speaking of 2, we've got 2 LMP2s right behind them as well in P3 and P4 in the order when they're about to grab the green here in a few moments time. Are we grabbing the green? I think we may. I don't see any cars exiting the pit, so Miata in that ResTech Reparto Corse team is going to be grabbing the green flag again. Are we under delay yet again? Very, very slow yet again coming down the start finish line.
Estefania is coming out of the pits now this time.
Why? That's the strangest sound I've ever uttered on Apex Racing TV broadcast. Oh, we're back under yellow yet again.
I think we're stuck. I think we're stuck under yellow.
Oh no, this is gotta be, this is like you can see the Porsche pace car in the middle of that. Anyone can catch that. The Porsche pace car just in the middle of the field. Oh my God, what has this race become? This is entertaining. It must be said, but just seeing that Porsche pace car.
The pace car's just gonna just warp through everything because it's not collidable.
This is so stupid. Oh no. This is the hardest I've laughed on broadcast in quite some time. And yeah, you can see that indestructible Porsche pace car. He's a man on a mission, and he's now got back in front of the ResTech Reparto Corse team of Andre Miato, number 73 car. This must be torturous from him because he's been leading the field. Oh, I mean, it's not leading the field overall. He's leading an LMGT3 and be leading them back to green when we get this race restarted eventually. I'm not going to get my hopes up that we're going to get restarted this time by, because every single time I've done, we extend the yellow yet again.
All bets are off at this point. I've not seen anything quite like it before. I've seen a lot of endurance racing in my time. This is different. Alessandro City is back on track as well. And alongside Elliot Earhart. They are 2 laps down, I think. But they've come out on track at the same point. So it'd be interesting to see how these guys sort of work their way through the field. If they can work their way through the field. No classes are like aligned here. Everything's a bit of a hodgepodge, for lack of a better way of putting it. I just hope that once we do go green, which I think we will this time, but I think Race Control can pull the pace car back in this time. I hope. Hopefully everyone can
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed to try and hope that we get green flag running, because we've essentially been under caution now for what, 40 minutes or so, outside of like
Yeah, we're getting to there. Yeah.
I just in terms of 40 minutes of caution, this has been about as exciting as I can ever imagine 40 minutes of caution ever being. But
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm ready for green flag racing now.
Let's see, under yellow, ever since the first yellow of the race came out, a little short of the half-hour mark. At this point, it was over 40 minutes ago when we had that first yellow of the race come out. We had one of the drivers leading in the LMP2 category, one of the front runners overall, end up on their lid in a strange accident going down the start-finish straightaway. Then an incredibly dramatic restart in which we had about 7 or 8 incidents in the span of about a minute's time. And then we've had this very strange series of events during this latest yellow, in which case we've had one of the contenders in the LMP2 category spend a lengthy amount of time down pit lane. But now I think finally it's been like purgatory for all of these drivers, but we are going to grab the green. I feel, knowing my luck, I probably just jinxed it. We are hopefully grabbing the green here in just a couple of moments time, in which case, as I've said the past 2 laps, the field is now going to be in the hands of the number 73 car driven by Andre Miato. We're waiting for the drivers to go back down onto the start finish straight away. I'm hoping to God I see these drivers gun it and start to speed up a little bit. I don't see any cars exiting pit lane. We are finally back racing, everybody, after what felt like 15,000 hours. The field is now back under green, and we're starting to see that convergence continue. The LMP2 drivers leading, and oh my God, that was some major drama with a work sim racing car nearly veering into the path of the HWT Motorsports number 24 LMP2 car. We're starting to see that chaos continue yet again. Some drivers in the LMP2 class going side by side. That City 2 laps down, looking to go for all-out glory. His chances of winning this race overall are very nil. So at this point, he has nothing to lose and everything to gain. He is gunning it right now, trying to find his way to pass every single LMP2 car that he possibly can. That was 3 wide hang into turn number 4. I did not have a good feeling about that, but they managed to get through turn 4 clean with that GT3 Ferrari on the inside. The trackside racing team number 34 car stuck on the inside line, nearly having to go into the grass to take avoiding action. Look at this. You gotta feel bad if you're Luke Hayden. You're just seeing a hornet's nest of LMP3 and LMP2 race cars all around you, overtaking at every single second. This is a very dramatic restart for a lot of these drivers. I think Luke Hayden, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, waiting for all the drivers to try and blow his doors off, as he's still running P3 in that LMGT3 category. And this is off for the Cimatech Sensations number 20 car. That's the LMP2 that just went off track, hang through turn number 10. I think that may have been another driver going way too fast into that corner and running wide. We'll maybe take a look at a replay. That's contact heading around turn number. That was turn number 11, involving our leader Miato, and that's another off. That's LS Racing. I know it's been a dramatic restart for the leaders in LMP3. That's the Dynaco Racing car number 95, the LMP2 car involved in that as well. But we saw LS Racing and Trackside Racing team number 68 involved in that incident, hang through turn at number 11. Not as dramatic as we saw the last restart. However, it's still very dramatic, as a work sim racing car nearly pushes that number 73 ResTech Reparto Corse team off the track, hang into turn number 1. That may be under the race steward's consideration, because that was very borderline to pretty much blocking from the work sim racing car. That may have to be looked at, and that could be a penalty. What do you think?
Race Control have their work cut out based off of everything so far in this race, I think. I will say though, yeah, P3 there, Luke was on a hide into nothing. Sorry, that's a terrible pun. Off the start there, where the leading 2 LMGT3s were able to, start just so much further up the road. Oh, big damage actually there for the 73 Andrea Miato. I guess contact there down into turn 1. His car's like not pointing in a dead straight line, so it's dropped well off the back of Corbin Lenaway there in the 16 works sim racing cars. So major drama here for ResTech, Ripardo. Yeah, look at the steering angle. He's pointing right and going straight.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for the number 73 car. I wonder, was it that contact with a Work Sim racing car hang into turn number 1, or was it that contact with the LMP2 car hang through turn number 11 last time by? Because I think that was a front contact. It was the front end of the LMP2 hitting the rear end of Miato, so maybe bent something in the rear suspension that's now going to bring him down pit lane. So the driver that was leading in the LMGT3 category and led them back to green not very long ago has now brought his car back into the pits. This is going to lose a whole lot of time for him. I think he's going to fall possibly outside of the top 10, as currently the top 7 in that LMGT3 category are separated by about 15 seconds as we see some drama hang into turn number 1. There's a Dynaco racing car, number 98, currently running 3rd in that LMP3 category. And this category has really been turned on its head as well. Well, the whole race in general has been turned on its head, but the LMP3 drama has really happened in the past few moments as the LS Racing and Trackside Racing team had that offhang through turn number 11 on the first lap after the restart, and with that they've lost touch of pretty much everyone. Currently the Rising Panda racing car number 47 is leading in that LMP3 category, but right now we've got Delta V Racing and Dynaco Racing team battling hard and trading blows hang through the first half of this lap, battling for second in the category with about 14 seconds between themselves and the class leader.
Yeah, it's a super scrap here for second place in LMP3. I'm not sure how Rising Panda have been able to just bolt by this massive margin in the space of 2 laps, I guess. But they've managed to do it, so that's a comfortable lead at the moment. And based off of how this race is going, it'll only be for a moment for Rising Panda. I'm sure something's going to happen in the next 30 seconds. I'm sure to make an adjustment to that. But yeah, at the minute, the LMP3's scrapping away nice and clean so far. And Delta V Racing still hanging on to second position for now.
For now, it's also pretty close in the LMP2 category. GSE Racing Esports is only actually less than a second between themselves and HWT Motorsports, as the LMGT3 leaders, that's Work Sim Racing and Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel of that number 16 Ford Mustang, has come down pit lane. So that has given the lead to this man, Luke Hayden, in that Trackside Racing Team Ferrari. So this is a little bit of drama, it must be said. He had a very chaotic restart, was in the midst of an LMP2 and LMP3 hornet's nest with them blowing his doors off through the first lap after the restart, but now he kept it clean, and a very good thing he did, because right now he's leading in that LMGT3 category with an LMP3 rounding his way around the outside. I'm not sure who that was going around the outside of him in that LMP3 car, but nevertheless, it looks like it's pretty good, I gotta imagine at this stage, Work Sim Racing, even with that pit stop, unless there's something majorly wrong with that car and he has to fix some sort of damage, or maybe has a very slow stop or possibly a penalty, it's looking pretty good for that Mustang. Yeah, you can see he's exiting in a fairly reasonable fashion. So Work Sim Racing had a 3.5 second lead, I believe it was, when he came down pit lane. So we'll just have to see if this undercut strategy is going to work, running wide on cold tires with the LMP2 leaders nearly hitting him with that off and near off hang through turn number 1 and 2. Looking pretty good for Work Sim Racing as it stands at the moment, about an hour and 18 minutes in.
You say that though, but the 2 cars ahead, 31 and the 4, both were able to take a seemingly full service and have got out and away, and they're a good 30 seconds up the road. If we've got our information correct here. So the Delta Racing car number 31 and the 4 both pitted on lap 26, as did the number 3 Tri-State Racing BMW, currently driven by David Buckley. Now, I'm not sure for certain whether they've taken a full service on board, but all 3 of those cars did come down pit lane on lap 26 and were able to either take service, or maybe it was just to repair some damage. But yeah, it's looking maybe less strong for the Work Sim Racing car, because they've only been able to get like a couple of laps of green flag running before coming back into the pits and losing all of this time that all the cars that were able to stop on their safety car were able to basically get the pit stop for free. So it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out, but at the minute it's looking pretty good, I think, for the Tri-State Racing BMW in second position right now.
Right as we were mentioning the Work Sim racing car, he nearly saw some four-wide action heading down the start-finish straightaway. That's a whole bunch of LMP2s around him. You can see that's Simatech Sensations, who we saw go off track not very long ago. They're currently running 7th in that LMP2 category, 3 wide coming out of turn at number 2. That's a ResTech Reporte Corse team in P number 8 in the class right now in the 43 car. That was nearly 3 wide action coming out of turn number 2. These drivers simply not fearing death. He's battling very hard with the NOP number 89 car, and along with them is the at one time leader of this race. You can see them in that number 57 car a little bit farther back there, right behind the NOP car, exiting turn number 5. But yet again, as we saw with City in the 22 at the very restart of this race, I'm trying to think now, it was about 10 minutes ago, if I remember correctly, he was getting really dicey with the LMP2 drivers despite being 2 laps down, and we're seeing that yet again with the 57 car, maybe acting as a little bit of a pick in this fight just outside the top 5.
Yeah, last time by, the 57 was, let me quickly work it out, at least 4/10 quicker than everyone else on track. So, yeah, these guys are quick, but sadly 2 laps down. And yeah, sort of getting in and amongst things. Yeah, as we say there, down in 18th position. Still fighting, I guess, with Alessandro City ahead, 7 seconds ahead in the ResTech Reporte Corse. So even though it's for the minor placings at the minute, this race still has a really long way to go. It could still all shake out. They might get back onto the lead lap at some point. And then who knows what will happen. So this race certainly isn't done yet for those guys, even though we thought initially that it did. But yeah, this battle for P7 rages on as Valero has a little bit of a look to the inside. Turn 4 is not the easiest place to overtake. It's hard to get a run on someone, and it's not a long straight line break. Actually, he just runs wide there on the exit, which will compromise his entry into turn 5. But he's looking significantly quicker here than the Simatech Sensations car of Julian Bosar. That's probably not correct, but I've given it a fair go. Yeah, looks like sort of holding things up ever so slightly here. Pack of 3 behind, sort of waiting in the wings for a significant mistake here from the 20 car.
Trust me, Jamie, your pronunciations are probably much better than mine ever would be. We're following the GSE Racing Esports card, negotiating some of the LMGT3 traffic, currently leading overall, but not by much. It's only about a second between themselves and the HWT Motorsports car, and I'm curious how this fight would have shaken out if that LMGT3 traffic that they had to deal with at the very beginning, beginning of this latest stage of the race after that restart not very long ago. They got held up quite a lot. They're getting held up a whole lot here with a string of LMGT3 competitors now sweeping their way around the outside through turn number 3 to get past by all of them. But that gap grew by about 1.3 seconds in the span of barely any time at all. So the lap traffic playing a huge role in how this fight is shaking out. However, they are still fairly close, and I think currently this is one of the closest fights that we have all throughout the field. Tri-State Racing is also closing in a little bit as well. They're currently a little bit farther back, 6.5 seconds back of our leader. However, they are still not very far away. Along with the Rising Panda Racing number 46, they are very close to the back of the Tri-State Racing car, and with lap traffic involved and a car going off, that's a Mustang going off the track for some rally action on exit of turn number 7. That create a big stack up. Rising Panda Racing looking to capitalize on this lap traffic to take that final podium position overall in that LMP2 category, currently separated by 0.5 second, heading into turn number 10, and you can see right behind that isn't a pass 4 position. However, that 22 car is right behind as well, maybe trying to get involved in this. Yes, he is trying to get involved in it, trying to get that move done down the inside through turn number 11. This is bad news if you're that Rising Panda Racing team side by side around the second to last corner. That's some bold stuff. If you're Michael Loeffler in that number 46 car, you are going to be fuming with the way the 22 car is racing. You're like, hey, it may be you guys are like 2 laps down. We're trying to battle for the final podium position here. Get out of our fight. But hey, I guess they are entitled to that. So the 22 car trying to give these drivers a little bit of a headache. And speaking of a headache, oh my God, I don't have a good feeling about this at all.
It's okay for now. Just about, yeah. So Earhart is
Keyword being for now.
Yeah, I'm saying for now an awful lot based on how the start of this race has went. I don't have a problem with what the 22 is doing there. If you're quick enough to overtake cars ahead, you go for it, as long as you don't get too involved in their particular scrap. The target of the 22 and the 57 is to try and get a lap back in case we get another caution period, and then it sort of resets the field, and then maybe another one, and then all of a sudden you're lead lap if that's how it sort of shakes out. So all eyes forward for those guys. They're definitely quicker than the cars that they're currently sort of scrapping with, sort of outside the top 2 drivers. Actually, they're still probably quicker than the top 2 as well, where that gap has stretched out sort of to 1.3. It was obviously really, really tight at one point, extended out, and it's cut back in again. So it's all action, all go here, especially in LMP2. Yeah, we've just got a whole mix of everything going on, because we've got cars that are laps down that are quicker than everyone else around. We've got a ton of lap traffic. We've got car classes that just split out all over the place. So yeah, it's all exciting stuff, and it's all kicking off.
Curious, Samuli, would we possibly be able to pull up the track map graphics just to see how spread out the field is? And you can see there is no stone unturned when it comes to this entire racetrack. There's probably 2 or 3 corners on the whole lap that don't have a car going through them at any given point in time. So at this stage, if you're the race leader, the GSE Racing Esports car, you're dealing with lap traffic at every single time. If you're any of these drivers, you're dealing with traffic of some kind or another. The Division 1 Motorsports car, who's currently running in P number 12 in that LMP3 category, dealing with GT traffic as well. You can see that is the leader in LMGT3, the trackside racing team Ferrari, getting in the midst of that battle just outside the top 10 in that LMP2 category. I'm looking as it stands currently. I believe the LMP2 drivers at the north end of the field have actually spread out a teeny tiny bit. LMGT3 is actually somewhat close. It's currently 1.3 seconds separating the trackside racing team and the Tri-State Racing BMW, the number 3 car. And then right behind it as well, we touched on them a little bit earlier on in this race, and they're running a bit towards the back. However, the SC Competition by TSR Corvette, the number 2 car, is running quite strong. They're currently 3rd in class, only 6.1 seconds back of the leading Ferrari in the category. So that's actually looking pretty good as things stand at the moment for that Corvette. That'll be something we have to keep our eyes on, Jamie. Who's going to win in that America fight between the brand new Corvette and the brand new Mustang?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that all shakes out. It's been good to see that the Corvette has been able to just stay out of trouble, whilst everything around them has just been utter chaos for now. So we'll have to keep an eye on how they go. Just taking it nice and safe at the moment, and maybe just running a little bit off the pace, but keeping it clean and keeping the car pointing in the right direction is the name of the game in endurance racing. So at the minute, doing a great job, holding down 3rd spot as we look at the trackside racing team LMP3 off the road at turn 4. Seem to be having a little bit of a tough time of it at the moment, down there in P6. So Marco Russo sadly just not quite as strong, it seems, as Dorian Lelevre, and sort of falling there down to the back of the LMP3 field. Turn 4 is a tricky corner to get right. Yeah, just a shame to see that.
I think I have a good theory as to why Dorian Lelevre was able to manage the chaos at the early stage of the race and drive the LMP3, which, let's face it, is not the easiest car in the world. It tends to bite you at very inopportune times, and it's very tricky to try and tame the beast that is a Ligier LMP3 car. Dorian Lelevre, who I mentioned earlier on in this broadcast, he is at one point was a fixture in the Radical SR10 community, still does some races occasionally, but I've done some of the broadcast races that he did here on Apex Racing TV, and I'll tell you, he was very fast in those cars. And Jamie, I don't know what kind of experience you have with the Radical SR10, but in my experience driving it, that is not an easy car at all. So maybe that experience in a challenging Radical SR10, which is kind of like the baby brother here to this LMP3, is a reason why he had so much of a pace and consistency advantage over the driver that actually took command of that car.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the Radical SR10s, probably visually looks the most similar to the LMP3 as well. So yeah, there are similarities to the two cars in terms of their drivability as well. So yeah, it's a shame to see Marco Russo sort of struggle a little bit, sort of getting up to speed with the car, as we have Rising Panda 47 down onto pit lane from the lead. They had not stopped, which is part of why they got into the lead, but they've also been able to build out a huge advantage. So even though they probably will filter in behind number 25, as we've just pulled for them now in the Delta B racing car, they're in good shape, I think, heading towards the second half of this race, as we have Alessandro Setti wide in the penultimate corner in the number 22 Brestec Ripardo Corsa car. It's just not been their day, has it?
It was looking so promising in the early stages of it, but sadly, after a small little bit of contact that gave them a meatball flag, it has all come to naught. It's been insane the way this race has developed, because if you asked the both of us about an hour ago who are going to be the drivers we need to keep our eyes on and who was going to be the teams that we need to keep our eyes on in that LMP2 fight, we would have said the evolved number 57 and the number 22 car, but ever since then, they're 2 laps down, they're struggling. I think City in that number 22 car, he has been definitely a bit more flashy compared to the 57. He's put overtakes on, I think he put a move done on the Tri-State Racing number 12 car to be in between that fight, but ever since then, it's been very dramatic, but also been spotty as well. So we'll just see how that shakes out with those two, maybe trying to get on the lead lap. And speaking of, and we have another off, this time involving themselves and the Work Sim Racing Ford. I think that was a little bit farther in the back. This time hang through turn number 8. What happened here?
So we're going to figure it out. Is that car tracking straight? I think it might actually just be... Okay, okay, so dropped it on the way in. Please tell me this isn't an unsafe rejoin. It's an unsafe rejoin. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
Well dodged then from Alessandro Setti there, because he's probably just fired the car in, just absolutely swinging for the fences. Because at this point, whenever you're 2 laps down, you might as well just send it. And yeah, he's had to sort of gather the car up. Side-by-side battle actually for the race lead in LMP3. So we'll take a look at that. Move up the inside from Eberlan there in the Dinoco Racing Team car. Lovely move up the inside. Slightly facilitated, I would say, there by Rafael Patel in the number 25 Delta B Racing car, but nice clean move. It's rare almost to say that at this point. The racing has been absolutely insane. This is just a bog standard, clean, neat and tidy overtake into turn 1, and yeah, comfortably done there by Maxime Eberlan in the number 98 Dinoco Racing Team car.
That was very textbook stuff at the end of that start-finish straightaway, and you pointed out there, Jamie, compared to all the chaos and all the drivers just taking no prisoners when it comes to them overtaking their competitors, that was the cleanest and smoothest move we've seen thus far. I think maybe at this stage, an hour and a half in, we're coming to, we're not midway through the race yet. We still have about 27 minutes left to go until we get there, but maybe these drivers are taking these middle 2 hours of the race to be like, hey, we need to take it easy. The start of the race was incredibly chaotic. We had 2 yellows. We have a decent amount of drivers that are already have had to come down the pits to repair a significant amount of damage. It's currently only 6 cars left on the lead lap in LMP3, and not a whole lot of cars left in LMGT3 that are left on the lead lap as well. So these drivers are maybe thinking, hey, let's take it easy. We're at the midpoint of the race. We're just off the back of a very chaotic start. Let's just settle into some kind of groove, because these drivers just have not been able to do that at all.
Yeah, it's sort of been a stop-start kind of start to the race, and we're just over the 90-minute mark. So yeah, at this point, this is usually when an endurance race starts to calm down just a little bit, and we're getting a little period now of rain flag running, so things will spread out and drivers will find the rhythm and get into flow, and maybe we'll be able to work out a little bit of pit strategy as well. The number 2, the Corvette, has come down to the pit lane, swapping driver out now. So John Leedy has entered the fray in the Corvette. They're right now in 6th position in class. So again, just keeping it neat and tidy for those guys is the order of the day, I think. And Yeah, they'll come out 10 seconds behind the work sim racing car, which is the Ford Mustang of the field. So it'll be interesting to see how those guys go. The battle of the American GT3 cars would be really, really nice to see. But as you said, yeah, the middle 2 hours of this race is generally when things typically calm down just a little bit, and then it all sort of gears up and builds towards crescendo towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I think we're going to really enjoy this mid-stage of the race as a trackside racing. Ferrari has been able to come down pit lane. I think that may be a routine pit stop. We'll see if that's a driver change as well for that number 34 car that was leading in that LMGT3 category not very long ago. And actually, I'm thinking now, were they still in the lead of the race when they came in, or did they already... I'm trying to go through. This race has been so chaotic thus far that I can't even remember if the trackside racing team came in within the past half hour or not. I think I'm trying to think. Do you remember, Jamie? Did they come in early on, or was this okay? This is one pit stop. Okay.
So they've just come in, no driver swap there, and I assume it's going to be a full service. Probably a little bit off cycle. The GT3 cars as a whole typically do around about 1 hour in terms of a stint. I'm not super sure on the LMP3s due to having not raced the car in an endurance event before. LMP2s is more in the 40 to 45 minute range. So trying to sort of work it out. We've got 2.5 hours left. It's very much in the middle, no man's land kind of area to stop at this point. Actually, Luke Hayden's still on pit lane. Trouble there for the 34.
I'm looking to see, he has a black flag, so there's a black flag that he's serving right now, serving some sort of penalty.
Must be
that
speeding
is
on the way in.
disastrous. Yeah, that has to be speeding. He's now out and away, so that black flag has been served, and he's back trundling his way down into the pits, but still, absolute disaster for that trackside racing team number 34 car. He's going to be exiting the pits right now, however, with that lengthy time down and away in the pits, that is going to hurt him badly. He's now 1 lap down, so we're now left with only 5 cars left in the lead lap in the LMGT3 category. And speaking of, here's one of them. That's a Delta Racing number 31 car trundling their way down the pits in the BMW. As things stand at the moment, it's a BMW top 3 in the LMGT3 category. He is going to be out and away. I think it's going to be very close, possibly. Actually, no, it's not going to be close. Surprisingly so between himself and the Work Sim Racing Ford a little bit farther down the road, well farther down the road, in fact. So I think, yeah, we're seeing the LMGT3 field kind of split into 2 because as it stands at the moment, the gap between P3 and P4 is, well, that's about 40 seconds, ain't it? So that's a vast yawning chasm, ain't it?
Yeah, there's a big difference between the drivers that were able to keep the car pointing in the right direction with no damage, and the drivers that have unfortunately accumulated damage and then ended up just in a weird pit cycle. So it kind of looks like, yeah, we have a top 3 and not much else around it from what I can tell. Yeah, we still need to see how this all shakes out. That seemed like quite a short pit stop for the 31, but again, we'll see how this all shakes out pretty soon. Back at the front of LP3, and the Dinoco Racing team car has pulled away very, very quickly over the Delta V Racing car, the number 25. Gap's 9.3, and it was only a handful of laps ago that the move for the lead was done there by the 98 car of Maxime Eberland, driving for the Dinoco Racing team, and that's a very big margin that's been built up. So, yeah, looks like that for now is the team to beat in LP3.
I'm not really sure what to make of that, though, between Dinoco Racing and Delta V Racing. The last time I saw that, they weren't very far away, so maybe there's some sort of mistake with the Delta V Racing car, because the last time I saw, they were only separated by about 1.5 seconds, so maybe if our producer Samuli could possibly find a replay to see if there's any sort of thing that happened with Delta V that caused them to lose a whole lot of time. Very slow hang his way around turn number 3 right now, so I don't know, maybe a little bit of damage possibly, maybe just getting their bearings straight. Not sure what caused that fight to spread out as much as it has. The LMP3s, it was about a 20-second gap between the leader and second place before we saw the Rising Panda Racing team come down pit lane, and we were expecting that. Was like, okay, now we're going to see a dogfight in the LMP3 category, but it hasn't really come to naught, as it's currently separated by about 10 seconds over an hour and a half into this race, and we're looking at a fight right outside the top 5 in that LMP2 category. This is ResTech Reporter Corse number 43, very close to the back of the race. Ventura number 78 with the NOP number 89 right behind in tow as well. All these drivers have been covered by barely any air for the better part of, trying to think, it's been a better part of about a half an hour, sometimes even more, and nearly making contact down the start-finish straightaway, dealing with that number 3, the leader in the LMGT3 category. Thankfully for them, they got away with that fairly scot-free. However, you don't want to have many more moments like that, otherwise your blood pressure is going to skyrocket between now and the end of this hard-fought racing between all these drivers, but clean racing as well. Ventura still in 5th, ResTech Reporter Corse in P at number 6, with NOP running in 7th, trying to pick up any sort of pieces that they possibly can. I think there may be a reason why NOP hasn't really forced the issue too much. A lot of the times in these races, and we've definitely saw it in that first hour with 2 yellows being brought out, you don't really need to push it too much. We still have a decent amount of time left to go. We're 19 minutes away from the halfway mark of this 4-hour-long race. So if you're Fabian behind the wheel of this number 89 LMP2 car, you don't really see any point in risking it for the biscuit so early on.
No, I'd agree with you on that one. Everyone has been super racy, pretty much from the drop of the green flag. So, big tank slapper there for Valerio in the 43, just up ahead, well held, coming out of turn 10. Just a small side note, big fan of the team name Race Ventura. That's super. As well, that might explain why the NOP car, driven by Fabian Schmidberger, comes down the pit lane. That's maybe why he wasn't so racy, rather than wasting time fighting, get down the pit lane and try and jump everyone in the pit stop.
I think this could be a driver swap as well, because I think Fabian has been in this car ever since the drop of the green flag 1 hour and 42 minutes ago. You can see the wheels spinning while he's up on the jacks. We'll just see if there is actually a driver swap. Meanwhile, another German, this being Paul Kraus, in that GSE Racing Esports number 37 car. He's negotiating the traffic nicely. However, it hasn't been too nice, as he currently only has about a quarter of a second between himself and the HWT Motorsports car right behind. These two had spread out. The gap was about 2.3, teetering on 2.5 seconds when we saw the HWT Motorsports car last. Now that gap has diminished, and they have a pretty decent gap between themselves and the Rising Panda Racing car in 3rd. So maybe we're going to see a dogfight between these two cars, unless pit stops and pit strategies could play a role in that. We just saw one of the drivers running inside the top 10 come in for another pit stop, so maybe that could break up this fight between these two. We'll just have to wait and see. However, it's going to be side by side going down the start finish straightaway, blocking and racing as hard as they possibly can. Ethan Jenkins down the inside, hang it to turn number 1. The HWT Motorsports driver trying to take the lead of the race, nearly making contact heading through turns 1 and 2. And the GSE Racing Esports team, they are not out of it. They like leading this race. They want to stay in the lead of the race for as long as they can, but I think it is a losing fight, as the HWT Motorsports car has taken it with some hard-fought action heading through the first 3 corners on this 13-corner racetrack. It's now Ethan Jenkins and that number 24 HWT Motorsports car leading it for the first time today.
That's a super move. No margin for error there. I was fully expecting Ethan Jenkins there to get swung out left there with a little bit of front to rear contact there. Super move on the brakes, tracking out as wide as possible, but still respecting the fact that the car was to the outside there. And Paul Kraus give it a fair go trying to defend the outside. Defending the outside is actually typically, the way to go around here, just with how the whole thing shakes out. If you're on the inside for turn 2, you can usually hold on to position, but deep move on the brakes from the HWT driver there of Ethan Jenkins, apologies there, and super move up into the lead. And I suspect we'll be able to pull away a little bit from here, but we'll have to see sort of how it shakes out here. But these two fighting for the lead, and great move there from Ethan Jenkins.
It's still not over yet, as they're separated by less than a second going down the start finish straightaway at the start of lap number 54. They are the closest fight that we have for the lead in any of the 3 categories. Currently, the LMP2 fight has actually heated up a teeny tiny bit. It was about 9 teetering on 10 seconds, separating the Dynaco Racing Team and the Delta V Racing Team. However, that's actually dipped down to about 7 seconds. However, we could see some pit stops there in the not too distant future. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3 category, it is still BMW dominance with Tri-State Racing in that number 3 car, leading it. Delta Racing in P1, P2, and P3, I should say, in the 4 and 31 cars, respectively. We're riding on board with the 5th place runner in the LMGT3 category, and this is a dogfight. So that storyline of the American GT3 cars battling hard, trying to see who will finish higher than the other one in this race, is definitely heating up, as you've got an LMP2 car swinging around the outside through turn at number 3. This is John Leedy behind the wheel of that number 2 SC competition by TSR Corvette. You can see right now that was the Work Sim Racing Ford getting put mega out of line with that LMGT, not the LMGT, that's an LMGT3 car, nearly getting put into the gravel trap by the LMP2 car that came blowing their doors off down the inside line. That was a very bold move, and I think it may have hurt the Work Sim Racing car quite a lot. There wasn't a contact from what I saw, but that definitely gets you out of the groove if you see an LMP2 car essentially appear out of nowhere and scare the daylights out of you. We'll just have to wait and see if Leedy will try and pick up the pieces from the Work Sim Racing Ford, trying to get their bearings straight with all of the LMP2 traffic involved in that as well. It looked like there's nearly contact side by side, hang it to turn number 10. Leedy on the outside, the Work Sim Racing car on the inside line with an LMP2 car looking to get around the both of them. We may see some thread the needle action between these 2 cars, maybe 3 wide on the exit of turn number 11. I don't think so. They are going for it, though.
Yes.
That is insane stuff, and look at that. That was a sexy move from John Leedy in that number 2 Corvette. That was damn near perfection. Using that LMP2 car is a little bit of a pick, which you don't usually talk about when it comes to LMGT3 fights. That was amazing. I think we're going to take a look at a replay where it looked like the Works Ford was possibly going to try and take the lead of the race.
It certainly was. It looked like Leedy's just generally a little bit quicker than Langbo there in the Works Mustang. Langbo's actually worked his way back ahead. Oh, I think something's happened to John Leedy through the first part of the lap. So if we can actually just stick with this all the way down the pit straight, that would be fantastic. So compromise run out of the final corner with the traffic and door banging pretty much all the way down the pit straight. And I think we're going to see something kick off here into turn 1. Oh, late dive ahead, and oh no.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
I did just spot that with the time in there. So, you know, decent move there by Limebo there, just to, you know, work his way ahead and then tuck into the racing line as intended. Ethan Jenkins from the lead into the pits in LMP2, as is Thomas Marcelino from Mosnet second. So I guess we missed a pit stop somewhere for GSE. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out. But very quickly, back to that battle for P4. Is P4 actually on track between Works and the SC competition? Yeah, just a small little mistake there on the brakes from John Leedy, just nudging into the back of the big old Mustang, and the Mustang was not budging. Immovable object, unstoppable force, or immovable, one of the two. The Mustang came out on top on that particular bullfight, pretty much.
That was an American Civil War heading into turn number 1, and now the fight in the LMP2 category is heating up quite a lot. That is a sweeping around the outside maneuver from GSE Racing Esports. They had 1 lap to their favor when they came out of the pits not very long ago compared to that HWT Motorsports car. Both of these cars have suffered a driver, so actually, no, they haven't. Actually, my apologies, they have, I believe. So we'll see. We're seeing
a driver swap.
Oh wait, yeah. That's. I'm losing all my bearing. My bearings are not straight here, and considering how dramatic this race has been, you can't really blame me with how chaotic it's been. But regardless, the GSE Racing Esports car pitted a lap or two earlier. They had lost the lead, and last time by was when the HWT Motorsports car came down into pit lane, and it didn't really work out too well for them. That overcut strategy did not help their chances. They were leading when the pit stop started for both of these cars. However, as it stands, currently separated by about 1.1 seconds heading into turn number 10. I think they are new drivers in these cars, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they have gotten their driver swaps out of the way.
They have indeed. So again, we've got like a fresh, brand new dynamic. How did these drivers perform? This is effectively the battle for the lead in LMP2 and overall. So how do you deal with that pressure as you come into the car that's been driven so well by your teammates up to this point? And so far, Johan Flamen there with a strong start to his stint, pulled out 1.3 seconds over Dalil Akbulut in the number 24 car. So it'd be interesting to see how this dynamic evolves as we move, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see as well when the next pit stops for the cars further ahead. So we've got Division 1 Motorsport car currently leading the race, probably due a pit stop fairly soon. The number 41 Delta Racing car currently in a battle for second place at the moment with the Dinoco Racing Team car, not the one that's leading LMP3, currently second and third though in LMP2. So I guess these guys are fairly soon ready for a pit stop, but not just yet, it seems.
I would assume they're bracing for it. We'll just see who's the first one to bite that bullet and come down pit lane. We saw with the drivers that were battling for the lead of the race, and now we see our net leader in the LMP2 category, that being the Vision 1 Motorsports car currently being driven by Jeremy Carter. He has now come down into pit lane, so the driver of the number 11 car for Vision 1 Motorsports in P number 1 is now relinquishing that lead, along with the Dinoco Racing Team car driven by Gabriel Buchler in P number 3. As things stand currently, gonna lose out on a whole lot of time, and this has allowed Daniel Santos Carvalho in that Delta Racing number 41 car to take the lead of it, and we'll just have to see how things shake out when he comes into the pits eventually, probably by the end of this lap, to try and cover up any sort of challenge that the Dinoco Racing Team will try and throw their way. But now you can see Carvalho having to deal with a little bit of GT traffic, frantically flashing his headlights going through the opening sector of this lap. Thankfully, he doesn't have a whole lot of traffic left to contend with. You've got that BMW that we just see at the bottom of the screen heading their way into turn number 7 right now. But outside of that, I think he has a fairly clean run between now and that pit entry coming up later on this lap. So maybe Carvalho will possibly be able to jump ahead. That would be a very nicely played strategic call.
It'd be interesting to see whether he does pit this time or not, because the last pit stop that we have the information for, we pitted 3 laps after the cars that were ahead of him, or cars that he was fighting at least, lap 31 versus lap 28. Now this was under the pit cycle, or sorry, the yellow flag period. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily all 3 laps, but yeah, it looks like he does dive down this time by, so the extra laps that he had available to him, he's maybe not taking that entirely. It could be also a strategic ploy just to avoid a bit of traffic. Maybe his pit team and the other drivers and crew decided, nope, now is the right lap to pit, in we come, and back to the race lead goes the 37 GSE car. Stretched the lead now out to 2 seconds.
Still the closest fight that we have across all 3 classes right now, and I'm sure that is going to close up once these drivers have to deal with even more traffic, as the GSE Racing Esports car is doing right about now. Meanwhile, the Simatech Sensations car, this is being driven by David Sorzano in that number 20. He's currently running 10th right now, right behind the Vision 1 Motorsports, who briefly took the lead of the race not very long ago. However, he is going to try and struggle to hold on to that now P7 position with some drivers a little bit farther up the road. And you can see the 22, he's going to be in the midst of this as well. He is going to be a sitting duck compared to these LMP2 cars battling for position with already heated tires. This is going to be close. That was Mario trying to avoid any sort of contact and losing out on 2 spots, as well as the NOP car driven by Michael Sundstrom has been able to move up into P number 8 right now. We may see this fight continue. This has been the NOP car. I feel like we just need to have a camera on it at all possible times, because all throughout this race they have been in the the midst of LMP2 Hornet's Nest after LMP2 Hornet's Nest. They have not had a calm moment all race long, which is insane to say, considering we're nearly 2 hours in.
Yeah, they certainly have. They were in the middle of this massive train when they went to pit. They pitted earlier than everyone else. Everyone else has now pitted and come out, and NOP are still in this train. So it's exciting to watch, and we'll see how this all shakes out. But yeah, at the moment, we now seem to have a little bit of a pattern within LP2. So how it is right now in terms of positions and standings is accurate. I think everyone has made their pit stop after the previous yellow flag period. So everyone is pretty much where they should be relative to everyone around them. And so yeah, this battle is a legit net battle. Not worried about, oh, this car's going to dive off the pit lane any minute now and that ruins the battle. No, these guys are going to scrap away for another 30 minutes or so at least. And I'm here for it. I can't wait to see how this all shakes out.
So we're coming up to the halfway mark of this race, and I'll tell you what honestly astonishes me. I mean, we've had a whole lot of drama, 2 restarts along with that initial start, all of which were quite chaotic. We had some pretty major schmozzles as well, along with some very hard-fought fights. And despite that, I've only gone about halfway through my first bottle of water, so that's a little bit shocking, considering I've usually drink like a camel on these broadcasts. That's a little bit shocking. Jamie, how much water have you gone through so far on this broadcast? That's a very off-topic question, but I'll ask it anyways.
It is off topic. So I currently have a kind of energy drink rather than a bottle of water, which is maybe not the most efficient way to go in terms of a 4-hour broadcast, but I've had a hectic morning. I've ran a 10k PB, and so I'm trying to replenish as much energy as I can following that. So anything that keeps me up and going, and trust me, the action here is definitely keeping me going, but any pep to my step that I can get, I will absolutely take.
I was kind of considering the caffeine option as well, because being here on the East Coast of the United States, this broadcast started at, I think we actually went live at 8:55 a.m. Eastern time for me, so it was a little bit earliest broadcast I've ever done, so I was kind of considering going down the caffeine route. Then I realized that we don't really have any sort of caffeine in this household outside of coffee, and let me tell you, if I drank coffee before a broadcast, I probably would have been fired here from Apex Racing TV years ago, because God knows what would come out of my mouth if I was drinking coffee during one of these broadcasts. And I think we'll touch on some of the storylines that are going on all throughout this field. This man, David Buckley, is dominating as it stands at the moment in the LMGT3 category, 24.5 seconds ahead of that Delta Racing BMW a little bit farther up the road. I'm not sure what kind of experience, I mean, you clearly threw your support behind another German car, that being the Mercedes, but the BMWs look to be the ones to beat right now in that LMGT3 fight.
Yeah, I'd definitely agree with you on that one. I would say, though, that those 3 GT3 or BMW GT3s that lead in LMGT3, it's more they've been right place, right time, and now they're taking advantage of that. I would say there's maybe been quicker cars on track in class through the majority of the race, but as we've said before, it's all about keeping it clean in these endurance races. The race is not won early doors, especially when we've got safety car periods as well to deal with and consider. It's all about keeping a clean nose. David Buckley out in the lead there in the Tri-State car, the number 3 car. A good thing that they've got the number 3 car. It'd be weird to have Tri-State as your team name and not have a 3 in there somewhere. But yeah, pace is looking really strong. It's only really the 73 that has been like notably quicker, and they're down in pit lane and have been for quite some time now. I think they got into an incident a couple of laps ago that we missed at some point, but yeah, they've taken advantage. They've moved up, I believe it's 6 spots from where they started in class, 7 up to the lead, and they're in the hot seat. They've got total control over this race right now, and yeah, looking pretty strong for those guys. Meanwhile, back with the American Civil War, John Lady has got back onto the back of Brad Limbo once again. That gap had stretched out to 5 seconds after the little half spin there from Lady in the SE competition car. but he's brought that gap back down. So I think it's pretty clear that the Corvette right now at this point is the quicker of the two cars. But as Murray Walker once famously said, and probably said many times, catching is one thing, passing is another.
Man, especially when you're having to deal with LMP2s and LMP3s trying to overtake you at any given moment. You can see very, very close stuff with that GSE Racing Esports leader overall in that LMP2 category, getting very close to the grass on the outside of turn at number 2, trying to overtake that Work Sim Racing Mustang. And you also have the HWT Motorsports car trying to negotiate with those cars as well. This is a very interesting fight, it must be said, and we've said the word interesting a lot throughout this race, but it really has been fascinating what we've seen thus far. Work Sim Racing, as you just said, that Mustang, very fast in a straight line, not very good in the corners. The SC Competition by TSR team, meanwhile, they have that Corvette, which is faster in the corners, not so fast in a straight line, I guess, but, you know, they've also made a decent amount of mistakes. They're trying to see what they can do, and now I think they have a pretty clean run of non-traffic related scenarios. You can see the next closest car is at LMP2 that just exited turn number 9, so this may be the chance to pounce if you're John Leedy, or maybe he's just taking it easy. Oh, this is definitely the time to pounce with that big run wide moment for the Work Sim Racing car at a pretty big overshoot of turn number 10. Very lucky to hold on to P number 4 because he was incredibly close to touching that gravel trap.
Yeah, and if you get too wide out there, it is game over. But yeah, the LMP2 has made its move. Oh, that's a late move. That's such a late dive to commit to that. The Work Sim Racing car would not have known that the LMP2 was going to commit to that. Luckily, they escaped, but it's compromised his run, and Lady now with an opportunity up the inside of turn 1.
Ooh, side-by-side battle as late breakers. Are they going to back have it? No, they are not. They're going full guns blazing side-by-side through turn number 1 and 2, and I think Leedy, he's got that inside line heading through 3. I'm honestly shocked that that Work Sim Racing Ford Mustang has not broken away. He has not backed out of it. Now he has, but still very nicely played from both of those drivers. Clean battling, hang through turn number 1, and now at this point, if you're John Leedy, you don't want to do what you did last time and make a mistake right after you take the lead of the race. It wasn't as flashy as a move that he pulled off to initially grab the P4 spots in that LMGT3 category. What you gotta do at this stage is just put your head down, put your nose to the grindstone, and just start pulling away. You don't want a 1 second gap. You'd prefer to have a 31-second gap because that is much more comfortable than the position that he's been in throughout a vast majority of this race. So if you're John Leedy at this stage, you really just need to stay aware, stay awake, stay alert, stay on the track, and just start pulling away.
Exactly, because 15 seconds behind these guys. It doesn't show immediately with the timing there, but I've got the info that, yeah, it's 15 to 16 seconds between this battle for P4 and Luke Hayden, who obviously had the penalty for speeding onto the pit lane with his previous stop. So that car is a little quicker, I believe, than the two ahead. So it's important for Leedy to dispatch of Limbo in the Mustang for Work Sim Racing there to try and build as much of a buffer, because Hayden's on his way. He's not hanging about, and I suspect later on in this race, as we've just gone over the 2-hour mark, it's an opportunity for Hayden to work his way back forward as Buckley misses his stop there coming into pit from the lead of LMGT3, and a driver swap now with Adam Coop coming in, and it'll be interesting to see how he copes with taking over from effectively the race lead. Victor Lenarage here coming in towards the race lead now. He'll take over from Adam Coop, and it's Delta Racing 1-2 as it's the 47 car. Rising Panda spun on the exit of turn 8. Christian Camprager, sorry. So let's see what's happened here. So coming down into turn 7, all looking fine and dandy. A lot of inside curve, run a little wide. Yes, we've seen that many times over the years. If you catch that curb in a car that cannot handle it, bad things tend to happen. So most of the cars that I've driven over that curb, can handle it, but I've not done an awful lot of prototype racing. These cars sit a lot lower to the ground. I suspect that's quite a bit of damage as well, and he's brought the car down onto pit lane to, I suspect, service a meatball flag.
Ooh, let me check to see whether that is a meatball flag. Surprisingly, no, it is not. So this is just coming into the pits. I'm curious, this could maybe be a driver swap as well. I think, yeah, they may have pulled off a driver swap earlier. I believe they have. As meanwhile, the Hornet's Nest continues around that NOP car, this time with Mario Capicelli in that number 11 Vision 1 Motorsports car. And that's a big crash heading through turn number 2. I think that was an LMGT3 car that had a front bumper flying through the air as they went through that opening chicane to kick off this lap. So I think we may be able to go back and find who exactly that was. I saw a car spinning off. I think there was some big contact. Thankfully, I don't think a car is completely disabled on the side of the circuit. Otherwise, we would have yet another yellow. And meanwhile, we've got some hard fighting a little bit farther up the road in that LMP2 category. This is involving the Squadra Veloce by ERS car, the number 88, currently being driven by Thomas Vaden-Bolse here, heading through turn at number 9 right now, right in front of that Simatech Sensations number 20. Those two separated by barely any air, heading down the back straightaway. If they start to battle hard, however, you've got the Vision 1 Motorsports and the NOP cars right behind, looking to pick up the pieces, because right now this is a fight, really, you could say the fight's between P6 and P7. Really, it's a fight between P6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is going to, there's a whole lot at stake if one of these drivers makes even a tiny, teeny bit of a mistake.
Well, you say P6 through to P9. We've still got P10 as well, hanging in the wings there, waiting. And the number 41 in P11, still only 4 seconds back with the 69. Less than a second back from that. There's 10 seconds separating P6 from P13 as Simatech Sensations car. Lovely move up into P6.
That was incredibly close to contact as they head through the 1 and 2 chicane, but still not over yet. I think that Squadra Veloce by ERS car is a sitting duck compared to that Vision 1 Motorsports number 11 side by side, hang through turn number 4 right now. Who's going to prevail in that fight? He's going to have that inside line heading into 5, but he's going to sweep around the outside, focus on that exit. One of these drivers will have to back ab and hang through turn number 7 because you don't really want to go side by side. It's tricky enough single file, and there you go. The driver single filing out with Vision 1 Motorsports still in P number 8, NOP who are following now in P number 9. And as you said, that ResTech Reparto Corse car at number 43 is right behind as well. And with them battling hard, that's going to bring them back in the fight as the NOP car trying to get the move done down the inside into turn number 10. Very close to contact with the Vision 1 Motorsports entry side by side again. The single file out heading into turn number 11. So car number 11 is going to retain that P8 spot for now. It could still very much change, and with all that hard battling, the Simatech Sensations car is actually starting to pull away with about a 1 second gap between themselves and the Squadra Veloce by ERS car, the number 88. So a little bit of a gap developing between those two. We'll just have to wait and see how things shake out. Meanwhile, that's a car going off. That's our race leader, the 37 GSE Esports car has gone off the track and relinquished the lead to the HWT Motorsports number 24 car. Here's a replay, and you can see there we're incredibly close, dealing with traffic as well, heading into turn number 5 right now in contact with the LMP3 car from the GSE Racing Esports driver of Johan Flamen. Oh man, I'm not really sure what to make of that. I think that may have been just too overambitious of a move heading into a tight section of the course. What do you think, Jamie?
Yeah, it's not a long braking zone in terms of straight line braking. So once the LMP3 there, the 25 of Aurelian Bieri there, once he commits to turn in, that's it. Like, you've got to already be there, and I don't think he was. Tried to force the move, didn't happen, and yeah, has paid the price for us. Now 5 seconds behind the HWT car, which had, in fairness to it, we had said that Flamen had made a really good start to a stint and pulled a 2 second gap. That had come all the way down to the point where Akbulut there in the HWT car was right on the rear wing of Flamen and putting him under significant pressure. And I think the pressure is what forced that mistake and that sort of overly aggressive move. He was trying to put cars in distance between himself and the 24. Got it wrong.
And with all that drama, it's allowed HWT Motorsports to take the lead for the first time in, I think, about 45 minutes time. These are the two that we need to keep our eyes on, but if there's any sort of drama, look at Rising Panda Racing in the P3 spot right now in that 46 car, negotiating some lap traffic as well, that being the number 4, the current leader in the LMGT3 category. We haven't seen the Delta Racing cars come in yet. We saw Tri-State Racing come in a decent amount of time ago. However, those Delta Racing cars have been able to stretch their fuel out a decent amount. So I'm curious what kind of strategy they're possibly eyeing up at the midpoint of this race.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the 31 come down to pit lane, but I don't think we've got an accurate estimate on when they did come down to pit lane. So I'm not sure what's going on for certain with those guys. And again, for the number 4 car, I'm not sure. Oh, big issue between the 80
the
and
11.
the 11.
Oh man, it's all more drama kicking off. That's a Squadra Veloce by ERS car along with the Vision 1 Motorsports entry. We were just talking not very long ago about how going side by side into turn number 7 is essentially a death wish. While I feel like these drivers tried to play Russian roulette with their competitors and sadly it ended in tears. This is a replay heading into turn number 7 right now. You can see the 11 goes for a send. That's a kamikaze dive on the number 88 car. I mean, I understand that we're past a halfway mark of this race and maybe these drivers are trying to push the envelope a little bit, but that move was never on.
That move will work when hell freezes over. That was never on, not in a month of Sundays. A per move there from Capellucci. I feel like I can say that that was a per move as someone who races at the top level of sim racing. I can judge that one. There was no real gap. He was not alongside on the brakes. Even if you're alongside on the brakes, it was too late, too deep on the brakes. Unfortunately there for Van den Bosch in the 88. No reason why he was in that position really is because he got checked up a little bit on the exit of 5. And yeah, Capellucci there in the 11 for Vision 1 Motorsports basically just wiped them out. Disappointing move to see.
Thankfully, the Squadra Veloce by ERS car has not been affected too much. They were affected by it slightly, and from my experience as well doing officiating for sim racing and seeing incidents like that, if I was in race control, I probably would have hit that with a drive-through penalty because that was just completely unnecessary. And to do that in the top class of this series as well, that's what can you do? These drivers trying to push it as much as they can, and sadly sometimes things will go wrong, and we saw that put on full display not very long ago. It's actually broken up some fights that are developing in the LMP2. It's actually shifted them down a little bit. We're following Harry Conway in that number 69 nice car, the S2 and H Esports entry, currently running 11th in the class. Not a whole lot of time between themselves and the Dynaco Racing team number 19 a little bit farther up the road, actually getting the move done right as I say that. Very nicely played from Harry Conway behind the wheel of that car. Used that Mustang, who's incredibly slow and nearly causing some accidents, with the LMP2s a little bit farther in the back of the camera shot there. It's still not over yet. Dynaco Racing nearly putting it into the grass, going down the start finish straight away. The SJ and H Esports entry going side by side with the Dynaco Racing car, currently side by side, nearly making contact into turn number 1. Maybe the fact we're past the halfway mark, these drivers are turning up the wick a little bit. We thought, hey, we're going to see these drivers take it a little bit easy until we get into that final hour of the race. They've thrown all of that out the window, Jamie. They are pushing these things to the absolute limit, and this is really the aggression that we saw towards the beginning of the race, let alone aggression that you'd see over an hour, over 2.5, well, about 2.5 hours in, as we have some damage on the Dynaco Racing number 98, who was up towards the front of that LMP3 category. That's a pretty big off.
Yeah, there's not much of the front end left on that 98 machine, so hopefully it's like mainly cosmetic and they can get going and get out and away again, but it looks like significant damage there. The Delta Racing number 4 car has now pitted and I assume has taken it's mostly a full service. 43 seconds stationary isn't, oh it is, sorry, pretty much a full service there in LMGT3. So headed, if I've got my maths correct, 5 laps after the number 3 car, so we'll see how this shakes out. But oh, and here comes 31. So yeah, these guys actually were pretty much on cycle, or at least within a handful of laps. So 2:14 into the race, 1:45. So from here, one more stop for these guys, and that would include the number 3 here of Adam Coop, who will take over once again the net race lead in LMGT3.
As you just said, we are coming towards that end of the strategy. These drivers are thinking, okay, what do we do now? How have we set ourselves up throughout the first half of this race? We had those cautions early on that affected the strategy a handful of, a handful of thousands, so to speak. It's affected the strategy a whole lot in terms of what kind of fuel saving these drivers are doing, how off sequence or on sequence they are. This man, Adam Coop, in that Tri-Stage Racing number 3 BMW. He is leading it in that LMGT3 class. The Delta racing car is still in the pits, now exiting it. I think he will possibly lose out on second to his fellow team. Actually, no, surprisingly so, the Delta racing car is going to remain in P number 3. So I think the Delta racing car got held up dramatically on the difference in terms of laps spent on track after the pit stops. I think there may be some incident possibly because that affected a whole lot of time because they were running the opposite way. It was the 31 car in third and the number 4 car in P2, and right now it's about over 3 seconds separating those two cars. So I think there was some major drama that caused those two to swap spots.
We might have missed something, but also the 31 car spent less time on pit lane, just under 3 seconds less. So that doesn't account for all of this difference, but also to bear in mind, the 31 was sort of running towards the front of the field earlier on in the race. The number 4 car qualifying in 5th place, the 31 in 2nd, if I've got that correct. So it might just be a slightly quicker combo there in that 31 car first and forward, and then took advantage of the overcut there as well. Overcut is generally quite powerful in the LMGT3 class, maybe less so at this track, but being able to run on light fuel versus a full tank is a huge advantage. So that extra lap or two difference between the two Delta racing cars possibly proving a bit of a difference there. We'll see with subsequent laps if the number 4 is struggling with an issue or anything like that, but the gap is maintained pretty much as it was from when the 31 exited the pits, so not much I fail to report on this one.
At this stage of the race, there's still a heck of a lot left to be decided, a heck of a lot that could change between now and the end of it. And one thing that would throw a massive wrench in the works for all of these drivers is possibly another yellow flag. We saw some pretty aggressive driving not very long ago, and I'm curious, Amuli, if we can pull up that track map graphic to see exactly how spread out the field is. This is a very long green flag stint, and you can see the field is spread out dramatically. Earlier on, it was like only like 3 corners that didn't have a car coming through it at any single point in time, as we see the HWT Motorsports current leader overall, 5 seconds ahead of GSE Racing Esports, continue to pull that gap, dealing with that LMGT3 traffic as well. But getting back to the point I was going to mention, with the field spread out, the checkered flag coming up in less than 2 hours time, and these drivers may be feeling a bit more aggressive, I don't know, I have a sneaking suspicion that we could see some major incident happen in the next half hour. What do you think, Jamie?
But wait and see. Looking at least not half an hour down the road, but right now, the GSE car driven by Johan Flamen has sort of lost a bit of ground and is being caught by Ryan Ware in the 46 Rising and the racing car. Say that 5 times quickly, which is the quickest car on track by a margin as well. So not only is this a fight for second for the 46, I suspect they've got eyes towards the HWT car in the lead. Putting down some really strong lap times at the minute, even through traffic. Has caught up significantly, not just to the 37 GSE car, but also the lead 24 car. That gap's coming down. So it's important right now at this phase of the race, I think, for the 46 to get the move done quickly to try and put pressure onto the 24.
This is a very good turn of fortune for Ryan, where we'll just have to see how things shake out. The Rising Panda Racing team, we've talked about them a decent amount, and they are running in very good positions in both of our prototype categories. This man, Ryan Ware, who we're riding on board with down the back straight away, heading into turn number 10, running third, knocking on the door of second with that GSE Racing Esports car, which I'm curious if that car actually has a little bit of damage after that contact he had with the LMP3 not very long ago. And the other Rising Panda Racing car, that being the 47 in the LMP3 category, they're running in third place at the moment, about 15 seconds back of the leader twin turn sim racing car. So this is looking pretty good as it stands currently with Rising Panda Racing. They have a very good shot to pull off the prototype double, and if they would, that would be a fantastic result, but still a whole lot of time left to go between now and the checkered flag, and a whole lot left to be decided as Ryan Ware dipping a wheel down the inside into turn number 1, side by side with the GSE Racing Esports car. The GSE trying to fight back as much as they can and nearly making contact heading through turn number 2, but Ryan Ware, it looks like he's been able to get that move done. Fairly textbook stuff, but hard-fought stuff nevertheless. It's still not over yet, as you can still see the GSE Racing Esports car less than a car length back of that Rising Panda Racing number 46. GSE, this has been a very unfortunate turn of fortune for them. They were involved in that incident with that LMP3 car, which, if we're being brutally honest, was kind of their own making, with a very aggressive move to try and deal with lap traffic. But ever since then, they have lost a whole lot of pace. They've lost touch with the HWT Motorsports car, and now they've lost on P number 2, and they could possibly lose out on the podium altogether, as the Tri-State Racing number 12 is not a very long ways back. It's only about 3 seconds between themselves and the GSE Racing Esports car, running in that final podium position right now. So I am curious, Jamie, could there be some sort of damage on that car? It doesn't look like there's any damage, at least just looking at cosmetically, but man, there's got to be something kind of making this car drop back like an anvil thrown out of a helicopter.
I don't think that if there is damage, it's pretty minor, and I don't think the pace drop-off has really been that bad. They did lose quite a lot of time with the incident with the LMP3, but from there it's only been about 3 seconds that was lost, and then they've just been overtaken. So we shall see, but I don't think it's a huge cause of concern for these guys. Bear in mind, they qualified P12 and they're running in the podium positions, and given the chaotic nature of this race, it's still a really, really good showing. But at the minute, they are sort of falling back a bit, but I don't think it's damage related. Flamen might just not be quite as quick as the drivers around him, and you know, in that moment where he had the incident with the LMP3, he was just feeling the pressure and just needed to get a move done. Last time by though, okay, substantial time lost, but the two of them were battling side by side. It was a clean move though, really, really nice move from Ryan Ware, and respectful as well from Flamen, who defended hard but gave space, and respected the fact that potentially a quicker driver was working his way through, and there's still a long way to go. We're not that far past the halfway point here, so still a long way to go. A couple of pit stops still remaining for these guys in LMP2, so plenty of time still to go here. We figure out who climbs the podium here in LMP2.
I think a good point that we haven't really talked about so far in this race, we've talked a whole lot about strategy in reference to tires, fuel, undercuts, overcuts, when to pit, when to avoid lap traffic, and all that stuff. But we haven't really talked about the driver swap and driver positioning sort of strategy side of things, as we're seeing a hard fight between David Sorzano, the Frenchman, behind the wheel of that Simatech Sensations number 20 car, getting a nicely played move on the Race Ventura number 78, that they got the move done, hanging to turn at number 10. Very smooth stuff there. But getting back to the point I was going to mention, if you're one of these teams and you put your really fast driver behind the wheel during that chaotic and disorganized and dysfunctional first half of the race, and now you're dealing and having to have the slightly slower driver in the second half that's been very clean thus far, knowing my luck, I probably just jinxed it and we still have a long way left to go in the second half of this race. If you're one of these teams that decided to put your faster driver in at the start, now you're kind of feeling the burn of that strategy call. So how big of a factor do you think that's going to play in deciding who wins in these classes?
To be fair, I would suspect that most teams would have put their quickest driver, up first. You want to try and get track position and be in the best position possible come the end of the race if you can manage it. Um, for your second driver, though, it's it's more of an unknown as we come into this part of the race. Like, how strong is each driver? Are they where they should be? What's happening with the circumstances of the race around them? Something that's just caught my eye: the 57 car driven now by Lou Malabry, the one that had got caught in the issues under safety car, is still currently quickest car on track, even with the driver swap. So, huge shame for those guys. They probably, if all had been clean, would have been definitely fighting for the lead, certainly with the 22 at the very least. But yeah, it's uncertain, and we'll know maybe through future rounds this season, like who are the stronger drivers, what's the team dynamic like, when teams might deploy their driver swap. They might be able to shuffle it around to maximize their faster drivers' time in the car. It sort of all remains to be seen. We're getting to grips with the drivers and teams in the series and just understanding the dynamics of everything. But yeah, it's sort of, I think, a little tricky as well if you're sort of the slower of the two drivers and you've been plopped into the lead and you're maybe just not quite as strong as your teammate and you have to fight all their fast drivers. It's a really tricky and frustrating spot to be in. Not necessarily saying that Flamen in this example is a slower driver. Maybe he actually has picked up a little bit of damage along the way, and that's where the pace drop off has come from. But it's just such a fascinating dynamic of endurance racing where you don't really get that in a sprint format where one driver controls the car and you can pretty quickly work out the format and structure almost of how a race is going to pan out.
This is a learning experience for pretty much everyone involved. Us here on the broadcast, all the drivers and teams out there on the racetrack right now, the series admins as well, trying to figure out what could be changed before we head to Magny-Cours in about a month's time for the second round of the season, which is also going to be broadcasted here on Apex Racing TV. We'll touch on that a little bit towards the end of this broadcast coming up in the not too distant future. Speaking of the not too distant future, we're seeing some drivers in the LMP2 category. That's Race Ventura and NOP both coming down pit lane. So this is going to kick off what could be a very important series of pit stops for all the drivers up and down the LMP2 category. Ventura in as well, along with NOP. They are stopped in their box, and you can see the drivers continuing on. This is the SJ&H Esports car being driven by Harry Conway. Very striking car in that number 69. And right now he's trying to hold off any sort of challenge he can from Dynaco Racing Team right behind. They were very close to making contact not very long ago, and right now they're fairly close on the racetrack, with the gap between those two being about 0.7 of a second, heading their way into turn number 4 at the beginning of lap number 80. They're actually running a little bit in no man's land, as currently it's about 2 seconds between themselves and Vision 1 Motorsports right behind, and a pretty decent gap between themselves and Delta Racing running in 7th in that LMP2 category as it stands at the moment. We'll just have to see how pit stops decide all of these fights. And speaking of Rising Panda Racing, pitting from P2 in this race, they are trundling their way down pit lane. Ryan Ware in the number 47 car. GSC Racing Esports have come in as well, so two of the drivers that are running in the podium spots have come in for their pit stops right past lap number 80. Got some drivers coming in again as well. This is Cimatech Sensations. This is David Sorzano in the number 20 car. He is going to be inheriting a whole bunch of positions. He's going to be inheriting a podium spot. However, all of these drivers have to come in at some point. It's just a matter of when, not if, the Cimatech Sensations car comes in for their next stop. And the same could be said about HWT Motorsports and Tri-State Racing as well. They're currently in P1 and P2, not yet come down pit lane. I'm curious what kind of strategies HWT Motorsports is going to try and implement with the two drivers that they're sharing the podium spots with coming in pretty much, well, right as the pit window opened.
Whether the pit window is truly open or not, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure that the 37 and the 46 who have now swapped positions again. Something interesting has happened there. Oh, I've spotted it. So the 37, I'm pretty sure, has underfueled.
Oh,
It's probably deliberately, because I don't think they can make it with one more stop. I don't think any of these guys can make it on one more stop. They'll have a short splash at the end if they try and make it, because it's 90 minutes or so, give or take, between now and the end of the race. And typically, the fuel tank of the LMP2 will not stretch more than 45 minutes. Marcelino misses his box there. That's going to cost him a couple of seconds there. So it looks like the 37 is committed that this is going to stay green the whole way, and has gone for the short stop now to try and regain some of that track position that was lost. They should come out net in the lead, but then we'll need probably a longer stop. The car that I want to try and keep an eye on is the 41, the Delta Racing car, pitted on lap 58, which is a little bit later than everyone else, 3 laps later. So maybe they're able to complete the rest of this race with one more stop through this one upcoming, probably in the next 2 to 3 laps. It's fascinating. We'll see how this all shakes out.
Oh, it is absolutely fascinating indeed. I think we just had another fascinating twist as HWT Motorsports pitted from the lead of the race, and they've lost out on a whole lot of time. They're currently about 8 seconds back of GSE Racing Esports, who are right around Delta Racing that we're running while that we were following right there. And there you can see HWT Motorsports, Ethan Jenkins behind the wheel of that number 24 car. He's lost a whole lot of time in the pits. He's lost out on what could be possibly a podium position as well. We'll have to see how things shake out when the driver's running a little bit farther up towards the north end of the LMP2 standings. We'll see how things shake out when they come in as well. Tri-State Racing also had a slow stop as well, as they've lost out on a decent amount of time, and that's an LMP3 car off. Not sure who that is. I'm trying to see what number that could be. That is an LMP3 that was off the track. Yeah. There you go. That's a Dynaco Racing car that's running in 5th. Last car on the lead lap in the LMP3 category. We haven't really talked about the LMP3s in a decent amount of time. Twin Turn Racing, they're pulling away with it over Rising Panda Racing in P number 2. LS Racing, they're on the up and up, it must be said, as they're currently running 3rd as things stand at the moment. And I'm not even sure where the 68 car actually, there you can see 68 car running in P6, 5 laps down. This has been a disastrous second half for that 68 car.
Yeah, they put Dorian Lelouvre back into that car, but the damage at this point has been done. They're not going to recover basically any ground really at this point, pending any further issues. The car's ahead, but they're not going to fight for the win at this point unless something catastrophic happens to all 5 cars ahead. So it's a shame for those guys, looking so strong early on, but yeah, just driving for pride really at this point for the 68 car. But just to touch on the pit stop, so Flamen on the pit lane last time by was 12 seconds or so quicker than pretty much everyone else in LP2 sort of consistently. 49 seconds overall pit lane time versus around about a minute 1. So that included with 23 seconds stationary versus 35 to 36 seconds, to me indicates that it's not that everyone else has had a slow stop, it's just that they've just taken on less fuel and they're splitting the remainder of the race into 2 further stops rather than trying to stretch it for 1 and hoping for a caution of some description.
I'm kind of split on the other strategy call of whether or not you want to hope for a caution or just assume that we're going to be running green all the way up until the checkered flag. With how chaotic the first half of the race was, some would probably be led to believe that we are going to have a caution in the second half of it. But again, maybe some of these drivers are thinking, hey, they got their act together. We've been racing clean for a decent amount of time. I mean, we got the race restarted at the 1 hour and 10 minute mark, I believe it was. And ever since then, we've been running green and smooth ever since. So we're on a 1 hour 23 stretch of green flag racing, as we're seeing some hard racing between Delta Racing and GSE Racing Esports side by side heading into turn number 4. Very, very close as they head through the long right-hander, and it's going to be the GSE Racing Esports car prevailing in that fight. I think this all started because the GSE Racing Esports car possibly had a small little mistake hanging through that corner of turn number 5. Last time by, we cut to them, and they're running a little bit wide, running off of the racing line, and Delta Racing was able to get by them, but now the order has been swapped yet again with GSE Racing Esports taking the lead in that LMP2 category. Delta Racing right behind. Vision One Motorsports, I don't believe have come in for their stop. I don't believe they have, at least. They're running in P3. If they are running on P3 solely off of strategy alone, being able to make it up to P3 through strategy, that would be absolutely unheard of, because they're running, I think, just barely inside the top 10. So I would assume that this car is just running there because they have not come into the pits. But if that's not the case, you can color me surprised.
We're not going to color you surprised that they're due to pit now.
There we go.
Sort of
timing.
at it. Yeah, spot on timing. So I suspect that the 41 as well now will pit next time by, because last time around the 11 was 1 lap earlier than the 41. So it's all starting to shake out. It was really important there for the 37 to get back through the 41 and quickly as well, because we're getting close to the mark at which the LMP2s could make it on one or stop from this point. So I think it'll be tight. It'll be interesting to see whether it's possible or not for the 41 when they pit, I assume this time by, to make it to the end. However, the pace of the 41 doesn't look great. 2.8 seconds dropped in the last lap or so on the 37. That's quite a big gap. So it's looking good again for the 37. But the 24 is on the way. Not far behind. It's only 6.8 seconds between first and third, and that's with third place HWT taking on what appears to be a complete and full service, so they can probably cut out some of their next stop to get this car home to the checkered flag.
That's a point that I was going to mention. They're side by side hang through turn number 4 and 5 on the previous lap, and then in only 1 lap's time that gap has absolutely increased. And there you go, Delta Racing down in the pit lane. So we'll see how things shake out compared to them. I think the car that they would be racing on exit would possibly be the Tri-State Racing number 12. Possibly. I think that would be them, or the Simatex Sensations car. That would be the car that they would be dealing with on pit exit. So we'll just have to see how things shake out in that fight. Meanwhile, speaking of a fight, we've got a nice one between Delta Racing and SC Competition by TSR. So that Corvette we haven't talked about in probably about a half an hour ever since they finished up that fight between themselves and the Work Sim Racing 16 Mustang has actually run into some issues, as they've now dropped behind the trackside racing team Ferrari. Currently, they're running quite nicely. They're trying to maybe size up a move on that Delta Racing number 4 car in the not too distant future. Are these two together on merit, or is it down to a difference in strategy? Are you aware of how it is, Jamie?
I think it's a difference in strategy. The 2 car is due to pit fairly soon, I think, and then the 4 isn't that long after coming out from taking a full service. So we'll wait and see. But the pace from the 2 car, with John Leedy behind the wheel, has been pretty good. It's just saying a notable difference there. So with a GT car, you can sort of launch over that curve coming through the kink of turn 8 that we seen fall or sort of catch out the LMP3, the 47 car, I believe it was, from earlier. So interesting just to see that track knowledge is important, and knowing what your car can and can't do. Even though this is a fairly flat and smooth track, I mean, you can roll marbles down here and not see any deviation in the marble at all. But some of the curbs are quite rough, and knowing what your car can and can't do is really important. As I've predicted it again, the number 2 car comes down into pit lane. Just got to make sure about the speed. We've seen a couple of people speed on the way in. That looks nice and conservative on the way in. And into the box comes John Leedy from 4th position.
Tell you what, Jamie, you've had some very, very beautiful calls when it comes to these drivers coming in exactly when they do. I feel like some of these drivers may try and hire you to be one of their strategists, as we have a driver swap as well in that Corvette. That was Steven Selby going into that SC Competition by TSR Corvette. To round off this race, we have less than an hour and a half left to go. We've already had a whole lot of drama, but I think the main crescendo of this race is going to start here in the not too distant future. Driver swaps continuing as well. This is a trackside racing team. This is Istvan. I'm not sure how I can pronounce that last name without sounding like something that we can't say here on Apex Racing TV.
You can say it. You can say it. Go on. Do it.
Istvan Tits in the number 34 car. Yes, Istvan Tits, who he has a European flag next to him, so I'm not sure exactly where he is. He's from Europe. That's something that we know for sure, and he has a last name that will make people who are either 10 or have the mental age of 10, like myself, start to giggle a little bit. He's in the number 34 car now, taking over for a very commendable first stint, it must be said, from his co-driver. So he is going to be bringing it to the checkered flag. Not a whole lot of time left to go. Only an hour and 21 minutes, actually an hour 20 and a half minutes now, trying to get it exactly right. And man, we're going to see these drivers, I think, patience, we haven't really talked about it too much over this very long green flag stint that we're in the midst of right now, but patience, that's going to be a huge role in deciding who's going to win, because even though we don't have very close fights in either of our classes when it comes to the lead, at least as it stands currently, we're still going to see these drivers try and risk it for everything they absolutely can to take the checkered flag at this debut race.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how this shakes out. That battle for fourth is going to be really, really good, because even though Stephen Selby has a 2-second gap, 1.5 second gap over the 34 trackside racing team car, and even though he's pitted 6 laps later, they've taken on a full service, and the 34 team haven't. So they'll probably shake out in a similar position as the 11 of Vision 1 Motorsports, driven by Mario Capellucci, has had an issue in turn 1, it appears. So let's see what's happened here. Have they had an issue, or have they been inflicted an issue upon them? I suspect it's the latter. Yeah. I think that was the 57 of Lou Malabra, who, to be honest, probably shouldn't be at that, given that they are still 2 laps down. Scrapping with the car and putting them off the road when you're multiple laps down is not how it's done. And that's a lot of time lost for the 11 car. Down now in behind the 85 Eagle Speed Academy car, driven currently by Kurt Van Aken. And yeah, that's unfortunate for the 11. But possibly karma for the move that they performed on the 88 maybe half an hour ago.
Maybe, possibly, we'll just we'll see. I mean, the racing gods are famously fastidious. They will not let you get away with anything at all. So the racing gods never forget. And we have the Rising Panda racing car number 47. The driver that was running in P2 in that LMP3 category has brought it down to pit lane. So I think this is going to start a series of stops for the LMP3 cars. And now we have a driver change as well, a driver swap in that 47 car. That's Maxime Leonard, who I believe was a driver at the start of the race in that car, so he is going to be grabbing it until the finish. But that is going to be the last driver swap for that car, at least. And we're going to try and see the Delta V number 25 getting a move done on the 73 in the GT3 LMGT3 category. Gotta get the nomenclature correct. But the Delta V car now running in P number 3 and got that move done on the 73. And you know, we've talked about in the other classes when it comes to drivers that were at one point leading and look like the ones that we need to keep our eyes on falling from grace in the LMP3s. It was definitely the 68 trackside racing team car that at one point was leading it in dominating fashion towards the beginning. However, they're now 5 laps down in P6 and pretty much entirely out of contention. And then the LMP2s, we think of the 22 car and that 57 car. We haven't talked about too much in the LMGT3s, but car number 73, I believe it was really the force to be reckoned with in that Mercedes, making it work around this track in the early stages. But things have pretty much just fallen apart for them. They're running now in P9, 8 laps down from the lead in the category. So the Rest Tech, the Rest Tech team in that Mercedes number 73 has had a really tough turn of fortune as of late. And oh my God, that's their teammate off. That's coming around the final corner. Be careful on the rejoin. Oh my God, that was nearly an absolute disaster involving the Rest Tech Repartee Corsa team, the number 60. And here is a replay to see what happened.
So coming through the penultimate corner, 11 car to the inside. Lets it go, all fine and fair there. Just gonna, oh, that's a hardware issue. That's a big hardware issue as well. Because that wheel was turning and then all of a sudden it wasn't turning and then it's come back. So I don't think the day could go much worse for the Restec Ripardo Corse team across all classes, because they've fought at the front in LMP2 and LMGT3, and it's all gone pear-shaped. That's going to be hard work bringing that car back to pit lane. Hopefully Brian Toccacelli can do so, but he is certainly struggling out there to keep that car pointing in the right direction. Help break those guys. I'm looking at how much he's having to work the wheel just to keep it pointing in some sort of consistent direction. He's struggling just to get the car turned in. It's really, really hard work for him out there. Yeah, the car will not turn to the right, really, at all. See, he's like constantly stopping it from walking over to the left-hand side. So, yeah, really tough break for those guys. They've had a really tough day. Ace, though, is good. I think it puts him in good stead for next round at Magny-Cours. It's not naturally a Mercedes track by any means, but I wouldn't have thought that Barcelona here would have been either. So I think there's promising signs for this thing. But sadly, just today is not their day.
Well, thankfully for them, they have a whole lot of time to re-rack, and thankfully now Brian Toccacelli has now brought that Mercedes back down pit lane. But having lived in Philadelphia for all the 19.5 years I've been on planet Earth, I have seen worse-looking cars driving down I-95 going about 98 miles an hour in a 55 zone. So that's not the worst-looking car I've seen in the world. Thankfully for him, he has brought it back into the pits, and that looked like a very... It looked like the rear wing and front bumper popped up onto that car fairly quickly, so I think there may be a penalty their way. And this is a replay involving Steven Selby in that SC competition by TSR Corvette. What happened here?
Just dropped it on the way into turn 11 there. That's a great shame, because those guys were running so well up there in P4. Just a little tag as well from the 34. To help them run. I don't think any significant damage would come to either car because of that, I hope. It just looked like bodywork to bodywork on that one, so hopefully both cars can motor along fine from here. But yeah, that's a shame, because Selby had been driving really well up to this point, and it was still no major damage done. It's about 10 seconds lost all in, and brings them right back in towards the clutches of the Works Sim Racing, the number 16 car. So that battle will probably resume again. Liam Kilton now in that car, so that's a third driver into that car today, I'm pretty sure, if I've got that correct. So interesting to see for a 4-hour race that we've got 3 drivers in. I always find that that's like a little bit of a complication. Obviously, like if you've only got 3 guys to run and it's you know, a driver swap race, then okay, you got to field all 3 drivers, but it makes it so much more difficult to piece together a setup for the car that works for 3 people than it does for 2. So it's interesting to see how these guys will progress from here. But P6 at the minute for the Works Sim Racing car, and eyes forward towards a stricken Selby, just under 1 second on the road. I wouldn't say stricken though. I think it's more absolute carnage. Every once in a while you just get pockets of activity. It'll be quiet for maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden you've got half the field surrounding you in one go, and then it'll disperse again. So I think we've just got one of those moments right now for P5 and 6 currently in LMGT3.
You've got the LMP3 cars involved in that as well. Very, very close on exit. Going on to the start-finish straightaway, we may see a move from the Works Sim Racing car to retake that American Civil War top position. They're going to be very close and side-by-side. Actually, no, Works Sim Racing actually pulled off the dummy there. It looked like it was going to go for it, then tucked back in, then looked like it was going to go for it, then tucked back in. But touching on the point of that car having 3 drivers, That is a very good point to bring up, because usually in a race like this, you don't see three, you mainly see two, and that is a pervasive theme amongst well, pretty much all the teams throughout the grid here this afternoon. A side-by-side hang into turn number 4, not close enough to get the move done for the Work Sim Racing number 16 car. For now, we may see it heat up between now and the end of this lap. Ooh, very close, trying to get that move done around the outside. I'm trying to make a point here, which would involve me looking away from my screen, but I'm just seeing these drivers be so very close to each other. I don't want to miss any sort of the action. I think I can mention it now. There's only 3 teams across this entire starting grid and this entire field that only have 3 drivers, well, that have 3 drivers, that being the Delta Racing LMP2 number 41 car, the Trackside Racing Team number 68, I believe have actually left the session, and then the other Work Sim Racing number 16 LMGT3 Mustang. So those are the only 3 cars that have 3 drivers in this race. So interesting call to go for something like that, and it's well, we'll just see how things work out with this Work Sim Racing car. As you said, very challenging trying to get a 3-driver effort, because, I mean, I used to race back in the day, and I'll tell you what, getting 3 racing drivers to agree on anything is like trying to pick up antimatter with chopsticks. You can't do it. So I got to imagine having a 3-car team, 3 drivers in one team for 1 car for a 4-hour race. That's got to be pretty tough to manage.
Yeah, it's certainly not straightforward. A little bit easier in LMP2 with more pit stops, because the stints are shorter in that car. But something just to note, it's been raised to my attention by Smuley in production truck. Number 60 car looks clean as a whistle now, so maybe they've taken a fast repair when they shouldn't have. Not to be a snitch, but that car is pristine at this point, when it wasn't merely 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's very, very likely. I was actually noting that when we were looking at that car stopped in the box. As soon as they came to a stop, bing, there appeared the rear wings. There may be a penalty heading their way. And speaking of penalties, it has since been served. But I was looking through the in-race, iRace chat, and there's actually a penalty issued to the Vision 1 Motorsports number 11 LMP2 car. There's a black flag issued. Now, I'm not sure what kind of gravity the penalty was, whether it was a drive-through, a stop and hold, or something like that. However, they did pick up a penalty, and it's dropped them down a decent amount. They're now running in P15, the last of the cars on the lead lap in that LMP2 category. However, at this stage, there's really nowhere to go but up. They've got the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car about 1 second farther up the road, with the Dynaco Racing Team a little bit farther up as well, about 5 seconds farther up the road compared to the next car in front of him. But again, he doesn't have a whole lot of time left to lose. The ResTech Reparto Corse team in P number 16, they're 2 laps down, so not a whole lot to worry about if you're Mario behind the wheel of this number 11 LMP2 car. However, you do have to worry about the lap traffic, which is not doing him any favors at all at this stage. You can see that's actually some of the leaders in the LMP2 category closing in as well. I see the HWT Motorsports car very, very close, along with the number 21 car in the midst of that, who's multiple laps down. The 11 actually getting out of the way. That's the other Tri-State Racing entry, the number 21 running in 20th. Actually, that's not really the smartest call from the number 11. He let the lapped car, who's a few laps behind him, by before he let the leader of the race by. So maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there heading through turn number 4.
Yeah, it's so difficult to judge things whenever you're the slower, or well, the car getting lapped and trying to just lose as little time as possible. With oh no, that's not gone well. That's a bit of a disaster there for the 34 Trackside Racing Team car that is stuck and beached in the wall. Can they extract themselves from there? I suspect not at this point. But yeah, just a really unfortunate coming together there between, I think, again, this might have been the 11. If I got that right? No, apologies. I think it's the 98 here. Didn't know where to place themselves, and then, yeah, that's a little bit of a clumsy one. I think the 98 should have moved hard over to the right-hand side and got themselves clean air, and then they've just ended up misjudging the speed at which the Ferrari GT3 takes that corner. That car's not going anywhere, sadly. That is stuck in the wall, and probably day done, sadly, for the Trackside Racing Team. who'd had such a good day up to this point, and it motored along really nicely in I believe it was 4th position. So yeah, got it for those guys. But that's the jungle of multi-class racing, unfortunately.
Here's the thing that we need to think about with that car parked in a somewhat precarious situation. Austin powered himself between the end of the Tech Pro barriers and that end of the concrete right towards that entryway for the marshals to get in and out of the racetrack. Will this bring out a yellow? That would be a major source of drama with only 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go. Adam Koop a little bit slow on corner exit. Actually, no, I think that was just a poor exit from the leader of the race. And yes, the yellow has come out in this race.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. Oh boy, indeed. That's my thoughts exactly, Jamie. That is going to be a big decider in this race. The Evolve Racing number 57 has come down pit lane. They are 2 laps down, hoping to try and get at least 1 lap back during this yellow. I don't believe it's going to help out the Vision 1 Motorsports entry. They're just going a lap down, and now that's going to help them out a lot. You gotta feel bad for Istvan Tits. They were putting together a very commendable effort after some drama in the early stages of the race. They were leading for a very brief time. He got into the car, and ever since then, it's been very, very dramatic. The Hungarian driver only got into that car probably about 20 minutes ago or so, and sadly, it looks like their day is going to be more or less completely over. This is... I don't really know how things are going to shake out here, Jamie. We're expecting... I wasn't confident that we're going to make it to the end with any more yellows. I think we're going to have at least 1. The yellow has now come out. It's going to be less than an hour left to go when this race gets restarted in the not too distant future. This is drama. I think that's the only word we could use to describe what this restart and what the rest of this race could entail.
This is really interesting because the at least within LMP2, the 37 that had short pitted the previous stint came in 3 laps ago, changed driver, Carl Leonard Dietrich now into that car with a full service as well. I don't think it makes too much sense for most of the cars ahead to come in and take a service. Which effectively means that the GSC Racing esports team have probably half a stint's worth of fuel advantage in terms of how long they can go and how little they then need to refuel in their final stop. If everyone came into pit now in LMP2 and topped up, they would still need to make 1 more stop. So I think a lot of the guys that pitted in and around lap 80 or so, I think those guys will try and just run the tank out and then pit 1 more time. So that, in a way, it neutralizes the race, but also makes it really interesting to see how the 37 shakes out. In LMP3, I think it just bunches all of them up. Let's see. Yeah, the contenders, at least in class, had all pitted a while ago, actually, except for the 47, who recently just put Maxime Leonard back in, who started the race for those guys. So interesting to see how that shakes out. What will also be interesting to see is where does each car end up in terms of relative to the pace car, who gets picked up, how is this all going to sort of shake itself out. So within LMP3, maybe less of concern because it's a smaller class. As we see the track map there. Has pace car picked up a leader of some description? Similarly, if we can find that. Yes, okay. And thankfully, it is the LMP2 this time around. So hopefully, once we get back to green flag racing, things will proceed normally. I think part of the issue was that maybe pit lane was closed, and then everyone was sort of coming down to pit lane, and then pace car had to pick up somebody, and it just picked up a GT3 car. Which obviously wasn't optimal. In GT3, GT3, sorry, to be precise, I don't think an awful lot changes here. Everyone still had to make 1 more stop. I would probably suggest all of the GT3 drivers come in at, and take their stop now, or whenever pit lane opens and they're able to come in and pit. I would say that that's in their best interest because then they can make it to the end on that tank of fuel. for sure. So just hearing that we're not going green, which is fine. So how it'll shake out in GT3. Has anyone pitted in the last like 2 or 3 laps in GT3? Just curious, looking at the timing here. Doesn't really seem to be the case. Certainly not of anyone that is on the lead lap, which I believe it's
only the front 3. Yeah.
Only the front 3. Okay, so really we only need to worry about the front 3 in terms of who's going to win this race in this scenario. So none of them have pitted. I would say if they're able to pit, they should pit to get basically the free pit stop. That being said, there is quite a split and a gap between first, second, and third, even under safety car here. So we've got Adam Cook pretty close to the front. Victor Bispo in the first of the Delta racing cars a little further down the pack. And then a little further back again, we have Victor Lenoret in the second of the Delta cars. So interesting to see how that shakes out, whether those guys decide to pit or not. But as we reach top of the hour, I'm pretty sure, like, if a GT3 pits now, pops up the tank, puts on first tires, they're good to go to the end of the race, regardless of any further yellows or any further safety cars. So I think that's pretty much where we're at in terms of strategy at this point. And that's me having not written down a note, not having penciled down how many laps each car can do on a tank. That's just a top-down, crude analysis on how the strategy, I think, looks like in this race. Interesting, though, the 98 car here has bolted clear and is trying to unlap themselves, but also the 23 car, I believe, is nearly a lap ahead. I don't know how that's worked out. So, that's correct. Yeah, they've basically tagged onto the back of the other LMP3s and are effectively nearly a lap ahead. So, assuming that that's correct, that wasn't how it panned out previously. See, the LS racing car is being released. So I guess it's going to take a few laps just to shake things out a little bit to make sure that this is all fair and correct. So
I think there's a whole lot of shuffling just for the LMP3s alone to make sure everything is, I mean, it was looking very dominant for twin turn sim racing, but looking at the screen now and them having an over 2.5 minute gap, that's a little bit extreme. So I think we'll wait for the LMP3s to kind of get sorted out. And something that I saw in the corner of my eye right as we were packing up behind that Porsche pace car, the drama that we've had throughout the yellows has continued as there's a small little bit of contact, I think possibly involving the Delta Racing number 31 and an LMP2 coming around that final corner about 2 or 3 laps ago. There's I mean, it wasn't like a major piece of contact. I think there may be some small little damage still on one of those cars. I know it was a BMW LMGT3 car. However, what car it was, I am not exactly sure, but I just saw a car like do a half spin coming around that final corner, but you can see incredibly painfully slow. This is just waiting for all the LMP3s to kind of get back into their right positions, get all their ducks in a row, so we'll be ready to rock and roll to get this race back underway. I think a few points I want to ask you here, Jamie, as we still have a decent amount of time before we get this race back underway. I don't know about you, but I'm not very confident that the rest of this race is going to go green. I mean, we just came off the back of a pretty lengthy green flag stint. However, all the restarts and even the initial start that we've had so far today have been very dramatic, and I think the drama is continuing as a 73 car. That's a Mercedes LMGT3 car currently running 9th in class. That's a ResTech Reparto Corse team who's had an up and down day. Thankfully, I think they've got back rolling and at a normal speed. But the question I was going to ask you is, if there is another yellow, do you think it would be possible for anyone to make it to the end on one more stop? They pitted during this yellow?
From LMP2, no. they all need one more stop even if they pit now, because their tank size is between 40 and 45 minutes in and around that sort of area. GT3, yes, which is why I've advocated that they pit now if they can. Depends whether pit lane has actually been opened or not. That I'm unsure about. As we see the 68 getting released to filter round and join the back of the pack. I do think, though, that this is more of a chance of going green to the end, primarily because we have an LMP2 starting things off. I know that the classes are still a bit interspersed, but it's helpful then, or at least it's less likely that there's going to be a massive amount of carnage then into turn 1, which then shuffles the carnage further and further back. It's a little easier then to judge things, but there's no point predicting anything really in this race because anything can and will happen, as we've seen at this point. There's not been much of a consistent pattern so far, so we'll have to see how it goes. But I suspect that the only drivers or the only cars that it makes a load of sense to hit right now and make it to the end, even if there was another caution period, is the LMGT3s, the top 3. So if they got an opportunity to come in and service, they should, but I'm not sure they will.
I have a feeling maybe there's just from my perspective, and again, a very good. As we have some drivers coming in, yeah. Again, coming in with a fantastic strategy calls.
Yeah, it made, for me, a ton of sense for those guys to come in. Number 4's come in, but the 31 hasn't. Now, why is that? This is quite interesting. So a number of the LMP2s as well have pitted. Now, they might just be in a weird spot in their pit cycle where they think, okay, we'll take the stop now, filter it towards the back of the pack, but have taken the free pit stop. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Michael Loeffler there for Rising Panda. Down in P8, it'll be. Scimitar coming out into P8 ahead of Tri-State, who were looking pretty good, weren't they, at one point here? Down into P9.
I think they were running, they were tracking like they were going to run in P4 when everything was said and done when it came to the pit stop. So I think there may have been a unfortunate turn of luck for them, possibly. We'll just... Now, either way, though, not ideal for position for them. That would be, what, P9 in the LMP2 category. As things stand currently, there's still a whole lot of... Even though it feels like there's not a whole lot of time left to go in this race. We're 3 hours and nearly 7 minutes into a 4-hour race. There's still over 50 minutes left, so there's definitely a lot of time to try and cut back on that time and gain a bit more, but that's still... That's going to put them on the back foot a little bit.
It will. I will say, though, if I was in the position of any of these LMP2 cars that could make it to the end on one stop, you would try and take your service as late as possible within the pit window under yellow to try and maybe maximize how long you can, well, how close to the end of the race you can get, and then maybe bank on another caution period. It's an interesting dilemma because like if this stays yellow for another 10 minutes or so, you might as well come down to the pit lane and service and get a full tank of fuel in, and then you might make it to the end. But from here, if it was to go green now, you wouldn't make it. So for someone like Ethan Jenkins, track position is pretty important. I think he has a buffer as well to who is second in class, not necessarily second on the road. Yeah, so the Race Ventura car driven currently by Jordan Paul Daly. So that's a reasonable gap out back. So in the HWT Motorsport position, I know that they're due a stop somewhat soon, but not immediately. They can get another certainly 5 to 10 laps out of it, I would assume, before they need to pit, which would get them into range of pitting and then making it to the end on that tank of fuel. So it's just interesting to see how this will shake out. Who's that entering pit lane? That is okay. The 77 car. That's a lap down. Okay. Uh, not too much to report, I think, on that particular scenario.
Well,
31 has
this
come down to
is
pit
yep.
lane. Interesting, right? So the 31's come down to pit lane this time. So interesting strategy call there. I think that's just going to put them right towards the back of the field in terms of on the road. They've not maintained any track position here. It'd be interesting to see whether we get any further reshuffling of cars. But at the minute, it looks like... Oh, interesting. The three that was leading,
Oh,
they've done a driver
odd.
swap, and they've come back into the pits again. The car that was a comfortable net lead of the race. How strange, how odd. Wonder what's happened. In theory,
Yeah,
they
this
should
is
still stay lead lap, but this is massively shaking up the order for LMGT3.
Yeah, this is very, very strange. We've seen some strange stuff throughout this entire race, and it's continuing in the LMGT3 category. I was going to make a point on the 31 Delta racing car that we just saw come into the pits and has now exited out in second with that pit stop from Tri-State Racing. I'm curious. I'm going to take a look to see if that was a penalty for Tri-State Racing, possibly. No, surprisingly not. I don't believe so. Yeah, you can see they're now exiting pit lane in that number 3 car right in front of an LMP3. But the point I was going to make about that Delta Racing number 31 car, they were the one that punted the LMP2 in the early stages of this yellow. Because I can recognize their paint scheme. They have a very distinct looking, like Senna-esque paint scheme. They have the yellow, the green, and the blue accents on it. And I saw that car and I was like, okay, that looks awfully similar to the one I saw involved in an LMP2 incident earlier on. So maybe they actually picked up a little bit of damage and possibly repaired that. Either way, the Tri-State Racing car coming in may have been their saving grace, because if it wasn't for that, well, I think they would have been P3 and no lower, because the Work Sim racing car, as it stands currently, is 3 minutes and 12 seconds back of the Delta Racing number 4 car in the lead. But that's still that's a strange call from Nico Leukinen in that Tri-State Racing number 3 BMW. I gotta wonder, was because I couldn't see some sort of black flag there, so I'm not really I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Jamie, do you have any theories as to what could have caused him to come down pit lane?
I have one theory. They might have had some issue with the service whilst doing the driver swap. They got the driver swap in and then realized, oh, we didn't get fuel on board, or we didn't get tires on board, and have come back down and serviced the car for 37 seconds, which is neither a penalty nor is it just tires exclusively. So I suspect that they've just had a weird issue with refueling. And it's happened, I know, before to guys on our team. I don't think I've had it personally myself, but I do know that it is something where it's just sometimes if you mess around with the black box as you're coming into pit lane, sometimes it goes wrong and you just need to double check it. So it might be a case of they made a tweak or a change relating to the driver swap and something went awry, and yeah, not sure. Somebody's actually just asking us, is Kevin Deckers driving for that team? It's a good question. No, I don't believe so.
That would be the Tri-State Racing team. Was that
Yes.
what team he was driving for? I think well, he's saying in the Kevin Deckers is saying in the YouTube chat that he is. So let me try and see, possibly look. I mean, we have a bit more time left to go, so I think for the this is a very the strangeness of this race continues. That's for darn sure. And I see black flag for Trackside Racing Team 68, along with a black flag for Nearly On Pace Racing in the number 89 car. So drivers racking up some black flags. I swear, every single yellow, it's been something different. We've had at least one driver get some sort of black flag or get punted by another car. It's been a very strange first race of the season. That's for darn sure, Jamie.
It has indeed, and Just looking at race controls information that we have multiple laps still until green, if I have that correct. So if there's an opportunity for any of the LMP2s to come down the pit lane, particularly Ethan Jenkins in the HWT Motorsport 24 car, or Jordan Paul Daly in the 78 for Race Ventura. Cracking name, yeah, I just have to say, it's a wonderful team name. There is, I think, an opportunity. One, it gets them to the end of the race, and two, it probably messes up race control enough that we stay under caution even longer to guarantee that they make it to the end. So that's my thinking. If I was on the pit wall for any of those teams, that would be what I'd be looking at to see if I can find a way to get a cheap pit stop in, a full service, and then have enough time to make it to the end, or enough room and enough fuel and enough tires to make it to the 4-hour mark. Oh, this is fun. I like it.
This is very fun. We got a whole lot of stuff that we've been able to talk about all throughout this race. Gotta love strategy content as well. One of the things I always liked about the Weekend Warrior series that I broadcast here on Apex Racing TV, which is coming up this upcoming Sunday. Just a quick little mention of that as well. There's a whole lot of strategy content when it comes to those races, and another strategy call. This is for the Work Sim Racing Mustang, driven by Liam Kilton. Number 16 car is stopped in the pits. He's up on the jacks. This is an interesting call, to say the very least. I mean, they have a buffer between themselves and the SC competition by TSR Corvette, and we actually have a driver change with Brad Linebaugh getting in that car to round off this race for the final 45 minutes. And we are in those final 45 minutes, so maybe if you are these drivers, yay, there you go. We've got a flood of LMP2 drivers to come down pit lane.
Yes.
Again, Jamie, the strategy calls you're making, they're working like an absolute treat, and all these drivers are biting that bullet. They will have to do a little bit of fuel saving, though, because it's going to be right on the razor-thin edge of whether or not they're going to make it. Has Cimatech Sensations stayed out?
Really quick, race control have shortened the caution, so it's only one more lap to green. Oh, this is fun. I like this. So it's all changed in LMP2. I would still have come in, even with that knowledge, to pit, and those guys will know their exact fuel number a little bit better than what I do. I've not driven an LMP2 around Barcelona to know exactly how many laps you can do on a tank of fuel. But given how long we're going to take to get back going again, that is driver swap as well for HWT. So top the car up, I suspect they've put their best driver back in with Dile Akbulud. They will come out 8th in class, but I suspect they can make it to the end as they are. The other LMP2s that have pitted on lap 100, which is everyone ahead, have they been able to save enough fuel to make it to the end? That is the question. Oh, this is so much fun. I love it. Are we just going to have like 7 LMP2s run out of fuel on the last lap? Who knows? Who knows? But, oh, spicy. I like it.
Absolutely spicy. This is fantastic stuff. We are setting ourselves up for a grandstand finish here from the European Sports Car Championship round number 1 this afternoon at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's been a dramatic past 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 45 seconds. Full of incidents, yellow flags, dramatic moments, very hard racing, and some intriguing strategy content as well. And this is going to be an interesting restart as well, because as you can see, the Vision 1 Motorsports entry, the number 11, is going to be leading them back to green, and right behind them is going to be the Evolve Racing number 57. Both of these cars are a little bit farther back. Vision 1 Motorsports, not really a lap down, but will be put a lap down once the leaders, that being the Cimatech Sensations number 20, catch up to them. And then you've also got the number 57 car, which is down multiple laps. So this is going to be, it is kind of like a half and half mix of what we had with the latest restarts many moons ago at this point with the the GT3s when they were leading them back to green at the very beginning of this race, right after the 1 hour mark hit us and we had the second restart of the day. We've got some lapped LMP2s leading us back to green. We'll see how aggressive they are at the very start. And to tie a little bow on all of it, Tri-State Racing actually picked up a penalty for a pit entry violation. So that's why they came in yet again. It still doesn't hurt them too much. They're only 15 seconds back of the Delta Racing number 4 that's leading in the LMGT3 category. We'll just have to wait and see how things shake out in that fight. So after the third yellow we've had so far in this race, and with only about 40 minutes left to go, we're setting ourselves up for a fantastic finish with strategy involved, and it's going to be Mario in the number 11 car leading them back to green in just a few moments time. The green flag is back at, and the drivers are on their way. You can see some drivers flashing their headlights, scrambling for every position they can. That's a car off farther in the back. Who was that? Missing a rear wing, and another car going off as well. Already some drama developing and some close quarters racing between the number 11 car and the car number 57, and this may have been one of the cars involved in that. We got a brief glimpse of what could have been one of the cars involved in that incident. Nevertheless, this is the number 50. This is the number 11 car, the P15 runner, who, as it stands currently, may be looking to gain a position because a car that was punted and spun around without a rear wing was actually the Dynaco Racing car running 14th in that LMP2 category. And then we got some more drama, this time heading through turn number 4. That is the number 60. That is yet another one of those Restec Reparte Corse team drivers. That is Salvatore Fernando. And oh my God, that's a huge hit for Race Ventura. One of the drivers who were thinking was going to be one of the ones to keep our eyes at between now and the end of this has had a major hit on the inside, actually the outside barrier, heading into turn number 5. Either way, that's going to be them pretty much entirely out of it. SC Competition by TSR also had a moment as well. Meanwhile, the HWT Motorsports number 24 car trying to get a move done around the outside, heading through turn number 1. That's very close quarter stuff between themselves and the lap car. That's a number 21 that they just sweep their way around the outside of. And Squadre Veloce by ERS has had an off as well, this time heading into turn number 11, and the yellow is back out.
Wow.
We were expecting some drama on this restart, and we absolutely got it. There is the battered, bruised, and broken number 78 car, Race Ventura, driven by Ted Edwards. They were in possibly the catbird seat to get a podium position, if not even a win here this afternoon. But sadly for him, in this incident, things have all gone terribly, terribly wrong. And here is a replay. You can see that Corvette a little bit farther up the road may have played a role in this incident. Heading into the corner, and oh yeah, was contact with that number 2 Corvette, and a huge hit into that tire barrier on the outside of the braking zone of turn number 5. And Ted Edwards, you have to feel so bad for him after nearly 3.5 hours of racing action. The team that I guess is one of our favorite because it has a beautiful team name, that being Race Ventura, they're pretty much entirely out of it. That is a heartbreaker.
That's absolutely brutal. It's the downside though of taking that pit stop in the middle of the pit cycle, and then ending up behind everyone and needing to work your way through early doors in this stint of the race. Hard to tell actually with that angle whether the number 2 Corvette moved across or not. Ted Edwards in the 78 did sort of look like he had more room to work with. We'll get another look at it, I suspect, on board with Ted Edwards in the Race Ventura 78 LP2. So it's a little bit of argy-bargy. Oh, I see it now. He's picked up wheel damage.
Oh!
Before this all even kicked off, the car was busted well before contact with the number 2 car. So that's highly unfortunate. Contact with the left rear. We could see that he was steering hard to the left just to keep it in a straight line. He hits the brakes and the car doesn't move across to the right, and then clips the 2 on the way through, and that's day done. And that is now why we have the 4th caution of the day, if I've got that correct. And
Correct, yes.
What this also now means as well is that the cars that pitted on lap 100 in LP2 should now be able to make it to the end without needing the extra stop. So that's worked out pretty rough for someone like the 24 with Dilly Akbulut, who had gained the spot anyway regardless of this. So still might be in a good spot, still might be able to do something from there. It's a lot of cars as well that the 24 has seemed like they've been quicker than throughout the race that are ahead. So it'll be a fascinating run to the end here. But whether the 24 has enough time to work his way through 6 cars to get back to the top step of the podium remains to be seen.
I think the main point of importance when it comes to that HWT Motorsports entry and their chances of taking the checkered flag, the winners overall in that LMP2 category, is mainly down to them keeping it clean. We just saw that happen. Just at that restart, we saw that drama happen with their main competitor in that LMP2 category. Small little bit of contact gave them suspension damage and probably had their bearings anywhere but straight, and that's what led to that accident heading into turn at number 5. So I think if you are any of these drivers with a fantastic shot of being able to take the checkered flag, keeping it clean on these restarts is going to be priority number 1. Touching on LMP3s as we're following our leader as it stands currently, twin turn sim racing being driven by Scarlett DeMarco. That number 23 car is not very far ahead of the Rising Panda Racing number 47. And touching on the Rising Panda Racing team, they're running P2 in both LMP2 and LMP3. That's going to be an interesting story to follow throughout the rest of this race. And we still have a decent amount of time left to go until things get back underway again. I'll take a look to see exactly how long we have left. Okay, about 2 laps left until we get things back rolling here. And we're slowly approaching the final half hour of this race. It's been dramatic, drama-packed from start to finish, and there's still a whole lot of drama left to be decided. When it comes to that LMP2 fight as well, and the fight for the overall lead, I'll ask you this here, Jamie, because you seem to be the strategy maestro on this broadcast. First, Simatech Sensations, and, well, mainly Simatech Sensations, because they're the team that stayed out on that last pit call, along with some of the other drivers running up towards the front of the field. They haven't really sniffed a chance of winning this race throughout a vast majority of it. They've been running solidly inside the top 10 ever since the green flag was dropped 3.5 hours ago. But at this stage, what do you think they should do? Do you think they should just hope to God there's some more yellows and then try and come in for the quickest pit stop they possibly can with about 10 minutes left to go? Or do you think they should probably try and pit now and then maybe go from there? What do you think the strategy call is if you're the number 20 team?
I think they have enough fuel to make it from here with this extra yellow. I really do.
Gotcha.
I think they, whatever way that their strategy had been able to work, up to that point, they were able to jump a couple of cars, notably the 46. The 46 needed, I believe, a full service whenever they came down on the pit road and changed driver over to Michael Loeffler there. So they're in 2nd position. They were, I believe, the car chasing down the leading pair. So we had at one point it was the 37 and the 24. Where's the 37? 37's dropped back quite a bit. They must have ran into a little bit of trouble because I think they were 3rd on that restart. So, oh no, they came back down to pit for some reason on lap 103, the same lap as the 24. Okay, interesting. So, yeah, everyone from here, I'm pretty sure, not guaranteed, but pretty sure they can make it to the end as is. The determining factors here is track position, relative to the traffic interspersed in between each car. So obviously we've got the 20 that's fortunately, but also like they've driven a really good race. They've landed themselves into the lead position. Then we have the 46 that has sort of been up in the front most of the day. The 69 has sort of worked themselves from the depths of hell, for no other way of putting it. I think we're in the back row. They're up in the 3rd. The 12 car up to 4th. They've been going along quite well, but we've got Bart Mattia in the car, who I don't believe we have seen at this point, so we have no idea sort of where his pace is at. Division 1 have come down into pit lane now because I'm pretty sure they can't make it to the end. So they'll take on fuel. But yeah, everyone else, it is as they are. And Undoubtedly, NOP in P8 will somehow find a way to be in a 10-car scrap for P8 come the end of the race, as they have done all race. I've just observed that they're still in it.
That's pretty much a guarantee. I gotta say, all credit where credit's due to all the drivers in that NOP number 89. Every single time we've looked at this car, they have been in a hornet's nest, whether it be dealing with lap traffic, whether it be dealing with their own competitors in the LMP2 category. They have had a very hard-fought afternoon thus far. They're still in it, and we're coming up to that half-hour mark in less than a minute's time. And I don't even think they have a paint chip on that race car, so absolutely incredible the fact they've kept this race car as clean as they have, and have put on a pretty good show, it must be said. They're in P8, currently 7.5 seconds away from our leader, Simatex Sensations, which of course doesn't mean anything considering we're under yellow, but still not a whole lot of time I can spit my words out here. There's not a whole lot of time between themselves and the leader, so maybe we could see NOP possibly snag a top 5. I would not rule that out under any means.
Again, even though we're 30 minutes from the end and probably heading towards a late shootout, I refuse to predict how this race will end up. This has been the most unpredictable race that I've seen possibly ever. I have no idea how this is going to go. All I do know is that the 20 leads and the 46 is directly behind them in second, so that should be good fun. I suspect that the 46 is slightly quicker than the 20, not by much, but I think they are quicker. So can the 20 hang on? Do they definitely have enough fuel? I think they do, but is this going to be a game of fuel saving? Who can fuel save the best, maybe? So there's a lot to unpack here, and there's a lot of info that we don't know for sure with LMP2. In LMP3, again, it looks like a pretty good battle between the 23 and the 47, so fascinating to see how that pans out. And then in LMGT3, we've got the 4 and the 3, so that's the Delta Racing and the Tri-State cars. I think they have a bit of a gap between them, but again, all things equal from here. Pace cars are supposed to be in this lap, but we have cars in the pit lane, so fingers crossed that we actually go green this time.
Getting flashbacks to that second yellow we had earlier on. That Porsche pace car is going down pit lane. We'll just see if those cars currently in pit lane are going to exit and ruin what could be a very fantastic restart. I don't think there's anyone exiting right now, so I believe the field is now going to be in the hands of the Simatex Sensations number 20. We're waiting for that green flag to come out in just a few moments time. Yes, it is. A green flag is out, and the drivers are back on their way into turn at number 1. You can see the Simatex Sensations car weaving all around the track, trying to break that slipstream and also get a little bit of tire temperature into that LMP2 car before they attack turn number 1 and 2. 3 wide heading into turn number 1. These drivers simply do not fear death. Very close stuff. The number 99 car going for a trip over the speed humps on the outside of turn number 2. Hard stuff between all of these drivers, and you can see right now the HWT Motorsports car battling hard with that NOP. A big slide farther in the back. That may be, oh my god, that was nearly a major accident. This is a very slow LMP2 car. Another car, that's KO, that's NOP, my apologies, going off the track. That's on the outside of turn number 4. So right as we were talking about them having a very clean race, they had their first mistake of the day, and that's nearly being them banging and roughing each other up on the exit of turn number 5. These drivers giving it everything they absolutely can. Delta Racing LMP2, that number 41 car, one of the only cars in this field with 3 drivers. They're battling hard, trying to hold on to P number 7 for as much as they can, but ResTech Reparte Corse is trying to pull off a fantastic move, and they're gonna get done heading into turn number 10. Beautiful stuff to slot their way into P number 7. And meanwhile, you've got the Squadra Veloce by ERS team right behind in that number 88 car, battling very hard, along with that MV Skin Lab DS Racing entry a little bit farther behind, and the GSE Racing Esports car a little bit farther down the road as well. This is absolute chaos here in the LMP2 category. We don't have a whole lot of time left to go. Only 27 minutes. These drivers are going to be pushing it like absolute hell and back to try and pick up any sort of time that they possibly can and hold on to the positions for dear life. Meanwhile, we're following Scarlett DeMarco in that twin turn sim racing number 23 car, leading in that LMP3 category with less than a half an hour left to go in this race. However, it is not easy for them to try and hold on to that position. They're getting held up a little bit by that Mustang that chopped across their nose heading into turn number 1, trying to find any sort of way to get past that now blinking Ford Mustang. This is not a good position to be in at all if you're that twin turn sim racing car. This is an awesome position for Delta V Racing. They're making it 3 wide heading into turn number 4. Delta V on the inside, twin turn sim racing, trying to find any way they can to hold on to that LMP3 lead, but I think their challenges are absolutely fruitless, as now side by side again heading into turn number 5. We've got some more drivers involved in that as well, running on board with the LMP2 car. This is the World of Sim Racing team car number 51, being driven by Adrian Sabiela, and this is very, very tough stuff between all of these drivers. That was very nicely played from both twin turn sim racing and Delta V, trying to avoid that the LMGT3, and now trying to avoid the LMP2, trying to thread the needle between those two, going down the back straightaway into turn number 10. But twin turn sim racing at this stage, they only have a 0.2 of a second lead over Delta V right behind. And if those two start to battle, we could see Rising Panda Racing and that number 47 car start to try and make a challenge to take a much better position that they're in right now. Meanwhile, the other Rising Panda Racing car is only a half a second back of our overall leader, the Simatech Solutions, the Simatech Sensations number 20 LMP2 car that is leading it with less than a half an hour left to go. Now only 25 minutes left to go in this race. They will have to pit at some point. Actually, no, they will not have to pit at some point. That was a point that you mentioned earlier on, Jamie. They possibly have enough fuel to make it all the way up until the checkered flag. It's just a matter of hanging on for dear life and seeing where that HWT Motorsports car is. They're still running in 6th. They have about a 0.3 of a second gap between themselves and the American Speed Eagle Academy car, the number 85, in 5th. HWT Motorsports, they have about 24.5 minutes left to go. But if you're them, maybe this is my perspective being a little bit different from yours, Jamie, but if I was behind the wheel of that car, I would start to kick on the Hyperjets.
They need to at this point. Quickest car on track at the minute in LMP2 is Bart Mattia, who's just come into that car in the Tri-State car. Fastest lap of the race for them on just off the start of this restart. So it's all converging a bit. The 24 hasn't made the progress that I thought that they would, and in fact it's actually under a little bit of pressure from the 43 as 60 of trackside. Hopefully they can get going again. It's a bit of actually substantial damage to the rear end there. Not their day after such a promising start. But back to your point with LMP3, it was looking really, really dicey. Oh, big wobble there for Kurt Van Aken in the, or sorry, for Dalil Akbulut actually there in the 24. It's a really important move for the 24 to try and make. Definitely looks quicker than the 85 there, but can't make it stick, and he's starting to run out of laps here to try and work his way forward. That car did need to come in and pit at some point, but it's not working out. That's not the move into the inside of 5. You need to be alongside before you get anywhere near the brake pedal, mate. But no harm done. But this is eating away at the opportunity of a race win here for the 24 and even for the 43 as well. That's looking really racy as well. Fastest lap, or personal best lap for the 20 up front. That's their quickest lap of the race on a 31.88, and been able to breathe a little bit over the 46. So putting down the big laps when it matters. GSE, it's not worked out for them since the driver swap. And I think the pit cycle has ruined their chances as, oh no, the 24's round. That's
now they're stopped on the side of the track waiting for a time to rejoin the track safely. They rejoined it at a safe time, but that is effectively game over for the HWT Motorsports number 24 car heading into turn number 11. I think they just no, they got contact. That was a big hit from the 43. They are going to be livid with the Restec Reparto Corse team being driven. That was Andre Valerito, I believe that was, and the number 43 car heading into turn number 11. Oh, you got to feel so bad for them. It looked like the race was practically in their hand. It was in their grasp. If that yellow had come out about a half an hour ago at this rate, who knows how things would have shaken out with that number 24 car. But you can't really talk about what ifs. You can just talk about what happened, and what has happened is things absolutely falling apart. Meanwhile, at the north end of the field, the front three covered by less than a second. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 35 seconds on the board, and the front three overall are still separated by less than a second. You gotta love endurance sports car racing, because only here can you have something as ridiculous as this. Sematech Sensations, they're leading it in the number 20 car. Rising Panda Racing in the number 46 are right behind in P number 2, with Tri-State Racing knocking on their heels in P number 3. They have a decent gap between themselves and the SJ&H Esports team in that number 69 car, which have put on a beautiful drive, it must be said. Last time we really talked about them, they were running outside the top 10, I believe. Now they're running in 4th. I mean, granted, this race has been turned on its head about 14,000 times, but still, that is a very good result if they can hold on to it between now and the end of this race coming up in about 20 minutes time. But Tom Roberts in that P4 spot is putting on a wonderful drive. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3s, the fight is far from over. It's a BMW brawl between these two. Delta Racing leading it in that number 40 car. Tri-State Racing in the number 3 right behind, only about a half a second separating these two going on the back straightaway during this lap. And we haven't really talked about it. Work Sim Racing have made their way up into P3 with that penalty that some of the drivers picked up, and with the drama that happened with Delta Racing in the number 31 car, Work Sim Racing have made their way up into 3rd. So a whole lot of drama that's happened over the past 40 minutes, and there's still a whole lot of drama left to go in the final 20.
Yeah, I mean, what a race, what a mental race. Work Sim Racing are still just about in contention. They've generally just kept their nose clean, not done too much wrong, stayed on the lead lap when they needed to, and just kept digging, nothing else forward. A really good battle here, though, between the leading pair in LMGT3, Delta versus Tri-State. Really close between the two, only a tenth and a half separating Joao Delgado versus Nico Loikanen in the fight for the lead here. It's close. It's close in all 3 classes. You'd love to see it. Just looking at race control, we have a penalty, a black flag for the 98 Dinoco Racing team that's currently 3rd in LMP3, which you hate to say. I don't know what actually has caused that, but Maxime Eberlon, probably the quickest actually out of the 3 leading contenders here in LMP3 from what we've seen. And the Delta Racing 31 with a black flag, which, I mean, they were out of contention after the previous round of stops. They have another black flag, so I believe that's a drive-through penalty that they need to serve. So in comes the 98. That's any hope of the win done and dusted. Frustrating for them. They were definitely quick enough. A black flag as well for the 19. That's a car that's a lap down, I believe. It's the 19 Dinoco. Okay, not sure what they've done, but they also now have a black flag. So race control has been busy today, and they're right up towards the end, still getting busy.
They have been incredibly busy. I kind of feel bad for them. I feel like the other race control need a whole round of adult beverages after the very dramatic evening they've had so far today. And it's still not over yet. 18 minutes left to go, and a whole lot left to be decided. Who's going to prevail in that LMP2 dogfight? Who is going to win between Twin Turn Sim Racing and Delta V Racing in the LMP3 category? And which one of the BMWs is going to be victorious in the LMGT3 class? Meanwhile, one of the LMP3 runners, that being the P3 runner of Rising Panda Racing in that 47 car, they have had an off that was heading through turn at number 5. I think we may be able to find a replay to see what in the world happened there to that 47 car. We've got some hard drama, hard racing into turn number 1. That's between the 41 car driven by Felipe Chagas. That's a little bit of damage as well on the front end of that 41 car, so that may be slowing him down a teeny tiny bit. Currently running 9th in the category, right behind the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car, as well as a GS ASE Racing esports car as well. 87 and 37 in front of car number 41, with NOP putting on a pretty good recovery drive after that off-track moment and off-track excursion that they had not very long ago. They're still just barely clinging on to a final top 10 position. However, Squadra Veloce by ERS is going to be looking to try and find any sort of way to get past them to break their way into the top 10 between now and the checkered flag. But this is going to be a grandstand finish, folks. The people have tuned in here on Apex Racing TV and also on the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel. You are in for a beautiful one here this evening, and side by side, hang it to turn number 1, NOP trying to battle as hard as they can to get that move done on the Delta Racing LMP2 entry, that number 41 car. That's some pretty significant front end damage as well. It's not like they're driving around like a NASCAR modified or anything like that, but they still have some decent front end damage, which is definitely hurting their downforce a metric crap ton as they head their way through these very fast final few corners to end off this lap.
Yeah, it's everywhere you look, there is a battle for position somewhere in class. Chagas is hanging on over Sunshine here in the NOP car, down to the inside, deep on the brakes from the 41, and is able to hold it just for now, but it gets out of shape through turn 2. If you're going to hold the outside in turn 1, you've got to make sure you keep the momentum through turn 2. Wasn't able to do that. Sunshine in the NOP car back up to P9, which is more or less where he's been pretty much all day in that car. Up the inside, we've got the 11. Oh, no. Oh, that's
airborne. That's a Squadra Veloce by ERS car that just went for some aerial acrobatics heading through turn number 4, and that is a broken and yeah, that car is not moving. That's both front wheels damaged on that race car. Could we see another yellow? Would we be able to get the race back restarted with only about 15 minutes left to go on the clock? Here's the replay of what happened. Felipe Chagas in that Delta Racing LMP2 car getting caught up with the traffic, and oh, that was a big hit for both of those drivers, and that was a huge nose-in impact into the tire barriers for Felipe Chagas. That Delta Racing LMP2 car is done. He's not moving, and the yellow flag is out. Oh, now this really raises an interesting question. Simatech sensations with the yellows that we've had in the past 45 minutes, there's really no doubt in any of our minds that he is going to be able to make it to the checkered flag on the fuel that he has right now. But is he going to be able to hold off any sort of challenge? And more important than anything else, before we talk about what may happen on track, will we be able to get this race restarted?
Good question. I don't think anyone needs to pit. Based off of the previous caution, everyone should be good to go to the end here, outside of any car that wants to come in and repair damage. Based off of the previous cautions, this isn't going to go green again, but if it does, what we've now seen is that the 12 has got ahead of the 46 in LMP2, and the 12 has been very, very quick as soon as Matthias come into the car. So that's going to be really interesting. Looking down to LMP3, that's just been a ding-dong battle between the 23 and the 25 for a little bit. That, I assume, would continue. They're nose to tail on the track, so that's fine. Same with LMGT3, with Delta and Tri-State. So they're nose to tail. They've held station for now. It's just going to be a case of who's got a little bit more pace at the very, very end of this race. Everyone should be good to go in terms of fuel to the end. It's just how many laps are we going to get, if any, in terms of green flag race. But I suspect this caution, in theory, should be a little bit shorter because nobody really needs to come down to pit lane to service anything other than damage. And if you're badly damaged and need to service something now, your day is done, and you probably might as well park it rather than repair for 5 minutes, sort of thing, and lose a couple of laps. You might as well try and limp the car around unless you've got a meatball flag. So we'll see how it goes, but that wasn't like a massive multi-car pileup. It was, I mean, 3 cars involved, but only 1 car really picked up any sort of significant damage, which was the 41 that has required a tow. So in theory, we should be able to get back green flag racing in a couple of laps, but in theory and in practice are often 2 different things.
I would hope that we could get this race back restarted, because it's been drama filled ever since we dropped that green flag well over 3.5 hours ago. And if this race does have a green flag grandstand finish, it's going to be absolutely insane. Even before the yellow flag came out, the front two in all three categories, after, again, well over 3 hours and 40 minutes of heart-pumping racing action, they were only separated by about a second and a half between all three of our classes here this afternoon. LMP2s were close, LMP3s were close, and LMGT3s were close as well. They're going to be close again if we get this race restored, keyword being if. But I think we'll just have to wait and see. 48 minutes, about coming up to 49 minutes very, very soon. And we'll keep an eye out on the race control messages to see when we possibly get this race back underway. The Porsche pace car pace lights are out, though. That I can see. That is obvious. And actually, we have some that's a LMP3 car getting waved by. That is the number 68 trackside racing team. Man, you gotta wonder how things would have shaken out for them if things went a little bit different, and the same could really be said about this car, the ST competition by TSR Corvette. They were winning the American Civil War for a decent amount of time. They were ahead of that Work Sim Racing Ford. However, things have gone desperately wrong, and they're now in the pits to serve a black flag, a drive-through penalty for something that we are not aware exactly how he picked up that drive-through penalty, but he's come in to serve it. He's still in P number 6, 4 laps down from the leader in LMGT3. So it looks like it's going to be Ford winning the brawl of the American manufacturers. And if we don't get this race back underway, it would be the Brazilian João Delgado in the Delta Racing car bringing it home. I mean, regardless of who wins in these classes, I feel like a whole lot of people deserve to be the winners, because a lot of these drivers and these teams in general have put up with a whole lot of stuff so far today. They've dealt with many challenges, many curveballs thrown their way, and whoever wins it, if we get this race back restarted in the next 10 minutes, they would have rightfully earned it.
Yeah, this has been a race that could be, to understate it quite a bit, quite stressful. So, yeah, it's looking like a short dash to the line. The 20 versus the 12 is the most likely sort of scrap for the win in LMP2. The 23 versus the 25. Maybe the 47 gets involved, maybe. But it's looking like the 23 versus the 25, and then the 4 and the 3 in LMGT3. So we've got scraps for the win in all three classes. At this point, for each of the drivers in the main sort of lead fight, just reset, compose yourself. You know what you need to do, and may the best driver win.
Amen. That's all it's going to come down to. Who's going to have the guts to go for a ballsy move? Who is going to have the tenacity to win after 4 hours of racing action with a whole lot of curveballs, a whole lot of drama, and a whole lot of headaches thrown in as well? That Porsche pace car, its lights aren't on. I think we may be going back racing this time by. Regardless of when we get back racing, if we get back racing, the field is going to be in the hands of the Simatux Sensations number 20 LMP2 car. And we didn't really have them picked as a favorite to win this race up until probably about the past 15 minutes. It's been very up and down in terms of who we think is going to win, but with that incident we had from some of the competitors earlier on, it looks like it's very good if the number 20 car can stay in that position. But the key word is if in that matter. The Porsche pace car has gone down pit lane, and what could be the final time here this afternoon, the field is about to get the race back underway for an 8-minute dash to sort things out. It's been a fantastic 3 hours and 52 minutes thus far, and it's going to be a fantastic 8 minutes to sort things out. Here we go. The number 20 car weaving like a madman down that start-finish straightaway, trying to break that slipstream as desperately as he can, but the Tri-State car number 12 is going to try and sweep around the outside, hang through turn number 1 inside side line, hang into turn number 2. They're still going to be side by side through the sweeper of 3. They're clean a little bit farther in the back. As long as these drivers have clean run to the finish, it's going to be tense, but that's a big crash. That's a number 46 car. That's a Rising Panda Racing car with a huge hit into that outside tire barrier. Thankfully, that car is back rolling. That was a massive hit, but thankfully for this race, he is still rolling. I don't think the yellow is going to come out as a result of that, but we still have a whole lot of corners left to go and a whole lot of opportunities for a driver to bring out a full course yellow again as well. That was LS Racing going for a spin through turn number 4. It was, I believe that was actually, yeah, turn number 4. My apologies. I thought it was turn number 5 very, very briefly. My brain is absolutely frazzled from the drama we've had thus far, and it's still heating up here in that LMP2 fight. Delta V Racing have taken the lead, and that's Delta Racing, the number 4 car, the leader in LMGT3, has gone for a spin. That's coming out of turn number 7 and 8. Oh my God, the challenging corner that has caught out a whole lot of drivers all throughout this race, catches out another one, and maybe he had some help or following the work sim racing car. That's the number, running in P number 2, the number 6 car. That Ford Mustang has been plucky all throughout this race, and if they can hang on, it will be a brilliant result for them. Meanwhile, Simatech Sensations are weaving like a madman, trying to break that slipstream. This is a dogfight between these two. Simatech Sensations, Tri-State Racing, they're running P1 and P2. They don't have to worry about fuel. They just have to worry about who's going to be the first to take that checkered flag in about 6 minutes time. This is hard fought stuff between the both of these drivers. They're not going to be giving any, they're not going to be leaving a dime out there on the racetrack. They're going to be pushing it to the absolute limit. Every single corner will be sent. Every single braking zone will be attacked, and we're just going to see who is going to prevail in that fight. We got some hard fighting a little bit farther back in that LMP2 category as well. MV Skin Lab DS Racing battling hard with NOP side by side, heading into turn number 5 and nearly making contact. That was very close to ending an absolute disaster for the both of those drivers. Man, my voice is cutting out from how dramatic this race has been thus far and how dramatic this restart has been already. Thankfully, the driver who we saw go for a one-way ticket into the barrier, he is back down in the pit lane. Another Rising Panda Racing car, that being the LMP3, the 47, has gone off. That's on corner exit of turn number 5. So what we thought was going to be a fantastic result for Rising Panda Racing, running in the podium positions in both the LMP2 and the LMP3 categories, that's all come to naught, and this is a major accident heading through turn number 10. That's the MV Skin Labs DS Racing car being driven by Ricardo Santos. You can see that car is all but destroyed, and there's another car involved in that as well. We're going to take a look at a replay to see what sort of drama caused that incident heading into turn number 10. You can see the 22 car nearly giving a bump and run, and he did give a bump and run to the 87, and I think I don't have a good feeling about this. Bang, right into the side. Oh, that's tough luck for the drivers involved.
I feel like the 22's got involved in nearly everything in this race, almost everything. But wow, what a restart where everything is kicked off in pretty much every class. There's still a fight for the lead in LMP2, but yeah, it's all changed, all different, all new and exciting. We've got a battle for second side by side between Dinoco in the 98 and the 23 twin-turn sim racing car that was second, I believe. Actually, no, it was leading, was it not?
It was leading. It's been a disastrous restart for them. Ever since then, they have lost 6.5 seconds to Delta V, who are slowly pulling away with the win. Still hard stuff between both of these drivers side by side. Hanging into turn number 4, Dinoco Racing Team holding off that challenge. But the 98 didn't pick up a penalty not very long ago. Have they come in to serve that?
I'm pretty sure they did.
That's a real question.
Yeah, they did. We seen them come down into pit lane. To serve a drive-through, so that has been served and they can try and get up the road, but I don't think they have enough time unless something happens to the Delta V racing car. I mean, huge drama in LMGT3 with the 4 facing the wrong way coming out of turn 7 and 8. We didn't see whether they had a helping hand or not, but the 3 now with a comfortable 9.4 second lead. About as comfortable as you can expect after in the middle of an 8-minute shootout here. But the lead in LMP2, the battle for that rages on. Semitalk holding on over Tri-State Racing. Are we getting a look at what happened? Yes, we are. Into turn 7 and 8. What has happened here? I mean, it's absolute chaos is the gist of it, but... Oh, it was. Oh. It got turned by the 3. Wow. Okay, I don't know how to call that because the 4 was pretty slow coming off the corner, but the second place number 3 car turned the leading number 4 car, and the number 3 car is going to win this race. What happens in terms of the race control and steering decisions with that, who knows? But what drama at the end of this race.
And nearly getting abducted by a UFO is Nico Leukinen, blinking in and out of existence here, so hopefully a connection issue doesn't spoil his chances of taking the victory in the LMGT3 category, but that is definitely going to be a controversial incident between those two. You gotta feel absolutely terrible for Delta Sim Racing. They're putting on a brilliant show, but sadly, things have all come to naught. They were running P1 and P2 not very long ago. Now the Delta Racing, this car, the number 4, they're running in third. They are 24 seconds back of the Tri-State Racing car in the lead of the race. They're pretty much entirely out of contention with about a minute and a half left to go on the clock, and you can't even see it on the graphic that we have. They're not even in the top 7. The 31 Delta Racing car involved in some incidents earlier on. Sadly for them, it's all come to naught. But this team, Simatech Sensations, I'll get spit out correctly at some point throughout this broadcast. They have, I wouldn't say backed into it, because to win this race, they have had to be the last of the runners. They have had to be the last of the renegades, staying on the circuit while other cars were going off left, right, and center, being and banging and roughing each other up, and other drivers cracking under the pressure. You would think a team that came in to the lead of the race, mainly through strategy and strategy alone, were going to be in a really tough spot, but as it stands at the moment, the driver behind the wheel of that car, that being Julien Basseur, he has been able to hold off the challenge from that Tri-State Racing number 12 car a little bit farther down the road. Currently about 0.8 of a second separating those two, less than 30 seconds left to go on the clock, heading his way around turn at number 10 right now. It is going to be very close as to whether or not we're going to be taking the checkered flag this time by Delta V. Has had an issue. They are out of it. Delta V from the lead of the race in the number 25 car. They are done. They are not going to be your winners in the LMP3 category. Absolute heartbreak for the number 25 team. They have lost an absolute heart joy and a heart explosion, really, for the Dynaco Racing team, as they are going to be able to inherit the lead and possibly the win of this race. We'll just have to wait and see how things shake out for those drivers. I believe our leader, those being Simatech Sensations, I believe they have taken a white flag now, so it's only one more lap to go in this race, and you can see him rounding his way around turn number 3 right now, dealing with some more traffic. That gap is actually growing between Simatech Sensations and Tri-State Racing. Those two have put on a brilliant show, and I gotta say, a brilliant show as well. Our congratulations, very primitive congratulations, go out to Eagles Speed Academy, who are currently running in P3 with less than one lap to go. Absolutely amazing stuff, especially for Kurt Van Aknu, who's put together a wonderful drive to hold off any sort of challenge that has been thrown his way. SJ&H Esports as well, running in P4, very nicely played. And NOP, who's just barely holding into the top 10 spot not very long ago. They're running in 5th on black flag to Tri-State Racing car number 3. They're going to be taking the white flag this time by, but they're doing it in the pits, and that is going to possibly hand the lead and the win to Work Sim Racing and that Ford Mustang. Drama, major drama developing at the end of this race. It has been 4 hours of chaos, 4 hours of cautions, 4 hours of these drivers getting thrown every single curveball they possibly can. But this man behind the wheel of the Simatech Sensations car, number 20, they are going to be the ones victorious here from round number 1 of the European Sports Car Championship. Julien Basseur leads the number 20 car to victory here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Only 0.8 of a second between himself and the Tri-State Racing car right behind, and Eagle Speed Academy holds on to that P3 spot to round out your podium in the LMP2 category. Meanwhile, next to take the checkered flag, I think, is going to be this team. It is the Dynaco Sim Racing team, being driven right now by Maxime Eberlin, and it's been a dramatic, absolutely dramatic final stages of this race. It's come down to a crescendo. They had to serve a penalty not very long ago, but they managed to take the lead, and they were running in second. However, some drama for Delta V. Commiserations go out to them. They got hit by a falling anvil, and it's going to be Dynaco Racing team prevailing in the end. Dynaco Sim Racing coming across the line, and they win it here at Barcelona. Twin turn Turn Sim Racing, who's restarted this race with only 8 minutes left to go in the lead. It didn't shake out too well for them at the finish. They end up in second, only 1.4 seconds back of Dynaco Racing Team, who end up winning it. Rising Panda Racing, well done to hold on to that P3 even after a mistake not very long ago. And talk about the comeback of a century. It was BMW dominance midway through this race. They held all 3 positions, and every other car in the LMGT3 category was a lap down, but they put their nose to the grindstone, and in the end, Work Sim Racing, God bless America, in that Ford Mustang, the brand new Ford Mustang, the American team with the American driver behind the wheel, they win it in the LMGT3 category over Tri-State Racing in P2, who end up only 2.173 seconds back, even after serving a drive-through penalty. You gotta admit, Nico Loikkanen, even though he ends up second, he gave it hell towards the end of that race to even come within a sniff of winning it in the LMGT3 category. We're seeing this, man. Commiserations as well go out to Delta Racing, that mistake. And actually, it wasn't even a mistake. It was a mistake from the 3 that punted the 4 and sent them around coming out of turn number 8. And sadly for the both of them, it has ended in tears for both of those BMWs. I need to catch my breath. Holy crap.
Wow. It's just the most insane end to the race. It all settled down in LMP2. Like, fantastic defensive job there from Julien Boussier to hold on against Bart Mattia, who had been really quick at points. Julien knuckled down, got it done at the end. Once presented with the lead, never really looked like losing it outside of those early stages on that final restart. Strong work as well from the 98 to recover from their penalty. Kept the head down, pushed through, picked up class win. Got it for the 25 though, with like they had it won, and then I guess it's a connection issue of some description that's forced them out of contention. And then, I mean, story of the day, the 16 Work Sim Racing in the Mustang, the All-American Dream. Wow, I don't know, how have they won this race? How have they done it? I don't understand.
I think you could really say that about all 3 of our class winners
well,
here today.
True.
None of them, I don't think a single one of them led more than probably like 10 or 15 laps today. Yeah, exactly. They barely led at all, really. All of the most laps led leaders in both all 3 of the classes, they didn't win. I don't even think any of them finished in the top 5. I think we may get some All-American donuts, maybe from Brad Linebaugh in that Work Sim Racing Ford Mustang number 16 car. Oh no, it's not going to be donuts. Thankfully for him, the one mistake the team made all day came after the checkered flag, trying to do some donuts celebrating the victory. So, I mean, still credit where credit's due. They put together a good race. They just need to work on the donuts a little bit.
Yeah. Not the best donuts display, but who cares when you win the race? Who actually cares?
Amen. And here are the results from this 4-hour-long classic. Anyone that watched this broadcast here on Apex Racing TV or on the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel, you just saw a classic. And in the end, in a dramatic series of events all throughout, you can't really say a dramatic series of events, a dramatic race all around, it's a Simatech Sensations number 20 taking the checkered flag, less than a second between himself and the Tri-State Racing number 12 car after 4 hours of heart-pumping racing action. Then running at your overall podium, and the podium in the LMP2 category is going to be Eagle Speed Academy in that number 85 car. SJ&H Esports in that number 69 nice car is going to end up in 4th, NOP in P number 5. HWT Motorsports, who put on a good recovery drive after that incident they had towards the end of this race, sent them all the way down to 12th. They were a man on a mission towards the end of it and end up in 6th. However, you gotta wonder what could have been. Dynaco Racing Team ends up in 7th. GSE Racing Esports will end up in another heartbreaking P number 8. ResTech Reparta Corse ends up in P number 9. I'm curious if they will pick up a penalty after that incident they had with the HWT Motorsports entry that really ruined the number 24 car's chances of taking the checkered flag. And then rounding ending at your top 10 overall and in the LMP2 category is going to be Vision 1 Motorsports in that number 11, the first car 1 lap down. Then looking at the rest of the top 20 and some of the other runners in the LMP2 category, ResTech Reparta Corse in that number 22 car. They ran into drama and actually made back one of their laps. However, they still end up in P number 11. Evolve Racing, who at one point today was on their roof, they end up in 12th in a very good recovery drive as well. MV Skin Lab DS Racing in the number 87 car ends up in 13th. World of Sim Racing team ends up in 14th. Rising Panda Racing, in a heartbreaking series of events for both their cars, they end up in 15th in the LMP2 category when they really had a good shot to end up on the podium. Tri-State Racing is going to end up in 16th. Digitrax is going to end up in 17th. Race Ventura ends up in P number 18. Revolution E Racing in 19th. And Squadra Veloce by VERS is going to end up in P at number 20. Then Delta Racing LMP2, with some drama and a big crash late in the race, is going to be in 21st. Dynaco Racing Team in 22nd. Astro Racing in P23. And I think they'll round out all the drivers running in the LMP2 category. I think, Jamie, I'll let you handle these results now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take over. You've you've done plenty. I mean, LMP3 is nice and straightforward for me to go through. Dynaco Racing Team squeezing the win out at the end there with Twin Turn Sim Racing in second, just 1.4 back at the end. Rising Panda, an up and down day for them. P3 though in LMP3 with LS Racing that looks strong at points in fourth, and then cars that are laps down. Delta V got it for them, finishing fifth. Well, technically not finishing because of the disconnect late in the day there. Trackside Racing, again, really up and down day for them in sixth. Then Unity and Focus rounding out the LMP3 field. And then into the LMGT3 field, Work Sim Racing from absolutely nowhere have plucked off the win here. Just kept their nose clean and got it done. 2.1 ahead of Tri-State after their late race drive-through, ahead of Delta Racing, who will feel hard done by after getting turned by Tri-State. They ended up technically a lap down, just caught on the wrong side of the end of things there. In third with Digitrax in fourth, ResTech Reparto Corse in fifth. So that's the number 60 car. Chaotic day for them, 5 laps down, 6 laps down for the 34 trackside team. The number 2 Corvette for SC Competition in 7th. Could have been them that ended up winning this race. They were maybe just that little bit quicker than the Work Sim Racing car, and for most of the race were keeping it super clean, but it sort of fell apart for them at the end. The 73 ResTech Reparto Corse car, that was probably the quickest all day, but got caught up in incidents, especially in that early safety car period, down in 8 laps down. And then Delta Racing and VR Racing rounding out the top 10, 9 laps down. And then the remaining couple of cars there, the Twin Turn 32 in 11, 91 laps down, and then the GSE 26, the GSE Racing Esports by Fresh Coffee, sorry, last of the cars, 115 laps down. Wow. I mean, what a day. What an absolutely mental day.
Oh yeah, I think it's kind of fitting that we ended the results with a team that had fresh coffee in their name. I don't think anyone is going to need some fresh coffee to get their spirits jolted after the way that race went. And I think before we wrap things up here on Apex Racing TV for this afternoon, we have some drivers waiting in the interview waiting area to have a quick little chat. I want to make sure I bring in the teammates here in I nearly said correct order. So we'll try and go through here as well, not as quickly as we can, but we'll try and go through here as smoothly as we possibly can. Our winners from today, that being the Cimatec Sensations car being driven by David Sorzano and Julian Belesue. I probably killed that pronunciation. I apologize to the both of them. We'll drag them in here, have a quick little chat here on Apex Racing TV. Gentlemen, congratulations on the overall win here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. An absolutely insane race from our perspective in the commentary booth. How was it from your perspectives behind the wheel?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What can we say? We don't know where we come from because we were 13 at the start. But I said to my teammate that everything is possible in this kind of race with safety cars and full course yellow. And I said at the beginning, if we were clean on the track and if we avoid the incidents, everything can happen. But we have to say that we didn't hope to be P1 at the end of the race.
Yeah, it sort of all worked out really nicely for you guys, sort of pitting at the right time as well, and all the cars sort of needing to pit ahead to make sure that they were definitely good on fuel towards the end. But once into the lead, Julien, you drove exceptionally well. Big pressure though from Bart in the Tri-State car behind. Talk us through sort of that last sort of couple of stints there, either side of the last caution there for us.
Yes, I'm copy. I'm so sorry because I'm not speak English. And David?
Yes, for sure he made an amazing end of race, resisting to Tri-State at the end. And just before, I don't remember which was the team that was behind us. But yes, he made a great job protecting the position at the first corner, because we knew that we have to keep the P1, especially because if they would have another pace car. So we made a great job, and he raced 76 laps in the race, and for sure the victory is especially for him because he has done a great job.
Yeah, super stuff. I think both of you guys, though, did what you needed to do. Starting in 13th, there was so much chaos and carnage over the course of the entire race, and you guys have come out the other side, cleanest LMP2 in the world still, and after 4 hours of what we've seen out there today, it shows that you guys just managed the race better than everyone else, and no matter what anyone sort of threw your way, you were able to stick it out. So yeah, congratulations to you guys on a super win. It's really well deserved. Is there anyone that you want to give a specific thanks and shout out to before we let you guys go?
Yes, for sure. So we would like to thank, of course, Apex Racing TV for broadcasting this race, and thanks the guys who organized the ESCC, because I think it's a really difficult job, especially when you have to deal with safety cars and focus yellow and the rules and so on. So thank you to everyone, and we would like also to thank our partners in the team, Imatok for the brand name, and Coach Team Racing for the setup. We work on the setup this week with Coach Team Racing, and it helps a lot, especially with the rear tires, and LWS Stunt FR and Keros Racing.
Awesome stuff. Just one more thing before we go. So I believe it's Magny-Cours for the second round.
Right.
Home track, I guess, for you guys, or at least somewhere in front, like fairly close to you guys. I'm not sure how close you guys are, like specifically to the track, but what's your thoughts on that as a track for the next round, especially with this sort of crazy multi-class environment, and what's your expectations for the next round?
Yeah, that's right. This is the home race in this championship. So the track is very difficult for multi-class, and I think the key will be to stay alive on the track, be cautious, and I would say as today, the strategy will be very, very important in this track when this is very difficult to overtake, except in the long straight, but otherwise there are many corners and slow corners, so I think it will look like today.
It's probably an accurate and a fair assessment, and I think that probably works in the favor of you guys, because you've been able to manage it here at a track again that's maybe not the easiest for multi-class racing, and Magny-Cours probably will bring a lot of the same. So Yeah, we're excited to see what you can bring to the table in 4 weeks' time. And until then, best luck, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jamie, and hope to see you in 1 month in the same channel.
Excellent. Best
Thank
luck,
you, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. And that was our winners from today. And I think we have another one of our winners, that being the come from behind winners in the LMGT3 category, that being the drivers that ended up behind the wheel of the race winning Ford Mustang. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth here on Apex Racing TV. I mean, from our perspective, it was a come from behind victory. How was it from your perspective behind the wheel?
It was interesting to say the least, especially right there at the last few laps when we had the caution flags. I think it really put us in a good position because we were behind the grid, and so we were able to let the LMP2s and the faster class cars get ahead of us and really just get in a groove right there at the end.
Liam, what was your perspective throughout all of that?
Yeah, I agree. It was, we kind of came into this race not really expecting to obviously be standing on the top step. We just kind of came in for Brad and I. It's our first ever endurance race here on iRacing, so it was, they're not all like this, I'm sure, but we learned a lot, and pretty crazy out there with safety cars and everything. We didn't really have a solid strategy coming in, but if anything, we learned a lot today, and luckily got away with the win.
You brought up a very good point there, and that is the safety cars and how jumbled up this race was. I'll ask you this, Liam, first, and I'll ask it same question to Brad. Was it difficult just getting into the groove of things on track here this afternoon?
It was, yeah, definitely. I had a bit of a shorter stint today. I kind of took the middle 45 minutes after Brad finished his first stint, and it was definitely hard to get into a groove. I think I got into about 19 laps, and safety car came out again. So in that 19 laps, I think I started to get into my groove and really got ready to go for the full 37 that we were planning on the Mustang. But when that safety car comes out, it's hard to get back into it. And then Corbin, who couldn't join us for this interview, he had his stint cut short, but Brad was able to come in, and he was able to get into his groove after those safety cars. So he did a great job.
Well, I'll tell you what, and Brad, I mean, he kind of pointed out there, Liam did, and how was your side of things in terms of just getting into the groove?
There at the beginning of my first stint, it was a bit difficult to get into the groove. For one, the Ford Mustang, the weight transfer on it's a bit difficult in the turns. Number two, I come out of the pits on my first stint, and I was like jumbled up with LMP2s and faster cars, so it was tough to get settled in a groove, and I was trying to get those jitters out of the way. But there for like the first few laps of my first stint, it was pretty hard because, like I said, I was in a lot of traffic.
Gotta imagine it was absolute. I mean, it had to have been an absolute hoot from you guys, despite all the chaos and curveballs I was throwing at you drivers throughout the 4-hour race that we just had. So fingers crossed for your sakes that the next race in 1 month's time at Magny-Cours is going to be a bit less a bit more stress-free, so to speak. So how do you guys fancy your chances there?
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead, Liam.
Sorry. Yeah, I think kind of from a strategic perspective, we learned a lot, kind of what we want to do moving forward. Definitely learned a lot about how the car is going to progress as the race goes on. And I think we were hoping to learn a little more about, how the Mustang will adapt to the track as it kind of goes on during the race, and those safety cars kind of slowed that down a little bit. But I think with a bit of practice and a little more forethought for our strategy, I think we're going to be in good shape.
And Liam, what do you fancy your chances being? And I'm getting all kinds of confused. So just a pretty good idea on how things will be like at Magny-Cours in 1 month's time. So I think I'll let you gentlemen go and celebrate possibly some alcoholic beverages after the chaotic and also very enjoyable race that you guys had. Is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Corbin. from SeaWorks. He's given Brad and I the opportunity to kind of have this seat and really experience what endurance racing's like. And back in Corbin, we have a couple sponsors from Datkins Design, Fuel Can Shop, More Redness, and Power Drive Racing. It wouldn't be possible without those guys. And other than family and girlfriend for supporting my sim racing hobby, that's all I've really got to say.
We go in, Brad, anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank Corbin. Corbin has kind of joined me on my iRacing journey because I'm fairly new to iRacing. I'm only been like 2 months in. So I came over from ACC, came over to iRacing. I just took the plunge, and he's been there coaching me through things. And some of these tracks I know from ACC, but the game handles differently, the cars handled differently. So Corbin has been like my coach throughout this process. So I definitely want to thank him, want to thank our sponsors, and definitely thank my wife for letting me have this sim racing habit.
Alrighty, well, there you go, guys. Congratulations on the victory as the American here on this broadcast. It made me very patriotic seeing that Ford Mustang come across the line in first. So congratulations on the victory, guys. Hope to see you next time out at Magny-Cours.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Those were our winners in the LMGT3 category. And now, Jamie, it has been a fantastic 4.5 hours and a dramatic one as well before we officially wrap things up from this broadcast. Final thoughts on an absolutely insane race here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
I don't know how Work Sim Racing won that. I don't know how they've done it.
I don't think they do either.
They don't know either. What a race. So, like, incredible from Simitalk there at the end, just, put in the position to beat Clutch, and they showed up, especially with Julian there at the end. Heartbreak for the 25 car in LMP3. They had it won, and some sort of connection issue, I can only assume, is what dropped them out. I mean, the story's up and down the field in every position. Top 5 for NOP, which wasn't where they were at all day. They were fighting to the bottom half of the top 10 in a scrap the whole way through in LMP2. The last drama, a couple laps from the end for Delta versus Tri-State in GT3. It just, everywhere you look, it was chaos and carnage and mayhem, and I loved it. It was great.
This was absolutely fantastic to be a part of. Fingers crossed we're all back again when the circuits returns to Magny-Cours in 1 month's time. That is going to be an absolute intense race and very similar to what we had here. Lots of twists and turns. Old school in its design, a little bit narrow as well. We'll just have to wait and see what kind of racing that we have at Magny-Cours when this series returns. And speaking of, if you want to stay up to date of everything going on, whether it be with the European Sports Car Championship, in which case if you're watching the stream on the European Sports Car Championship, remember to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell as well. And if you're watching the stream here on Apex Racing TV, let me tell you, the action that we just had here this afternoon is not the end of the action here at Apex. Coming up tomorrow is Super Sunday with a whole lot of action up in store for you tomorrow. We've got Weekend Warriors action in the form of the Formula Ford Weekend Warriors Championship, round number 2 at Brands Hatch, along with the Spec Racer Ford Weekend Warriors round number 2 of their season at the Nürburgring. And then we've also got some action with the Radical SR10s with the Radical Sim Racing European Championship, round number 7 at Oulton Park, and also the Radical Americas Championship later on that evening as well. If you're in the mood for some multi-class sports car racing like we had here today, well, you better stay tuned for the Rikmatech World Challenge, round number 4 of Season 10, coming up at Le Mans. That's going to be a 90-minute classic. Hope you can stay tuned for that, because that is going to be a very fun race as well. And if the Radical action tomorrow doesn't tickle your fancy, how about you tune in for the Radical Esports Cup official broadcast on week number 3 at the Red Bull Ring this upcoming Friday. But I think with all that taken care of, I think that just about does it here on Apex Racing TV. So for myself, Ron Mons, Jamie Fluke joining me in the commentary booth, and Samuli Kumo doing a fantastic job working the cameras in the virtual production hauler, I say thank you all so very much for watching us here this afternoon. Congratulations to our winners in the LMP2, LMP3, and LMGT3 categories, and we hope to see you all in about a month's time when the circus returns to Magny-Cours. Take care, everybody.